Oh, it went in. The MOT place opens at 9:30, so they give me a loan car. So I nip home and faff around for a few hours. And then at, what time was it? About 11 o'clock, Nigel phoned me and said, car's back, all fine, sailed through the MOT. Yes, very happy about that. Very happy. So I've got my new MOT certificate. The insurance, I think, comes out about the end of this month, which has come down. I've saved £300 on the insurance. So in fact, actually, it's looking quite promising. Something's got to go wrong. Nothing can ever be that easy and that clear, can it, in your mind? You get to that stage, you think, listen, it's going too well. It's going too well. Did we have rain yesterday? I can't now remember if we had rain. I know I was out watering this morning, sort of doing the usual, standing there trying to look awake, drenching all the baskets. But it's coming into getting a little bit chilly in the mornings, which means it's going to start killing off. Sorry, a bit sniffy this morning. Bit sort of Daniela Westbrook, as we call it, or Kerry Katona. And the baskets have started eking out a bit. There's a few bits and pieces dying off them, but that's it. Oh, we'll just leave him out there. Stay out there. We don't need you. Tell him to go away. Don't need him in the studio. We've managed before without him. You shouldn't have let him in, honestly. Just think of the fun we could have had. He couldn't get in. Oh, great to see you. Welcome to be part of the team. Only nice things about you, Corey. When I ask anybody around here, I would never say anything that was not nice about you. Seriously. Nice things about you. I lie, but so well. So anyway, the car came back and it cost me 54 quid, which was lovely. £54, and it's all ready for another year. So we've done everything. What else do we need to do? So we've got the MOT. I need something doing to it, but that's not going to happen till October. And then we've got VAT to pay at the end of this month. Well, by the 12th, I think, of September. So that's okay. We've left that with the accountant. Then I've got to... What else have I got to do? I'm trying to think. Oh, I need to book another appointment at the doctor's surgery to speak to the diabetic doctor about my sort of blood sugar count. So I shall do that today as well. Nip out and I should go and get some bits and pieces... mainly geraniums, because the producer was saying to me, well, I say the producer, he was acting, because Corey couldn't get in, and he was sort of saying, oh, I'm in charge, kind of thing. And he said, what sort of plants would you want for winter? And I said, winter flowering pansies, which will probably come out about October, November. But the trick is, with winter flowering pansies, you put them in and you pick the flowers off. Okay? Every morning, out there, and, when I've got sort of 12 terracotta pots... It's a lot of deadheading, but they haven't even flowered. So every time a flower appears or a bud, pick it off. Flower appears, pick it off. Bud appears, pick it off. They hide underneath, pick them off. So in other words, what you've got for about the best part of probably a month is green plants. Because if the plant, the winter flowering pansy, grows the flower, all the effort of the plant goes into the flower. That's it. So you take that away from it. So the plant will grow bigger. And so you don't need as many to fill a pot. 2 should fill a pot. But you've got a dead head, and every morning little buds appear hidden under leaves. You've got to search for them sometimes. They're crafty little buggers. And you pick the flowers off, and you throw them away, and then the plant will spread out. And then when you want it to flower, just leave it. And I promise you, within 2 days, it'll be bursting with plumptiousness and flowers and wonderful things like that. So always dead head on the flowers at Christmas, the winter flowering pansies. Much nicer, much nicer. How about a Christmas tree? Good plant for winter, says Paul. Yes. But I love the way that some people think you can plant the tree that you buy. Unless it's got roots on it, it's in a pot, it won't grow. OK, it's dead. It's like sticking daffodils back in the ground. But remember that if you do cut a Christmas tree down, or if you go and buy a Christmas tree, it's a plant. It's a bit like a bunch of flowers. It needs water, and it'll get through about 2 litres a day. So it's been cut off in the nursery, wherever they come from, and then you put it in a sort of like it's a Christmas tree holder, but it's got water in it, and you keep topping it up, and it will suck the water up, so it keeps it a bit moist, which is very nice indeed. So anyway, apart from that, what else is going well? Everything's going very well. Everybody's sort of looking very good, except poor Gemma Collins, who seems to think that she's 39, but she looks 29. Unfortunately not. She needs to go to Specsavers. And you know what it is? It's another blatant plug for a company that's presumably giving her something for free. So in other words, as opposed to advertising these sort of places, which would be highly suspect, you sort of go to somebody like Gemma Collins, and she will then promote it because they give it to her for free or a discount. Otherwise, why would you bother plugging it? And she then gets it free, and the person gets the publicity that way. Although, to be honest with you, if she really thinks she looks 29, she needs to get some glasses and look back in front of the mirror again, because she's nowhere near 29. If anything, I thought she was about 55. That's what she looks like. Oh, sorry, waist size. And, mean that in a caring way. Because they keep going on about, she's lost all this weight, and she's going to be having this, what did she call it? There's a name that she actually called it. It was non-invasive injections. I thought, wait a minute, an injection is a needle, it goes into your skin. This, to me, sounds like she's having Botox. That's what it's a filler, which, of course, will not make her look 29. Losing another 5 stone might make her look 29 and also a bit emaciated. But that's it. We found a police officer, didn't learn first time round, so well-known thicko, PC John Hetterley, has been sacked for gross misconduct. It's not the first time. Last time he got away with it. But he hounded a fellow officer. She made it clear she didn't want a relationship. And we talked about this the other day. If you're at work and there's somebody that you like and you sort of hit on them, or I think hit on them is a very old-fashioned expression, but if you sort of go, oh, would you like to go out with me? And they go no, they mean no. They don't mean, oh, maybe I'll think about it. He didn't take no for an answer. She made it clear, yet he caused what the hearing report called distress of an unacceptable kind. It said PC Hetterley continued to harass her for a sexual relationship, both in person and via electronic messaging. He's been fired and can't be employed in law enforcement. What an idiot. What a complete idiot. John Hetterley. Girl, blimey, couldn't trust you anywhere, matey, and you're supposed to be a police officer. It turns out in 2016, this was recent, but in 2016... after a boozy night out, he was found guilty of misconduct, received a final warning. You're obviously an idiot, aren't you? A complete idiot. I bet your colleagues are laughing and pointing the finger at you, pal. Dear me, honestly, you just don't learn at all. But here's this thing. Why are there no flies on zebras? Although, actually, I don't remember seeing them on the Serengeti, standing there with no fly. There must be some sort of... But anyway, apparently the zebra stripes confuse biting flies in the same way as the barber's pole illusion tricks humans. It prevents the insects which carry the disease from landing on the wild horses. So flies coming into land adjust their speed according to what they see. And they think the landing surface is further... It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But it obviously works. Thus, the fly fails to slow or land successfully. And this is why they brought out this picnic basket with a similar kind of thing. A similar kind of... It doesn't look like a zebra. It's got different colours on it. But it's the same kind of situation. It confuses flies because there's nothing worse in summer when you think, oh, I think we'll have a picnic today. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, you might as well go and sit in the back garden. We should put a car rug down. I used to quite like sitting on a car rug. You know, when you're little, you get your mum and dad on the car rug, you know, and then you sit on it. And you ever had a car... we used to call them car rugs. If you were sitting in cars, because cars in the early days, the heating system wasn't particularly very good, and so you'd sit in the back with a rug over you. The Queen, if ever you see her sitting in the back of her Phantom, she's got a rug over her knees to keep your legs a bit... No, it's like a rug. You know what a rug is? Have you heard of rugs before? No, you probably haven't, actually, Luke. What do you think a rug is? Oh, what do you think? You know when you actually... you go boating, all right? And when you pull up to the side of the quay, you are going to what your boat? You're going to moor. Okay? No, he thought it was oar. He said you oar your boat. And I said, no, it's moor. And he said, no, but what are those things? I said, that's when you're rowing your boat. When you pull up to the side of the quay, it's mooring. He thought it was oaring, which sounds a little bit like not mooring. And I don't think it'd be any good on a boating holiday. I think it'd be any good on any holiday, to be honest with you. I can't imagine. OK, come on, we're all going to get up and go for a walk in the Welsh Hills. He's found this lovely little place where you can sort of stay up there and they've got sort of, there's a cascading bit of water or something like that, and some pretty stations with flats in and things like that. And so he thinks he's going to go to Wales for his staycation. I said, good, go as soon as possible. Go as soon as possible. Go as soon as possible. And Shane says, I laugh when you talk about Gemma Collins. I don't know who she is. And Danny goes, trying to call. How dare you call our law enforcement? Oh, go away, you stupid little snowflake. There's always one thicko, isn't there? But he's, because Shane in Sydney doesn't know who Gemma Collins is. No, we're a bit like that over here, actually. We're a little bit like that over here. So good news on the car. Good news. He said, however, that does mean your car's at least 3 years old. Yeah? And, sorry, what is your point? He says, I'm surprised that a man of your calibre drives a car that's so old, time for an upgrade. I upgrade every 2 years, as you know. But, of course, why should I have to tell you that unless you're a nosy Parker or a curtain twitcher? And I suspect, actually, you are a curtain twitcher. But never mind. You live in Maidstone. That is curtain twitching territory. You drive down the road in Maidstone, you can't move for those there's almost like a breeze that comes from the houses. Ooh, dear. You still couldn't afford it, pal, but that's what makes it interesting. What was Darren getting people hot under the collar about this morning? Was it about prime ministers or women in power? Oh, right. Because for some reason, they played a bit yesterday on was it the television or the radio? It must have been the radio. And it was a clip of Margaret Thatcher, which seems so odd when you hear a clip of somebody who died. And it was I think it might have been Tom Swarbrick playing it, which is, this lady is not for turning. And he played that. I remember thinking, I remember that when that went out on the radio first time. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's right. You turn if you want to, but this lady is not for turning. She was very good. She made people listen. She was good. I don't think we've had anybody as good as her. Not really. I mean, nobody liked Corbyn, did they? He was like a dinosaur who'd been dredged up from the Jurassic period. Nobody's too sure about Boris, who seems to get everything wrong on a daily basis. You know, and then they go, we're going to change this. Well, why don't you just admit you got it wrong? You know, no shame in admitting you get things wrong. Everybody gets things wrong. I'm sure even on odd occasions Margaret Thatcher got things wrong, although you'd never have known about it. Steve, says Jane, I've just insured the dog this week. £100. He gets his MOT at the vet's on Thursday. More money. £100. That's why people take out pet insurance. You know why? Because it's so expensive to get your dog seen to, because they get you. I mean, injections for animals seem to come in at about 27, 36 quid, which is a lot of money, isn't it? But, of course, they lead you to believe that you need all these things. You need these things doing. Harry and Meghan have quietly pitched a top-secret project. Funny, isn't it, that their little PR company is sort of spinning all their stories out. I thought they hated the media. They've suddenly realised they need the media, because otherwise they've got no interest. And Rio Ferdinand's just been banned from driving. Again. He seems to have a bit of a history. He's another one of these... He can't employ a driver to take the kids to school because... he's Rio Ferdinand, and apparently the wife can't do it either. In fact, a bit of a useless pair, but it's not the first time that Rio Ferdinand has come a cropper with the law. He obviously thinks he's above it. Luckily, I'm delighted to report he's not. Plus, what else do we have here? Oh, Mark Armand fears his vocal cords have been damaged forever after being hit by coronavirus. We're having fun. And we were talking about the wells in London, Motherwell and all these different places, Shadwell. And that's where, of course, there were wells. And so it was named for the area, and yes, I don't know if the Chig was a well as well, but most of these sort of places it was a well, and you could still see the wells there. What? Oh, that's hilarious, isn't it? Chigwell. Well, there's another sew your sides up gag of the morning. This programme must be so annoying to people who don't like me, because we're happy every single day. It's hilarious, isn't it? I read something the other day. What did I read something the other day? It was always some regular, twerp who writes in and thinks he knows how many miles an hour somebody's doing in their car. I mean, seriously. You get some people who are not the full shilling, and then you get the people who haven't even got the shilling in the first place. Anthea Turner says that she's going to stay sexy at 60. I'm here to tell you, Anthea, you weren't sexy at 50, 40, 30 or 20, OK? Just very, very irritating. So the idea of being sexy at 60, I think you're living on cloud cuckoo land. Neil Ruddock is still drinking despite being brought back to life. This is the one... Oh, wait a minute, am I getting this wrong again? I want to get this right. Can you put in Neil Ruddock and Can't Pay Will Take It Away? I want to make sure I get the right... because I keep getting confused by it. I'm pretty certain it was Neil Ruddock's wife. A nasty little piece of work, if ever there was one, who threw something over the bailiffs coming round to collect some money that they owed. There you go. Can't Pay Will Take It Away. And this was a small debt owned by Neil Razor Ruddock to a kennel owner. And they turn up and the wife comes out there and starts throwing water over these people. I mean, how stupid is she? How stupid. Have you ever seen it? Oh, she's a right mouthy old madam. Oh, get off my property, get off my property. It was like, get out my pub. Bit like that, except they did owe the money. People have to you have to pay. You have to pay. If you don't pay, you get into trouble. So they turned up, and there she is. Apparently she used to be model. What sort of model? We're not too sure, actually. But Neil's still drinking and smoking. He was brought back to life a short while ago and obviously hasn't learnt any lesson at all. I mean, quite clearly, mate, you're heading for a big disaster. Big disaster being, the size you are drinking. I mean, everybody was quite right the other day when you saw us on the show, on the live visual thing. If you were saying you've lost weight, I have lost weight. I mean, these shirts just hang off me now. Hang off me. And I don't smoke anyway, but he smokes and drinks. I mean, I drink. But Helinka liked the show so much, she sent in some Polish confectionery and the bought. You're not sharing it, Helinka. There's no way I'm sharing with it. I tried to share it with Luke, but of course he's fasting at the moment, so we don't worry there. I mean, that's the be-all and end-all as far as he's concerned. And did you see what they were? They were vodka chocolates. I know, not allowed for you, no, because you have to drive. I mean, it doesn't matter to me because I get a car home, so you can pour me out of the building, which could be, you could take the tube. Yeah, but I don't want you sitting there going, I belong to Glasgow, near old Glasgow town. London Bridge is falling. It'd be awful, wouldn't it? They get always drunk on the train again. Who is he? I think that's Steve Allen's producer. Oh dear, honestly. Yeah, well, I'm going to give you the sweeties. I've had a few of them this morning. No, don't do that thing now. We don't want them now. No, don't want them now. Being all pompous and precious. Oh yeah. Oh, do I get some sweeties? I get some sweeties. No, you don't get any sweeties. Oh, I don't. All right, you can have them. I don't want them now. Oh, talk about petulant child at Christmas. Have you got brothers and sisters? Yeah. They've got a little sister. You can imagine at Christmas, can't you? What's her name? Georgia. Open your present, Georgia. I wanted that. Why did... Mum? Why's Georgia got my present? Yeah, all I got was some deodorant and a pair of pants. I wanted the dolly. The dolly that wets itself. Which they make now. They have a dolly that does both ends. I mean, seriously, apparently it's to make kids sort of appreciate what's going on. I mean, why? Why don't boys have dollies? We had Action Men, but I mean, I never had an Action Man. Because it was just sort of, I used to sort of, I mean, we just didn't have things like that. It was for younger people. So, Hot Wheels, no, didn't have anything like that at all. No. I might have had a couple of Thunderbirds or something like that, but we didn't have the normal toys. We didn't buy into it. My father would make things, for us if we needed things. But Christmas, it was always nice, to get usual things at Christmas. We were happy with a bit of chocolate. Chocolate Father Christmas was good enough for us. But we didn't, I never used to look at my brother, because my brother was younger, so he used to get more presents than I did. The moment I passed 18, most of my presents ceased. Because the relatives stopped buying. They had a thing that at 18, I think it was either 18 or 16, we're not buying you presents anymore because you're now considered sort of part adult. And so so my brother's pile of presents grew, whereas mine shrunk. And then you'd end up going, oh, thank you, Mum, a pair of gloves, lovely. Always useful, Stephen, always useful. Thank you. An air freshener for the car, when I passed my driving test. Tangerine, which went straight back in the bowl. And the nuts. We used to get nuts for Christmas, and just to fill out the stocking. And then they go back in the bowl. Oh, no, they want those. Do we get coal? What, in the stocking? If you were naughty, you get a lump of coal. No, if you're naughty, no, you don't get a lump of coal. Why would you get a lump of coal? A lump of coal was seen as being quite valuable. It was fuel. Why would that be naughty? No, I don't think so. Where were you brought up? Was this were you in some home or something for sort of wayward children? The things you come up with, I sometimes wonder whether or not you actually went through the schooling system, or whether or not your parents kicked you out at the age of 10 to sort of say, go and find your own way in life. I mean, I find it unbelievable that you don't. Why would somebody want to give you a piece of coal? You went first footing for a piece of coal. That was at Christmas, and somebody would give you a piece of... First footing, that's where you sort of go out and people give you things. It's like, the railway children, they buy Mr. Potts all these things for his birthday because they didn't have very much money. And he said, no, that's an insult. I don't want to be insulted. and, people giving us things like we're a charity. And then his wife said, she said, well, you should be great. They've actually gone to a lot of trouble. And the kids then said to him, listen, we thought we were doing a nice thing. We went round and said to people, do you like Mr. Potts? If they didn't like you, they wouldn't give a present. But all these people liked you. So then he started to get, well, the pram will be useful and stuff. And then he suddenly relented. And that was it. If somebody gave you a piece of coal, you take that home. That would be a piece of coal that you could, put on the fire. Because nobody had central heating. You couldn't sit there with your thing on the wall pumping out heat. Yeah, but if there was a few kids in the family, you could get a few bits of coal, couldn't you? Like going to the woods, picking up kindling wood or something like that. There we go. What kindling wood? I know I'm going to get this all the time. It's like an education, my programme, isn't it? I gave him some poppadoms today. He said, I'll take them home. I thought, you do what you like with them. I couldn't really care less. I've already bought them. I'm not going to eat them. So he sort of it's a bit of a treat for him. Really, coming in here is probably the most excitement he's ever had in his entire life. Every day he comes in, every day he'll have a little bit of a laugh, chortle, and then he'll sort of tell me something about something he's done in his life, and I'll sort of attempt to throw myself down the waste disposal unit in the kitchen, and I suddenly realise it's not quite big enough, so that doesn't work, and just get your hand in. And, actually, it's a lie, we don't have a waste disposal unit at all. We've got a bin. But did you know if you pull the bin out, there's two bins, one behind the other one? Recycling. Oh, so there you go. I do like recycling. It's one of my favourite occupations. No, I don't. I can't be bothered. Oh, do you recycle, Steve? No. No, why not? Because I just don't, all right? I don't. Was it also a well at Royal Tunbridge Wells? I think there still is. And somebody says, if you take cuttings from your Christmas tree, dip them in hormone powder, pot them up in gritty compost and leave them till spring, they will grow. It's going to take you about 5 years to grow a 4-foot tree. It's a lot easier to go and buy a Christmas tree now. Much easier. Much easier. So, what else we got in the papers for this morning? There's a little boy at the age of 9, Riley Stankham, had his hair long to be like football hero Gareth Bale, known for wearing his hair in a top knot. This little boy's got hair that's never been cut, so they've now cut it all off. And he's raked in more than 3,600 quid for charity, which is good. Apparently, man sues his date for cold sores snog. Do you remember there was a case in America some years ago? Some bloke goes on a blind date with this woman, and I think she cancels it at the last minute. He takes her to court. And he wins because he'd gone to the effort of getting his clothes dry cleaned, polishing the car up and all the rest of it, and he won the case. That's like leading somebody on, isn't it? Can't do things like that, Luke. That would be a dreadful thing to do. But apparently there is a Tunbridge Wells. It's on the Common outside the Forum music venue. So there is it. There you go. There you go. Now we know. There is a Tunbridge Wells. Rich knows that. Bless him. Sorry? I've just told you it's a well. It's outside the Forum Centre. That's what it was at Tunbridge Well. It's quite posh, Tunbridge Wells. I went there. I bought a thing for the patio. It's like a plant holder and a couple of chairs I bought outside a shop. And my brother looked at him. What the dickens are you doing with that? I sort of took it home. I was quite happy with these things. No, that's 3 coins and a fountain. 3 coins and a fountain was the song, but it's supposed to be lucky. So if you go to Rome, which is unlikely for you, you go to the Trevi Fountain, okay, spelt Trevi, and you throw coins in the fountains and you make a wish, and the wish is that you will come back for another day. Believe you me, once you've seen it once, you don't want to see it again. It's not like a wishing well. No, a wishing well is, ding dong bell, pussies in the well, which was a well. Did you know that one? No, you didn't know that one. Yes, that was ding dong bell, pussies in the well, who put her in? To be honest with you, it was basically drowning of the cat. That's what it was. And then you had to try and rescue the cat again. It was like Jack and Jill going up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Why they didn't have plumbing installed, I have no ideas. They were important enough to have a poem written about them. And that was it. Didn't you do poems like that? Ding dong bell, pussies in the well? No. What sort of school was yours? Was it ever open? I mean, did people actually go inside and sit at desks? I worry about you, seriously. I mean, every day's a worry. He'll mention something and I think to myself, no, you can't be that thick, surely. You really can't be, bless it. But he at least he makes the effort. At least he meant sort of. But thank you for that. Morning. Steve says... no, it's not Steve. It's me, actually. Have you ever sold any second-hand gold? No. No. I don't think I've got any second-hand gold, actually. I'm trying to think what I've got. No. I've got silver Georgian cufflink box and cigarette box and stuff like that, but nothing gold. Oh, funny. Why have I not got anything gold? Perhaps I should... Oh, I've got a gold ring, gold signet ring. But that's it. I mean, nothing particularly exciting. Steve says, when the time comes to change your car, is a Bentley the only replacement you consider? Yes. And it has to be a Continental Flying Spur as well, because it's big enough. I've seen small... I was looking the other day when I nipped into the garage, into the workshops there, where they've got loads of... I mean, just Bentleys and Rollses all over the place. And they had a nice one in there. They're all two-door. I can't do two-door cars. Because if you go out with your friends... At least in my one, I can get probably 5 people in it. If they're only little, probably 6, but generally speaking, 5, which is much easier. Another one says, are people in your area wearing masks in the supermarket? Yes, they are. I mean, you know, if they're not, they get a very severe tut. Because, yes, everybody going into Waitrose, they're supposed to wear them in all the shops. It's not a case of are they wearing them. They should be, otherwise, you know, and all these people who go, oh, I'm exempt. I mean, I'm sick to death of watching the people in America say, you know, walking in there going, I'm not going to wear a mask, it's my right. Because they've read something on the internet, but you know that they're a bit thick. So you know that, you know. Ted says a lump of coal was a wedding present years ago. Yeah. So there you go. That was because coal was valuable. You know, people used to run behind the coal cart trying to pick up odd bits of coal. It was quite... That's what people had, because people froze to death in the middle of winter. Because they didn't have a Sainsbury's back in those days. Honestly, you don't understand, do you, how people had to climb into the park near Hampton Court Palace, because Henry VIII built a wall around it to stop them, all the locals climbing. They used to climb in to pick up their firewood. Otherwise, they'd have frozen to death in the middle. Imagine. Nobody had gloves or anything like that. They were freezing to death in the middle of winter. It used to get very cold in this country. Very cold. But, no, a piece of coal was a bit of a treat. You'd wrap it up, I suppose. Did you never see that very good programme? I think it was called Victorian Kitchen Garden. They did everything as it would have been done in Victoria times, including getting ready for a Victorian Christmas, where they would save the windfall apples and they'd wrap them all up and stuff like that, and they'd make everything. It was a great programme. And so the people lived it. It was like a living museum. And so all the people on the programme went out there and they did that. It wasn't sort of mocked up for the cameras. It was, I think, Victorian Kitchen Garden. It was very good. Very, very good indeed. You suddenly realise the hardship the people had to go through. So when you see Dickens's Christmas Carol and they're all there and they've got the biggest turkey because it's been sent round and all that kind of stuff, people look forward to Christmas. Now, because we have so much food, we take it for granted, don't we? I mean, you go around to somebody's house for Christmas, they're not going to turn up with sort of, you know, a couple of dry biscuits and a sniff of the barmaid's apron. It's going to be a little bit better than that, isn't it? People push the boat out for Christmas. People have lobster for Christmas. Lobster, if you please. Lobster. Honestly. Fake crab is very popular in Chinese restaurants. They said when you go into Chinese restaurants, be very careful because there's so many fake food. Because you know that, because you get fake vegan stuff, don't you? And they make sort of a version of chicken or a version of sausages or something. Doesn't seem to have done you any harm, has it? I suppose so. It must be okay. So, I don't know why Anthea Turner's droning on about being sexy as I turn a 60, she goes. Obviously needs to go to Specsavers as well. But it's interesting. Apparently she's a Botox enthusiast. Oh, dear. Yes. And bad news, Danny Dyer has got a new... he's signed up to a problem podcast with his daughter Danny. They'll be answering dilemmas and personal issues. And thank God for that. I had a horrible feeling it was going to be a TV programme, which it isn't. But, as I say, another dreary podcast. God, blimey, honestly. You want to get the proper ones made by proper people. You know, otherwise it's ridiculous otherwise, isn't it? Somebody says, today, you're flowing like a busy stream. That's what he looked at in Wales. Luke looked at this, but you looked at a picture of a stream, didn't you? You like the... It's very pretty, isn't it? I wish he'd hurry up and go there. I'm sick to death of him talking about it every day, and he never actually manages to get off his bum and goes. So, yes, people are wearing masks in the supermarket. Somebody else asked that. Wanted to find out whether or not people were sort of doing doing what they're supposed to be doing? And the answer is yes. But when you look at some places, we've got some lovely places in this country to go to. You could go and have a little B&B, probably stay in a castle or something. Look at that castle. That's Conway Castle. Can you imagine the days when that was sort of ruling dominating the skyline? They're beautiful. I could live in that. But again, freezing cold in the winter. There'd be drafts. No double glazing. There wasn't any company like Everest popping round to help you out in the castle. How many windows have you got? Well, at the last count, 360. They didn't have the money for that. I mean, even the Queen Mother, she never had central heating in Clarence House. That's why she lived for such a long time. She was basically frozen to death in an upright position. It's only when Charles took it over that they put in central heating. The Queen would wake up, I think she slept with gloves on. It was freezing cold. Freezing cold, but she was, sturdy. She'd grown up in Scotland, so she knew all about, the rough weathers and stuff like that. That's why Thomas is very hardy. Very hardy. Sort of, I don't know. Perhaps he's not, actually. And Steve, says Paul, people don't know they're born now. We had an outside toilet in the 70s. So did we. We had an outside toilet. I tell you, you didn't hang around. You really did. If you wanted to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, running down the garden path when it was all slippy, slidey away, gosh, dreadful. Absolutely terrible. Other stories in the paper today. So Rio Ferdinand banned from driving after a plea was rejected that his kids couldn't catch the bus to school due to COVID-19. What a load of old cobblers, honestly, really. He faced a ban under the totting up procedure. He pleaded to the magistrates for leniency, citing COVID-19 and his profile. Oh, diddums. Honestly, as reasons why he couldn't employ a driver to shuttle his children to and from school. He previously pleaded guilty. He was told that the virus affected the whole world in the same way. He was given a 6-month driving ban. And, 85 miles an hour he was doing on a dual carriageway. What are you, some idiot? And so it took him up to 12 points. He'd already picked up 9 points in 3 offences, 2017, 2018, and 2 months before the latest ticket in May 2019. He said he had an important role in transporting his 3 kids to and from school. Make him get the bus, dear, like normal people. You are a normal person, aren't you, Mr. Ferdinand? Yes, you are. Only the difference is you're now a criminal, and we're not. He says he claimed that his children are still facing trauma following the death of their mother. Yes, we know that. We've been there so many times. You're now remarried. And he was wearing a face mask when he appeared in court, but he's unwilling for his children to travel to school by bus. Well, then you've got enough money, matey. Why don't you employ a chauffeur? Ferdinand says, my profile doesn't allow it. What? You are living in a delusional little life, aren't you? He was fined £822, which he paid to the court before leaving. So he was banned in 2012 after being caught speeding 3 times in 6 weeks on the same road. He's quite clearly an idiot. I mean, dear God, what a dreadful example you set as a parent. Speeding 85 miles an hour. Put him on the school bus, mate. Put him on the school bus. Prince Charles says, I haven't fallen out with William and Harry. Well, Harry they don't bother with anymore because he's in America. And William because he just seems to be getting on with his life. It's about to be the 10th anniversary, says Polly Hudson, of The Only Way is Essex, and the show has never felt more irrelevant. Apparently in 2020... reality TV has been replaced in the nation's viewing habits by reality on TV. Turns out a terrifying global catastrophe will engage even the most previously uninterested in politics. Coronavirus has made 10 Downing Street the new Sugar Hut, which is lovely. So they've got all sorts of people on it. They think that Boris Johnson really is Gemma Collins. I don't think there was ever any doubt. And they've got Rishi Sunak, plays Kevin Fletcher from Strictly Come Dancing, but he was, of course, also in Coronation Street. Torrential downpours have hit homes and businesses. More extreme weather, highly likely. So some areas under 3 feet of water. North Devon MP, Selene Saxby, said the situation was dangerous. Where did it all come from? Must come from rivers, mustn't it? Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue said it had received at least 60 calls for help because of the downpours in Barnstable. Tracy Benson, landlady of the Golden Lion Tap, said water levels in the town had risen to about 3 feet. You see, it's lovely when you think we're not going to be flooded, and then comes the flooding. And today, after the flooding, comes the mud. which comes with it, and people's houses are... We've had cases of people, and you could see the water rushing down. I think in Boscastle, it was absolutely dreadful when the water rushed down and took cars down the main high street. In Barnstable, I mean, it's only up to the wheels, halfway up the wheels, but that, only a couple of inches more and it's inside the car, and once it's inside the car, you'll never get rid of the smell of it. It's terrible. They say Britain likely to be battered. Well, actually, let's find out, shall we? Ready? Brace yourselves. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today? Oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Expect cloudy skies and rain starting in the morning. Temperatures are heading up from 16 degrees to 21 tonight.
So, partly cloudy and 16 degrees, cloudy skies and rain starting in the morning. So now you know. So you're going to get wet, aren't you, Luke? Why? Because he won't buy an umbrella. Because, it means... Because if it turns out to be sunny, you've got to walk along with an umbrella, and people go, what are you holding an umbrella for? And you go, I thought it was going to rain. So, you start the cycling. Wow, that'll be good. Well, you're going to cycle into work? That's very good. When was the last time you cycled? Yeah. Right, well, you'll never make it, will you? I mean, we'll be sitting here going, where do we think Luke is? And we'll sort of phone, we go, where are you? Say, I'm just about to leave home. We go, yeah, but you haven't cycled anywhere. No, I'm just pushing the bicycle up the hill and so I can coast down the other side. What was the last thing you bought online? Oh, I buy stuff online every single day. Every single day. Steve, never had an outside toilet, but back in the 70s it was common for a 4-bedroom house to have only one bathroom. I would think that was very normal. We had a 4-bedroom house, one bathroom. And so you took it in turns to use that. That's how it works. I mean, it probably still works like that for an awful lot of people. Awful lot of people, I should imagine. So what else have we got? What else have we got in the paper today? Man's seeing his date, the sex pest PC. Oh, we've got a nice four chairs. They're not mint condition. In fact, they've got no seats and they've got no backs to them. But they were made for the French king, Louis XVI's younger brother, Charles X, in 1778. And they were ordered for his lavish bedchamber. They're in the original condition. They had expected to sell for £450,000, which is a little over 100 grand each. They went for more than £1 million. 1.6 million. They're 36-inch chairs, 2 with arms and 2 without, were seized during the French Revolution. We thought, how amazing that it stems from the French Revolution. They were sold by a private collector who'd owned them for the past 20 years, fashioned from gilded wood. The chairs feature ornate carvings of the laurel branches. Wow. Is that amazing that they come from the French Revolution in 1789 and it's still around, this furniture? It is still around. It's like on that day that they came to execute Marie Antoinette, they put her in the worst possible cart so that she would suffer along the cobbles and everything else to her execution I think it was in the Place de la Concorde, I can't remember. But at the time, it was just never-ending executions. And Marie Antoinette must have been terrified out of her life, I should imagine. Can't think of anything worse, can you? Nothing worse at all. Daily Star today, the Fast Show comeback, that's what they're thinking about, which is OK. Rylan, who gets trolled. Everybody gets trolled. Everybody gets trolled. You just laugh at them. Ha, 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 ha. Because as he says, you just look at your bank balance and you go, ha, 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 ha. Britain's having a bit of a clean-up for the museums over at the British Museum. Over 30 staff have been dusting the pieces. Don't break anything, for God's sake. That'd be dreadful, wouldn't it? And then police, known as dopey coppers, because they stormed an antique furniture store following a bad tip it was housing a cannabis farm. Now, there are places that do have cannabis farms. Furious owner David Bracewell says he's going to sue. 12 officers searched the shop and caused nearly £2,000 worth of damage. Kent police have apologised and said the force will pay for any repairs. You so will. You so will. The shop owner says, I can't tell you how disgusted I am. My wife and I feel like we've been attacked. Yeah, well, you have. You have been attacked. So they're going to have to they'll have to pay for it. That's the trouble. You get the wrong tip-off, don't you, if you're in the police? Not so good. Do I need a check? Do I need a break? I thought I needed I couldn't work if I'd done the break or not. I know. How many vodka chocolates have you had? You just had 2. Oh, it's quite enough for you. In a minute, you'd be just lying on the floor going, I need to sleep. Yeah, do a time check, whatever, 12. Both deciding they're going to start cycling into work. So we're looking at the price of bicycles. They haven't looked at it. I mean, Luke's has got stabilisers at the back and noddy pictures and big ears and the policeman and the robbers and all the other things on it. And Corey's is sort of the butch, in-your-face, £1,000 kind of job, which is quite nice. And I said, where are you going to leave it? I mean, you can leave them, I think, in the basement. So that'd be. I mean, I'd have to be honest, it's very good, but I don't think you're going to get fit on it, Luke. Of course I'm not going to cycle, and I'm a celebrity. Celebrities don't cycle. We are picked up. We are picked up and brought in. Steve, listening to you in Willesden, says John. Oh, God, never tell people that. Ghastly place, Willesden. Good Lord, that's even worse than Blackpool. Steve, Rio is speeding at 85 miles an hour on the A27, passing Hangleton, near Hove and Portslade School. Is he living there now? It's a residential place. I know Portslade because a friend of mine lives there. And that's where you go up and down the dips. Portslade is quite nice, though. Very big Sainsbury's at Portslade. How do I know these things? Because I go there, on a few occasions. Steve, no EastEnders since April, no Holby City, now due to COVID-19. Yet the BBC is putting up the licence fee and stopping free licences for the over 75s. Of course they are. They're too busy, patting themselves on the back for turning out yet more rubbish programmes, having more people doing adverts and breaking their own rules, and them not doing anything about it. They're too frightened. Bunch of little wusses. Little wussy wuss. Oh, there's a picture of a rainbow. I love a picture of a rainbow. This was in the New Forest. It's also Blackpool with a rainbow over it. And Stonehenge. I would see that as a message over Stonehenge. Wouldn't you? A rainbow over Stonehenge. I would like to think that in years gone by, and there aren't any photographs or footage, people sort of went. The Druids weren't the ones that Stonehenge was built for. They've just sort of nicked it. They've gone, we have to go to Stonehenge. It was built for other people. Other people who wanted to go and work. And the stones didn't come from that far away. People thought they came from Wales or something. Well, how did it come about? I don't know. Basically, it was a drinking game that somebody was playing, and they went, OK, if you lose, you've got to build this circle of stones, and they've got to be about 15, 20 feet tall. Oh, please, do me a favour. Come on, Hogarth, the rich. And then somebody built it, and they went, oh, Stonehenge. There's Woodhenge as well. Did you know there's Woodhenge? It's exactly the same, only made out of wood. Bit of a clue there with Woodhenge. Yeah, it's. I've been to Woodhenge. You've never been? Corey, get Woodhenge up on there, show him it does exist, honestly. Ridiculous, honestly. He never believes me. Woodhenge. There you go. England's Woodhenge. I love the way... It's not as good as Stonehenge, but it's the same kind of thing. It probably would have been more sort of monolithic and more sort of in keeping with people who wandered around with animal skins draped over their back. I haven't got a henge. No, Prosecco henge. I've got some hinges in the kitchen. It's not quite the same. Nobody's been round to worship for quite a long while, actually. And I had to wear a mask for a long time yesterday. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know, actually, but you have to wear the mask. If you're going to go shopping, you must wear the mask. It makes perfect sense to protect other people. You want to see some of these old bags in America. It's hilarious. It really is hilarious. Where they sort of, I don't have to wear that. It's my right not to. And then they turn really nasty because you know that they're either on drink or drugs or a combination of both. Some of them are so horrible. Really, you sit there watching this. Oh, somebody's nicked an alpaca worth. Well, I don't know what he's worth actually, but from Monmouthshire, a field. He's got tufty white ears, and somebody's. I mean, who would steal an alpaca? Only somebody who's got some land to put it on. You can't keep it in a council house, can you? Little bit of a worry. Here we go. Oh, we got some conspiracy theories. I didn't think we had any conspiracy theories. But we have. The favourite conspiracy theories include the Queen being a lizard. I don't know where that one came from. And that aliens have been sighted in Area 51. Wow. Other theories making the top 10. People thinking there's a link between 5G and COVID-19. They are the real stupids. They really are completely dumb. Epstein was murdered, the disgraced financier, and that coronavirus is a cover for Bill Gates to implant microchips into people. I mean, that's how mad some people are. Seriously. A fifth think the moon landings were faked, and 16% believe that the Loch Ness Monster really exists. I mean, seriously, these people are seriously stupid. Anti-vaxxers who think vaccine cause autism was the 9th, followed by people who say climate change is a hoax. I mean, you know, some really thick people out there. It's like, you know, there are still those who believe that the Earth is flat, that it's not circular, and so they've set up a dating agency for other stupid people. You know, if you really want to find stupid people, you know, just go into the local high street. You'll find them. They're all over the place talking to, you know, to nobody in particular about how the Earth is flat and how we should all be sort of worried about falling off the edge. Chariots of Fire star Ben Cross has died at the age of 72 following an unspecified illness. He appeared in the 2009 Star Trek reboot, passed away in Vienna. Could have passed away in a nicer place, actually, but not much fun. Not much fun. 5 to 5 is the time. And Dawn Neeson talking about Rita Ora. And she says Rita Ora is... what we've said as well, is evidently on a £17,000 a night holiday in Corfu. We know this because rather than an old-school postcard, she's treated us to pictures of her magnificent boobs in various states of undress all around the island. This girl has more bikinis than Colleen Rooney. I just wish I could remember the last thing she ever sang. I know. I think she's got a deal, Dawn, done with all the newspapers to print a picture of her doing nothing. Just standing there with her boobs hanging out. It's a bit embarrassing, really, isn't it? But, I mean, she thinks it's a career. Plus, a historian suggested a recently discovered female skeleton in a Viking warrior grave may have been transgender or gender fluid. Or perish the thought, says Dawn Neeson. She could have actually been, you know, a woman. You get these people, don't you? It's fantastic. Thank God for people like Dawn Neeson. Here's Mylene Class, outside our studios the other day, another outfit. As I say, if they don't get a first time round, she turns around and goes back and they do it the second time. You could stand out there most days and see it happening. And here's a cat and dog pal, a golden retriever called Samson, whose 2 and a 4-month-old Scottish fold moggy called Cleo, were both adopted and are inseparable. Oh, it's so cute. It's so, so cute. You've got a picture of the cat lying. It's obviously been sort of placed, you know, lie against the... They get on really well together. Isn't that cute? I think that's so sweet. So sweet. They've got 80,000 followers. They play together. Samson even likes to lick Cleo's face. Samson's the golden retriever. The cat is so cute, honestly. I hope they continue being friends for a long time. I like that. That's so, so sweet. And also, I said to Luke earlier on, we were doing the opener for the programme, and I said, Desert Rat Les is dead. Well, this couldn't, he couldn't get this one in gear at all. Desert Rat, he said, right, is what? I said, Desert Rat Les is dead. Right. He didn't understand what this was at all. He didn't know his name was Les. He'd forgotten about that bit. He thought his name was Rat, I think, or something like that. He didn't know what a desert rat was. He thought what? He thought his name was Des. That's right. I thought he was Des. He didn't know what on earth a desert rat was. And this was a soldier who helped turn the tide of World War II with victory over the Nazis. He was in the Staffordshire Yeomanry, and he was injured during a battle in Tunisia in 1943. He died at the age of 101. So he's very, very important. He was in the RAF Police. He did a further 40 years, bless his heart. But he's taking that well-earned rest at the age of 101. Gosh, if I make it anywhere near... I tell you, if I make it anywhere near the 101, that will be the rest of all rests. Coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock this Wednesday morning. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Apparently Meghan Markle was still doing the spinning, but nobody's interested. They don't live here. They're nothing to do with us. So just leave them where they are. She slips back into a British accent. Although, like most Americans, they have no idea what a British accent is, as was proven in Mary Poppins by Dick Van Dyke. So you could just imagine going, very funny, Meghan, very funny. But I think, you know, that this is my British accent. No, sadly not, dear. Cars are a couple of years away from becoming a kit car driven by Knight Rider. You'll get it, the thing will drive itself. And more than 65,000 learner drivers have got points on their licence already. Goes to prove there's 65,000 people. Nice tippy company. Dawn Neeson's up this morning. Here we go. She's got to be up this morning. She's obviously doing something very important. If at 5:05, nearly, she's up. She says, waking up to the fabulous Steve Allen Show. I think we should be glittery, shouldn't we? Yeah, the boys are going, yeah, big up for fabulous. My friend Callum, who's working next door for the next 2 weeks and 1 day, apparently the other day he thought he could be a candidate for the Magic Mike show. Now, I've seen Callum with his shirt off, and believe you me, no chance. I mean, seriously, I mean, what he needs to do is to sort of go to the same gym that Roman's been to, and then you can sort of do a bit of definition. I mean, what he needs is a body like mine. You know, what? You know, because, you know, I have the six-pack. Admittedly, it's hidden under another six-pack, but, I mean, it's there. It's there for the taking. But Callum's very good. So I think Callum, as part of the Magic Mike, could be, you know, sort of the before and after picture. You could have a picture of before, and then you could have his picture after he's done intensive training. I mean, like the boys, after they've done the bicycling, it won't improve their physiques in the slightest, but they'll just get legs like sequoias, because that's what's going to... We've been looking at bikes. We found one here, a Euro road bike, £329. But you need to sit on it to make sure that it's the biggest frame that you can get, because you don't want to sit on a thing and make it look like a child's bicycle. I mean, I've had various bikes over the years, and to be honest, I'm rubbish at it. I'm absolute rubbish. I can't cycle for love nor money. But it's 21... What do you want 21 gears for on a bike? That's 21 things that can go wrong. What you need is Sturmey Archer 3 gears. You don't need any more than 3 gears. When they go, oh, it's got 42 gears, you go, yeah, so that means the chain can fall off. And then you'll be there and you get all greasy and it'll be dreadful. No, something simple. If you get an electric bike, I appreciate the fact they are a bit expensive. And also, there'll be people who nick bikes. They seem to nick bikes professionally. I think Dawn, in her column in the Daily Star, should do a whole thing on how long a bike lasts in London. You know, if you leave it somewhere, how long before somebody's going to walk past it and go, that's the one we're having. And they come along and they can have them away in seconds. And not just push bikes, but motorbikes and stuff like that. I mean, there's a bloke who works at a pizza place in Twickenham. He's one of the delivery drivers. And so he's got an L plate. He takes his girlfriend home on the bike every morning. I see him every morning driving down the high street. Totally illegal. Don't worry, pal. Gonna get you. Can't have people like that. They're complete idiots. Steve, Boeing and Airbus used to deliver around 40 to 50 new aircraft a month until COVID came. Last month, they delivered 7 and 9 respectively. That is terrible, isn't it? It's I mean, what did we read the other day? Did we not read something about EasyJet cancelling 3 of their locations? This is not getting better. This is not getting better. And I'm just checking what everybody's doing, actually. It's Toby Anstis on holiday. He spends a lot of time on holiday, actually, taking pictures of himself lying by a pool. Always a picture of lying by a pool. And he's always the colour of creosote. Whereas I mean, the only picture I've got of any of my team, first of all, we had Luke sent me a picture of him with his feet in the swimming pool, and then Thomas sent me a picture of him burnt. He got burnt on holiday, and so and I remember thinking, why do people send you these pictures? They were totally unsolicited. I don't want to see a picture of Luke's feet sitting in a child's paddling pool. You know, it's a little bit disturbing. But that's what it is. You want to be like Corey's parents. Get yourself a hot tub installed, mate, and put a bar in. That's class. That's class. That's at Corey's parents' place. Envy of the neighbourhood they are, I tell you. People going, have you seen what they've got? Got a hot tub and a bar. And a bar as well. You know, the crane had to come and lift the thing in. It's huge. They've got loads of money. Seriously. They won the lottery. They're just keeping it quiet. I'm not supposed to be telling people that, you know, because the neighbours will start getting jealous. But no. You've noticed that there's more plants in the front garden now because they won the lottery. That's what it is. They've been out there. They're eking it out over a period of time. Because if you rush out and buy the car straight away, they're going to start noticing a Rolls Phantom sitting in the drive. You know, but so what they've done is they put some more plants in the hot tub because it's in the back garden, you don't see it so much, and the bar because it's sort of hidden away, but it's there, and they've got all the top spirits, yeah, Cristal champagne. In fact, actually, I believe the hot tub is filled with Cristal champagne. They are so rich. I mean, they make me look like a pauper. You can imagine what that's like, can't you? How depressed I feel going out today buying some geraniums. You know, people looking at me with pity. I hate being told now. I've decided it's my hate thing. If you go into somewhere and in all the DIY places I go into, they go, okay, would you like to step forward? It's like going for a barn dance. Step forward, do-si-do, turn round and go back where you came from. But leaving your trolley there, then they come round and go bzz, 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 like that. And then they go, okay, that's £42.60. And you go and, touch your card on the thing and they hand you a piece of paper. Assuming the fact that you can't transfer coronavirus on paper. And then you go out there, but it says, can you step back behind the line? Almost like I'm infected. It's seriously, it's terrible. And I've always got my mask on. I'm always a good boy. Except in the car. I don't wear it in the car. Because I don't think it's necessary to wear in the car. Well, not if I'm by myself. That would be a little bit silly, wouldn't it? So, thank you, Dawn. Nice to know you're there. Katie Price in talks to join Dancing on Ice. No, she's not. No, they're not interested. She's way too low rent. And Alison in Walthamstow says Freddie Flintoff believes the world is flat. He's even admitted it on telly. I saw it. Really? Good Lord above. Well, I am surprised. Steve, my twin brother and I used to wake our parents at 4:30 on Christmas morning to show them our presents. They probably got to bed about 1:30. We used to love the chocolate coins. Oh, I buy the chocolate coins every year in Costco. They do big bags of Belgian chocolate. And I give them to the boys. If they've been good, there's a chocolate coin for you, Corey, and a chocolate coin for Thomas, and nothing for Luke, because it's got milk in it, and they're not vegan. And so that's not much good for you, is it? Well, I mean, yeah, what did I get you last year for Christmas? Oh, didn't I? Well, what does that tell you? That tells me that you're not a member of the Groovy Gang, and you're not in on the goodies that everybody else got. You said, yes, well, the application was rejected, and you know why? Because you've lied about your age on it, and how tall you are. And so it was rejected immediately on the height thing. He going, oh, but Steve, I'm 6'2", and I'm going, you're 5'8". Stop pushing it. It's getting a bit annoying now. I'm getting not even an interview. No, he was rejected at the first hurdle. You know, how first of all he said qualifications and he went many. So that was a reject straight away. You know, language English. How do you moor a boat? Oh, you row it like that. Yeah, right. Where did he go for a staycation? He went to Welsh Wales. Steve, after all these years, I still miss my ex-wife. But my aim is getting better. Right, you're barred. Honestly. I love it when people are sort of quite good first thing in the morning. Because I reckon at this time of the morning... Oh, I have a poem. That most of you are sort of in La-La Land. Which I don't mind. I don't mind you being in La-La Land. Because generally speaking, by about 5:30, 5:45, we're all pulling ourselves together, aren't we? I just start a bit earlier than the rest of you. Which is good news. Dawn says, Steve Allen Show, bike column coming up. Yeah, that's what we like to hear. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I think if you bought a new bike, and there are certain bikes which get nicked, you could put it in a part of London and go, this bike was nicked in 10.5 seconds. It's quite big business. But what they do, didn't they find a house in North London which had something like 120 bikes in it that had been stolen? I mean, that's a lot of bikes to be nicked in London. I mean, there's not people who ride them because they nick them and they put them straight into one of these white transit vans. And then they just disappear to wherever bicycles go. So there you go. Dawn, thank you for that very much indeed. Very pleased. I've got a poem for you this morning. After yesterday's tongue twister, which I think you managed to get ourselves round. This one is by somebody called May Fenn. May Fenn. It's another made-up name, isn't it? I mean, do you think May Fenn actually exists? The programme, the poem is called Reflection. I've heard Mum say, and often too, that washing up's a bore. Why, she'd often give me twopence just to do that dreadful chore. But me, I rather like it, with my elbows in the sink, stirring up the bubbles as I have a little think. And when I start to wash them, why, the dishes fade away, and in their place a special friend come to visit me each day. There's a genie in the saucepan, and when I make the bottom shine, he shows his great big smiling face. Looks a bit like mine. He likes it when I talk to him, yet though it seems absurd, although I see him answer me, I just can't hear a word. I see his lips are mouthing words, but though I strain my ears, I've never yet heard what he's said whenever he appears. Still, I'm sure if Mum could see him, that she'd never say again that washing's up is a dreadful bore and drives her quite insane. I'm so sorry I messed up that last few lines, actually. I was doing so well. So still, I'm sure if Mum could see him, that she'd never say again that washing's up is a dreadful bore and drives her quite insane. Oh, well, I mean, got the gist of it, didn't you? That's when you say, did you used to do that? Do you know when you do the washing up in the bowl, unless you're lucky enough to have a machine to do it, which, you know, very lucky and rich. And there are probably 3 of those at Corey's house. They've probably got them stacked up outside. Every device known to man, you know. Do you have a sort of a dishwasher? Pfft, do we have a dishwasher? One on every floor in the house. Yes, exactly. It's all done automatically. But I sort of use it. You do all the washing up, and then you go to empty the water rate, and there's one bloody teaspoon. Oh, sorry. There's 1 teaspoon at the bottom of the bowl. Do you know what the trick is? You need a milk bottle, and you put it into the water, and then you can see in the bottom of the bowl whether or not there's anything still left in there. Because you don't want to put your hand in, there's still a knife in there, do you? But I've always got cutlery in there. So what I do is I get it really hot, and then sort of let it sort of steep in the water, which is oh look, it's quite good for it. With my agent calling, and oh no, it's a picture. You'd be delighted to know. It's another one from Callum, bless his heart. And this is Steve Allen cycling. He's got me cycling, huh? He's quite mad. I don't know how he does these things, but he seems to manage it. So I got one yesterday of me dressed as climbing up on Salisbury Hill, that one, and dressed as the flower. I thought it was quite good, actually. I thought he was going to do Magic Mike. Steve Allen as Magic Mike. I wonder why they call it Magic Mike, but it's in the Hippodrome. I think it's still running. It's like it's a show of, is it like the Chippendales? Well, in which case Callum couldn't do that. He can't do a Chippendale kind of act. As I say, I've seen him in his pants. Don't ask why. Steve, I'm still waiting for the comeback of penny farthings. Penny farthings. Oh, I bought my friend the new fridge for her birthday. Should have seen her face light up when she opened it. Da, 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 da. Typical Elstree kind of gag from Simon there. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody else saying they think, somebody was asking what's happening to Arj. Well, basically nothing. Basically nothing at all. There's nothing on the cards at the moment. He's hoping for a sort of little bit of a remake in the Towie programme, but he'll have to work alongside Gemma Collins. And, of course, you know, as you know, they were the world's worst fake relationship. So one minute they were sort of together, the next minute they weren't together, then they were together, then they weren't together. In the end, we got a bit bored, and he called her a hippopotamus, and they finished for good, which is good news. Do you know honey's very good for you? I've told you about Manuka honey and how good it is. Long been a folk remedy, but now research shows honey is more effective at treating ailments like cough, sore throats, and the common cold than any antibiotics or over-the-counter medication. So there you go. My advice is get some honey. And what I always do is mix it down. If I get Manuka honey, and that's about the most expensive honey you can get. There are a couple more which are more expensive. But this one, a good spoonful in a cup of hot water, add a little tiny bit of turmeric, sort you out a treat. But it's expensive. You know, you can pay 40, 50 pounds. I paid 100. See, rushing backwards and forwards. I thought I'd nip round the corner to see if my friend is in, Callum, and he's not. He's not. He's normally in because it takes him a long while to pull himself together. But he managed to get me looking like one of Magic Mike, which actually is uncanny. Seriously, but I nip round there quickly, just say quick good morning to him, and it's deserted. So perhaps they're coming from somewhere else today. Who knows? Anyway, so honey beats the antibiotics for curing coughs or colds, and I swear by it. I do swear by it. I really do. Very good for you. Also, Joe Biden had an affair with my wife. The White House hopefuls claim they met on a blind date. It's non-stop, isn't it, really? And Paul Whitehouse, marking the 26th anniversary of the Far Show, Paul Whitehouse recalls his drunken aristocratic character, the Duke of Wyborne, pictured saying, "Me, I was never in the so-called Far Show. I was in Pizza Express. Not sweating, despite having an American hottie. Clearly His Grace enjoyed a jumbo whiff of the barmaid's apron." Love it. Love it. So, Madonna, 62, and it's just desperation. I mean, she's not been in the charts for years, has she? I mean, isn't she a bit old? Was it Elton John she fell out with? I seem to remember when he said, you know, not all her show was sung. Some of it was Memorex. and they apparently fell out over it. Then they sort of got back together again. Because I think if you're dancing and if you're singing, I think it's really, really difficult. You've got to have boundless energy. I mean, it was always said she was very fit. Seriously, I mean, the fact she's only 62, I don't really see as any milestone. But it's good. Steve says, Josh, I had 2 bikes worth a total of 1,200 and 250 quid in locks stolen within 3 months of each other. I've gone back to motoring. It's amazing, isn't it, really? But I'm trying to, I mean, I have to be honest. If you've got a bike worth 1,200 quid, there's a very good chance somebody's going to know it's worth 1,200 quid. It's like people who wear very expensive watches. Crooks, target people. You know, you see somebody driving a flash car and you immediately look to see what watch they've got or what shoes they've got. I think you could look at somebody and sum them up. I mean, you'd look at me and think, poor. And you're not going to be thinking anything at all rich. But you get people who will wear them as a badge, and you get people who'll want to take them off you. So it's difficult. Amy in Hertford says, I'm recently going through a rough patch and been struggling to sleep and been listening to you for over a year. And to say you've helped me is an understatement. Well, there you go. That's good, isn't it? I couldn't have got through without you and the boys making this show happen. I know. I suppose we have to thank them on occasion, don't we, really? And favourite magicians for Make Some Noise, says Joe. When you did it for Make Some Noise last Sunday, Blimey says you can talk for hours without breaks. Impressive. Yes. That's what I get paid for. That's what I get paid for. I mean, you do get some people that wouldn't know where to begin on a radio programme that is all speech. I've always said, give me a set of newspapers, I could talk for quite a few hours, just on the newspapers, because you'll see a story and then you'll think, oh, that leads on to something else, and then something else drops into your mind, or into Luke's mind, and then we have to try and dissect it and try and work out what the dickens he's on about half the time, because we don't know. I mean, seriously, it's an his teacher must have had hilarity at school going on with sort of Luke putting his hand up every 5 minutes and going, so, miss, when we talk about the War of the Roses, what sort of roses were they, and did they get them from a local shop? You know, I can see all that kind of thing, you know. God for Harry, England, and what was the other bit, miss? That was the Battle of Agincourt. Where the English did quite well with their longbows. And apparently that's how we won Agincourt, with the longbows. They'd never used them before, I don't think. They had been around, but when you've got all the other people the other side, French, and they had something going on. When the English longbowmen came up, literally there was like a rain of these things that came down. It was like hailstones. You know, you didn't really miss these things. They were blooming dangerous. Blooming dangerous. Connie says, sad news about Ben Cross. He was in an episode of The Professionals. Was he living or working in Vienna when he died? I don't know. They just said he died over there. And that's all I know. I don't know anything else. I don't know whether or not Vienna was his base or whether it wasn't. But it's still a nice place, I think so. I mean, I worked over there for about 9 years, as you know. Another one that says, you obviously love animals. If you had a dog, what breed would you choose, says Susie. I'm not actually fussy about breeds. My father used to have an Alsatian, and we had a Cocker Spaniel, golden Cocker Spaniel. And if I had one now, do you know, I'd quite fancy a terrier. I don't know why. I've had, a friend of mine had a lurcher, and that was quite nice. A beagle, I'm not really fussy about anything. I think what happens is, when you go out to look for a dog, if you go to a rescue place, I think the dog chooses you. I don't think you can choose a dog. You know, if you go there and you go, I like the look of that one, or the thing sitting at the back of the cage going, I'm not going anywhere near you, you get vibes off dogs. If that dog comes up to you and you sort of look at it, and you just know. Dog owners will tell you, the dog finds you. It's like pussycats. You know, the cat will sort of, they can be incredibly difficult, but you never own a cat. You never own a cat. I think the cat decides on you, same way as the dogs do as well. Same way as the dogs do. I mean, I'd love to have a dog now. Because it's a good way of getting exercise, wouldn't it? Very good way of getting exercise. Steve, I listened to you on the phone just as you were going to tell the poem. A person tried to sell me something, rang, and I said, you've just interrupted Steve Allen. You didn't know what I was talking about. I know. I think you start writing on motorway bridges, actually. Steve, why is staycation being misused? It means a holiday at home, not a holiday in the UK. Pedantic of Reykjavik. Yeah, Reykjavik. Huh. Reykjavik. Is that Iceland, Reykjavik? Oh, terrible food over there, but Darren will tell you he loves it. I think their favourite thing is it rotting shark? I believe. Why would everyone eat? That's like eating stinking Bishop cheese and stuff like that. I hate wet cheeses, drippy cheeses and smelly cheese. I don't do anything like that at all. I'm a bit sort of... Although I've discovered, actually, I bought cheese in Waitrose, like, pre-cut cheese, which turns out to have bits in it that I wasn't expecting before, so I've cut down on that. If you leave it for the day, when you go to use it the next day, it's all gone floppy. It's all gone a bit funny. It's not hard anymore. It goes all flop. You have to throw it away. It looks ghastly. I wouldn't have a jelly deal if you paid me £1 million. I'm not a Londoner. I was born in Bromley in Kent, mate. All right. I'm born in Bromley Town. I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before. Everyone loves a Stevie. Wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. I'm a 8th old man called Henry. Henry the 8th I am. No, I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't eat... Oh, no, jelly deals. God, no. No. Although I wouldn't mind pie and liquor. I could go for that, because it's only like a sauce, isn't it, that goes... And I do love a meat pie, but nothing... Oh, no. Jelly deals. What sort of sick person eats jelly deals? And please don't write in and tell me they're wonderful, because I can't bear anything like that. But a pie and mash I go for. That'd be lovely. I love mash. As long as it's good mash. Like good with butter in and... Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Battle of the Beach Huts. Now, I don't know whether or not you live in a part of this fair land of ours where beach huts are de rigueur. If you haven't got a beach hut, you ain't nobody. You can't do much in them. You can't spend the time in them. But these 11 beach huts offer a haven from which to enjoy the natural glory of the coast. But they've been ordered to remove the much-loved cabins to make way for a display about the environment. Many have owned the prize huts at Durley Chine, one of the quieter stretches of beach in Bournemouth for years, and they're now going to be kicked out in 2 weeks. Well, how does that work? I mean, if they're there, are they put up illegally? But anyway, since they're now announcing this decision in March, they faced protests, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council, to highlight the damage caused by plastic. The centre will be built using plastic recovered from the sea. Some woman's had her hut for more than 25 years. They are disappointed they've not been offered an alternative beachfront site or given priority for a new hut. Well, how can they do that? They can't treat tax-paying... They've had these huts for years. Are they illegal and that's why they're kicking them out? Or are the council just a bit sort of up their own whatsits? Mr Smith says the council have rided roughshod over the owners. The council says the owners were offered the option of renting a council-owned hut near Bournemouth Pier, but Mr Smith said they would have cost £3,000 a year and are in an area where revellers often get drunk. Well, shame on the council, just because they want to put up a seafront eco-hub. That'll be their sort of good deed of the day, and we're going to do it with recycled plastic. How brilliant. Not. Thank you very much indeed. So they've been there all this time. Are they there illegally then? I think they'd get lawyers on it. Get lawyers, sort it all out. 3 producers of The Ellen Show have been fired or sacked amid claims of a toxic work culture. Executive producers Ed Glavin, Keith Liman and co-executive producer Jonathan Norman have parted ways with the show. The producer, Warner Brothers, said, because they're the ones who hold the purse strings. And Mr Generous said she'd wanted her show to be a place of respect, adding, obviously, something changed. I'm disappointed to learn it's not been the case. I told you, nothing to do with her. Why should she have to deal with stuff like that? Steve, I've got an adult tricycle. I've never had it stolen. Maybe more people need to buy them. Yes, I mean, I've seen people with tricycles. Steve, after working with Corey, of course, you'd choose a terrier. What, working with Corey would make me choose a terrier? I don't think so. I don't think Corey would ever have a dog, actually. As I say, they have a bar and a hot tub. I don't think they'd want a dog as well. Do your parents have a dog? Oh, the Beagle Cross. Of course, the Beagle Cross the other day, which doesn't talk to its brother. I mean, they were actually put in the same... They were like chalk and cheese. Chalk and cheese. I mentioned the other day, actually, that my former producer, Ian Marshall, died. As I say, I'm not having much luck at the moment of sort of producers. But, in fact, I got I've lost it now. I got a long thing from Johnny Perry, which was very good, actually, telling me all about where they got all this information from. Because I said I didn't know, actually. But in fact, he worked with quite a few people at LBC. So he died on Wednesday of respiratory problems, and he left radio to be a pilot. He was doing private piloting. Do you know, he didn't look any different at all. I look at a picture of him now. He was 66, and he was one of the early sound engineers at LBC, and Mike Carson said, both of us moved over to Night Extra when it began. He said, I can't remember the exact shift pattern, but when I became a presenter, because Mike went from driving the desk to being a presenter, he said Ian was my production engineer at least one day a week, looking after Steve Allen and Clive Bull at the weekend. And Ian and I managed to wheedle a couple of nice foreign freebies at that time to Greece, Turkey and even Sri Lanka. But it was fairly early on he decided to give up radio and follow his love flying. His PPL got him a salesman's job selling Optica spotter aircraft from a factory near Salisbury, and he had enough to apply, with all the hours he'd built up, to get a commercial pilot's licence, taking night freight around the country. And so that was that. But he lived with his wife Sheila in NW11. So very sad to report that Ian, as I say, he never looked any different at the end. In fact, probably looked even better than when I worked with him in Gough Square. And I'm now so late for the new company at Steve Allen's opening up early breakfast this morning for you who are new to the programme. We just opened the pages, and what do we have? We have a birthday. We have two birthdays. We have Bill. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You little liar. Bill is 74, and he was once asked what type of underwear he preferred, and he admitted, usually briefs. Horrible thought, isn't it? And also Simon Bird, the actor from Surrey, starred in sitcoms The In-Betweeners and Friday Night Dinner, the son of two economic lecturers. He said he never really viewed himself as an actor. He's 36 today. He's a relative child. Bill Clinton's 74. Also born in this day in 1939, Ginger Baker, the Cream drummer. Do you know, I loved Cream, but it seems so dated now, doesn't it? It really does. But it was good. And Coco Chanel was born in 1883. She was born in poverty, in an orphanage, where she learnt to sew, and she made a huge impact. You know, they say a bottle of Chanel No. 5 is said to be sold every 30 seconds. That was Marilyn Monroe, her answer when they said, what do you wear in bed? She said, just Mr. President, Chanel No. 5. That's all she wore in bed. Seems a bit dramatic. I mean, I'd have had a Winsett 90 on at least, or something like that, something to keep you warm. Also, US comedian Groucho Marx died in 1977. Aged 86. He said he wanted his epitaph to be, excuse me, I can't stand up. Good for him. Tony Booth became a father again at 57. That's the actor Tony Booth. He was married actually one time to Pat Phoenix, who was the stalwart of Coronation Street, Elsie Tanner. There was a gritty northerner. Ellen is lovely. This bullying stuff was never down to her. She just comes in, presents, then goes. Yep, she's 62. 62 now. I always thought the programme was very good. It seems to engage the audience. They seem to engage their audience really well. The audience love it. They sort of jump up and down at the right time. They do. You can understand doing the same thing every day. If you're doing it on television, at some point you're going to not be smiling. I mean, when I've done things before, when they say, OK, we're going to go to a break, that's when you sort of sit down and try and gather your thoughts and work out where you're going next. It's quite normal. Somebody said, oh, she was so miserable, she didn't engage with the audience. I'm like, no, she's engaging with the audience throughout the whole programme. It's people like you who are the bullies. Certainly not Ellen. LBC, a lot of rain coming in from the southwest today. Could cause some flooding in southern England. And texting in from Iceland, Steve, shark, horrible novelty food, but wonderful fish and lamb here. Also brought up in Bromley before ending up in Reykjavik. Shout out to Ravenswood. Oh, well, there you go. Which is good. And somebody says, my daughter had to have the family dog put to sleep yesterday afternoon. A staffy called Belle. We were all with her and loved her dearly. She was 12. What's 12 in human years? I know, is that 12 dog years? Would that be 84 in human? Is it by 7? I can't remember, actually, what it is when you sort of try and work out. So here we go. So 12 is 69. 69. That doesn't seem too old, does it? It depends whether it's big dog or little dog. I mean, sometimes dogs have sort of respiratory problems nowadays. But that's good. But you get dogs up to 15 years old. I think Darren's dog, when she passed away, well, she passed away, had her put to SLEEP because she'd been falling down. She was having seizures and everything. She's only a little dog. Many people who came to see the shows would have seen Lou. because she featured in a lot of the shows. She'd walk on stage for a piece of cheese and then turn around and go back off again. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. But it was only when we were walking around Regent's Park on the Sunday morning that we realised that she was obviously a lot iller than we thought, because sometimes she'd just stand there and then she'd just drop to the ground. Always came back round again. Harry Redknapp has made a fresh plea to EastEnders bosses to sign him up. They can't, Harry, because you're Harry Redknapp. You're well known. You're Harry Redknapp. What are you going to go in as? Yourself? You know, and so, no, definitely not. I think that would just be ridiculous. But he told somebody, I really want to part in EastEnders. It's my long-term dream. I want to be in the pub. I can see it now. I've got it planned. Yep, they haven't got it planned, and they can't see it now. Here's Peter Crouch and Abby Clancy soaking up the sunshine on the holiday island of Sardinia. I've never been to Sardinia. There's a good place you could go to, couldn't you? You could go to Sardinia, go over there. I don't know if you have to quarantine. I'm just saying you can go there. You know, and if you have to quarantine, you have to quarantine. Doesn't matter, though, does it really? I like the Daily Star. They've said exactly the same as I've said. Rio Ferdinand, rightly praised for his parenting in recent times, had to step in when his wife died. However, it does not mean he's above the law. Absolutely. It says the ex-England star tried to get off a driving ban by saying he needed his car for his kids. He takes them to school and other events, and because of his profile, he doesn't let them get driven by other people. He also said they were worried about getting taxis because of COVID-19. And then you hear that Rio's ban is a result of speeding twice last year, once in 2018, also in 2017. He's also been banned before. If driving was so important to him, says the Daily Star, and his family, he could have chosen to slow down. It's not like he never got caught. Very much a problem he's brought on himself. Absolutely. I mean, all these people, they think they're above the law. You know, oh, I'm too famous to sort of... don't be so stupid. Of course you're not. Of course you're not. Don't be so ridiculous. I've never heard anything so daft in your life. Listen, driving 85 miles an hour, you're a blooming danger. Blooming danger. Oh, a motorcyclist there. This is a motorcycle, the fastest handlebar wheelie, travelling 109.2 miles an hour at an airfield. So it was a time... You wouldn't have to get me wheeling at that. 109 miles an hour? Good grief above. Dawn Neeson says here, anybody spot the flaw in the phone app that warns you if you're drunk by monitoring how wobbly your walking is? If you've necked so much you're literally staggering, you won't be able to focus on the mobile screen, let alone respond to virtual nagging, not to drive, have risky sex, get into a punch-up. Besides, there's already a device to make a drunk man feel guilty. It's called The Wife. Thank you, Dawn, very much indeed. And she says here, no truth in the rumour that Gavin Williamson's U-turn was originally a D-turn that just got downgraded. Shamelessly, Nick, she says, off the brilliant Richard Osman to prove that Twitter isn't totally pointless. Absolutely. Spitting Image, do we like Spitting Image? We're a fan of Spitting Image? I loved it. I thought it was irreverent and it did all the things that you know, we all wanted to do anyway. Because now we're becoming so much a nation of snowflakes. You know, you can't say anything nowadays. Plus, a hill has been reclassified as a mountain after local people noticed the official measurement had gone up by 6 feet. The peak, which is part of the Mamtuk mountain range in Galway, the Connemara National Park, it's been classed as a hill, but now it's a mountain. A mountain. Have you ever heard of such a thing? And an asteroid the size of a car flew within 1,830 miles of Earth, but nobody knew about it till it passed. That's like Harry Potter, isn't it? They get in their car and off they fly. And here we go. Forget all those Les Dawson gags. Almost a quarter of blokes have actually fantasised about having sex with their mother-in-law. I don't think I want to go there. I don't think I want to go there at all, actually. And the man who walks 700 miles trekking to raise money for a pioneering treatment for his daughter, it's barefooted. He did it barefooted. Looks horrible. And they look in a dreadful state, but he did it, and it's to help his little girl. So well done to him, bless his heart. He walked across, God knows how many hundreds of miles. He did it, and he did it all by his lonesome, which is excellent. Catherine Kelly's stars of The Midwife. Anybody on The Midwife? Call The Midwife? I never saw it. I always thought it was more of a girly thing. Gemma Collins gets hired for a special assignment in episode 2 of Inside Misguided, made in Manchester. You suddenly realise she's a one-trick pony. She's neither funny, witty, intelligent, or anything at all, not even a diva. A diva would be doing the Elton John thing. Somebody takes a film of yours, shouts something at you while you're playing tennis, you throw your racket to the ground and storm off and you don't come out for the next few days. Gemma Collins is a freak diva. She's not a proper diva at all. It's just pretend. They go, oh, she's really behaving like a diva. She's never behaved like a diva. She hasn't got a quick, witty retort to anybody at all, apart from when she slapped her bum and went, Tuarge, you know what you're missing. And I thought, yeah, that's why I ditched you, dear. Goodness sake, honestly. Eddie says the Bentley passed its MOT, of course. And Steve, on your Twitter feed, you've got photos of Marmite hummus. What's your opinion? I don't like hummus. I can't stand hummus. I don't know why, Monica. I'm just. It's funny, isn't it? Some people I don't like terrace malata as well. There's all sorts of things. I've started becoming a bit peculiar about some of the food that I'm eating. But there you go. Do I like what? Stifado? What's that? It's a Greek dish. Why don't they call it beef stew then? What do you call it stifado for? We had this the other day with sherbet, but it turned out not to be sherbet at all. It turned out to be lemonade powder. Do you like Joanne Webb? We're now trying to get over the shock, are we not, that Marks and Spencer's are now going to axe another 7,000 jobs. Now, that's the largest amount of jobs cuts made by British retailers since the start of the crisis. John Lewis, 1,300. Boots, 4,000. Debenhams, 6,500. Dixon's Carphone, 3,700, including the closure of its Carphone warehouse business. And so the M&S cuts have taken a number of jobs at risk at big British businesses to 204,000, just under 205,000. I mean, but where are they going to take them from? Where are they going to take these people from? I mean, sometimes you go into Marks. If I go to Kingston, Marks and Spencer, sometimes you've got to hunt around for an assistant. So they can't be cutting anybody from there. Normally there'd be sort of four till places. But all I can see is the shoplifting increasing. That's all it's going to do, isn't it? More and more people are going to go out nicking things, knowing they're probably going to get away with it. Because every time you hear the alarms going off, there's nobody who leaps forward to sort of grab you and go, I'm sorry, I think you've nicked something. Which, of course, would be perfectly plausible. Strange enough, I bought, what did I have the other day? Oh, a pair of shoes. And it still had the label underneath. So I peeled the label off and it's under the label, the thing that sets off the alarms. Only on the one of the shoes. I suppose if you've only got one leg, you could just nick one sort of thing, isn't it, really? Steve, give the midwife a really good... Joe John, not for me. I just wasn't remotely interested. I couldn't be interested in Call the Midwife. I'm sure it's wonderful and people love it, but it just doesn't do a thing for me, which is a shame. The Mirror today: Top Gun or Flop Gun? There are more films getting another makeover. Yep, they're so desperate to get some films going again that they've decided to start remaking classic films that we saw ages ago. For example, released December the 18th this year, Coming to America. This was Arsenio Hall and Eddie Murphy. Coming back as well, released, they're still waiting, Hellraiser. They're doing a remake of Hellraiser. They're doing a remake of Gremlins. Released, I think, in next year, 2021. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. I never got it, actually. I always meant to buy the blooming thing. I never got round to it. Very good film. I know, very good film. Sort of film... Sorry? John Candy, yes. Yes. And Steve Martin, yes, absolutely. What year did that come out originally? No, wrong. 87. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. 3 Men and a Baby. I thought it was rubbish first time around. They're going to remake that again. It'll be coming out next year. Dirty Dancing 3. I mean, it's just ridiculous. To be announced probably 2022. Ghostbusters Afterlife. That's released in March of next year. Maverick, Top Gun Maverick. Again, Tom Cruise once again feels the need for speed. See, the trouble is, I do like Tom Cruise, but I do get the feeling, they've got to come up with some other films. Can't do the same films all the time. Dune. Did you ever see Dune? It was a mini-series in 1984. And Bill and Ted Face the Music. So we had Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, 91. 89 was Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And this one's coming out September 23rd. So all these programmes are coming back again because basically they've run out of ideas. which is, without putting too fine a point on it, that's all they have done. So they've gone, let's remake, that. They might as well remake Mary Poppins or remake Bedknobs and Broomsticks or remake just about everything. I watched a bit of Gladiator the other day on the television with whoever it is in it. And I suddenly remembered that Russell Crowe, really what a dreary film. I mean, it's the only thing I remember is when it first came out, they ruined it by saying that when they're in the arena, the gladiatorial arena, and they release traps which lift up and out comes a tiger. It's on a leash and they have to try and keep it away from them. And then somebody said, it was all CGI'd. In other words, it didn't exist. They sort of put it on afterwards. And so they were told, OK, flinch sideways, because that's where the paw will come in. It was like when I was speaking to Hugh Bonneville about Paddington. And I said, but I mean, what were you playing to when you talked about it? He said, we're playing to a broom handle with a hat on the top of it. That's what they were playing to. That was the thing that sort of substituted for Paddington. Then he had to be drawn in, and they would say, so whenever you see him patting him on his head or something like that, obviously he's patting nothing because Paddington doesn't exist. But it was because then he was sort of made to come to life. It's clever though, isn't it, really? I think it's very clever. Always fools me. I don't want to be told about it. When they did the Titanic, and they said, this opening shot of all the people, it's all CGI'd. It doesn't exist. They just had pretend little figures walking about on the deck, and then when they came in for the close-up shot, then it cuts into real time. And when the Titanic went down, because I don't want to ruin it for you, panic alert, but it sinks. They've got all these people who are falling off the ship, but when you saw it done, they were all on wires, so they sort of fell. There was almost like stunt men and women. Still quite good, though, the film. I still liked it, actually. I'd love to have been on the Titanic. Well, obviously, I wouldn't want to be on the Titanic. But you'd like to have sort of gone on there, perhaps on a voyage that it didn't decide to sink, which is going to be a little bit better, isn't it? Call it when filling the freezer. Apparently, freezer crammed full of food, you're doing it all wrong. So you don't have your freezer full of food. Which experts said, aim for a happy medium, and they listed as unsuitable for freezing fried food, salad, greens, cucumber, radishes and mayonnaise, while eggs are fine out of their shells. I'd have frozen all of those things. My auntie, Betty, used to freeze her boys' sandwiches for school. She'd make them at the beginning of the week, make a whole pile of sandwiches, wrap them all up in tin foil, put them in the freezer. And then in the morning, she'd go to the freezer, take out the packet of sandwiches, put them in their lunchbox. But by the time they got to school, they'd defrosted, so they were ready to eat. She used to defrost everything, chicken, cheese and pickle, the whole lot. It seems quite a good idea, doesn't it, really, if you think about it? You could do it yourself for coming in here in the morning. You could actually make some sandwiches the night before if you have a loaf of bread. You haven't, Luke, but it doesn't matter. You could just bring in some pot noodle, couldn't you? That'd be quite nice. I see you having pot noodle. Real student food, isn't it? We can't afford anything because we had beer last night. Oh, God, I was so woozy. My first drink, Oh, God, I was terrible. Then my mother phoned. I had to try and pretend I was sober. Hello? Pot noodle. Race protest teen defaced Lord Nelson and sprayed a V for Vendetta on it. This is Jai Ichera, who returned 3 nights later and painted down on the Plymouth Norwich Hotel, on the plinth in the grounds of Norwich Cathedral. Ichera admitted criminal damage and was given a conditional discharge and made to pay £22 victim surcharge. Well, it must have taken a lot more than that to clean up. Should have been fined at the cleaning up thing. Just walked away. But the Nelson Society said there was no evidence to back up the suggestion he supported slavery. People always say these things, don't they? And they go, where did you get that information from? So you try and tell them, and it never seems to work, I'm afraid, actually. Steve says, Des, that's the problem with movies today. Too much CGI. Can't beat classic movies that use good old-fashioned puppets and costumes. At least it looked more realistic. For example, the Alien in the Alien movies. See, I thought all of that stuff was really good, actually. Steve, in tears of laughter about the shoplifters at M&S. I've seen one chap at Kingston branch does it all the time. Oh, I know. You'll say to them, oh, shoplifter. They go, oh, they're in all the time. And you think, yeah, they're shoplifting. There's a bloke who walks around Twickenham and he just shoplifts. You see him all the time. He's drunk most of the time. He just wanders in, picks up something, walks straight out again. Nobody's ever challenged him. And also, we've got all these beggars. They do a thing in America. What do they call them? There's a name in America for beggars where they discover they're not beggars at all. It's an organised gang. No home, no job, all the rest of it. And so one of the women said, well, you haven't got a job. I can get you a job. She was a reporter, an undercover reporter for NBC, I think. And the woman said, I don't have a telephone, you can't contact me. She said, well, that's all right. I can come and collect you, or you can drive over. I don't have a car, we don't have a car. Oh, well, I'll come and collect you anyway for a job. She knew damn well she wasn't going to take it because she was a bent crook. And she was out there. And then they discovered there were loads of them. They all got exactly the same sign, all driving off. One of them was driving a Mercedes. Organised crooks. And they generally are holding babies. We've got them in Twickenham. We had 3 the other day. They sit on the ground with a thing going, cold, hungry. I thought, you can't be cold in this weather. That's just a blatant lie. And they're part of a gang. They arrive in a car, they're dumped off in the morning, they sit there all day. The police are constantly moving them on, but they come back. And don't ever give money to them. They're not the people you think they are. Definitely not. We had a Jack Russell called Maddie, says Susie from Battersea. Told she was 2 years old when we got here. She lived until 19. Wow. That's good, isn't it, really? That's very good. I downloaded the film Albert and Lucas that you mentioned yesterday. Good. They want people to download it. Definitely worth a watch. Dark comedy, all in black and white, says Sally in York. Thank you. And also, did you see last night's replay, Steve, of EastEnders? The classic Queen Vic C, where Peggy announces the Frank and Pat affair. Her acting was brilliant. I know, I hope she saw it as well. Because that's actually very good for people like her suffering from dementia, to see things. Sometimes it jogs a little cog somewhere inside, moves, and things sort of appear to be heading in one particular direction. So I think it's good. Matthew says, I know it's sad, but my treat later today will be a box of Ice and Ice lollies and a copy of GQ. Oh, hobos. No, they're not hobo. Not these ones, Stevie. They're not hobos. There's another name for them. They're basically crooks, because the moment the television crew appeared, they couldn't get out of those spaces. They're holding kids. You know, we need the money, God bless you, and all the rest of it. They're crooks, out-and-out crooks. And you see people giving them money. I always tell people in Twickenham, don't give these people money sleeping homeless. They're not homeless, they're just there to rip you off. Very dangerous, very dangerous. What else we got? Oh, we got the news coming up, just realised, actually. Also, what was the other day? Oh, it was Philip Schofield says it's been a very peculiar week as he dresses up in the middle of August because they're recording their Christmas things. You won't find any programmes at Christmas, apart from LBC, where you've got live presenters on over the festive period. Hate to mention Christmas at this particular juncture, but absolutely, that's what we will be doing. I'm hoping to be here myself on Christmas morning, which would be very nice. I had a green salad last night, OK? I felt like being healthy. I didn't want to sort of cook anything, have everything fried, which I don't do anyway. So I just decided to have a green salad with some coleslaw on it and some potatoes. Potato salad, yeah. I quite like potato salad. I don't know if it's any good for you, but I had that. And I was going to have Thousand Island dressing on it, but then my Thousand Island dressing had seized up. So I shall have to go and get some more today. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why it's seized up. It just wouldn't come out of the bottle. So I'm going to go and get some more today and have that. I might have sort of a ham salad or a chicken salad. Chicken salad's quite nice, actually. Trying to be healthy. Not really. I'm just sort of... I'll probably end up having sort of fish fingers or something. Something ridiculous. Somebody says, Steve, I wish supermarkets would refuse to serve people who don't wear a mask. Young man in the supermarket today who thought he was too cool to wear a mask. Well, he might have asthma. There must be some sort of reason. As I say, I love it in America where they sort of stop them and say, well, we're not serving you. You have to serve me. It's my right. They think they're all terribly clever, but of course they're not particularly clever at all. What else we got? Oh, The Sun. Mums today call on Gavin Williamson to never again shut schools or risk scarring a generation of children. Blimey. It's a bit dramatic, isn't it, really? And animal lovers want to save the bacon of a wild boar that's pinched a naked sunbather's laptop. It ran away. The brazen beast faces being put down for her antics, and some nudist was sort of chasing. Not a pretty sight, actually. It's in Berlin, but this one has built a reputation for being friendly. But she foraged, so animal lovers now want to save the bacon. Well, they're not going to eat it. He just wants his laptop back. It's as simple as that. It's not too complicated. Britain could be cleared to use driverless cars on the road. You must be joking. I wouldn't get in a driverless... Would you get in a driverless car? I wouldn't. No, thank you. I've got... In fact, I think Tom Swarbrick was talking about his car the other day, and he said it's got cruise control. It obviously sounds far more sophisticated than my car. I've got cruise control, but the trouble is on the Britain's motorways, there's always so much traffic. Cruise control is a waste of time. Because you put it on, it'll do up to, whatever you type into it, it sort of comes up. And it's a case of then you get near another car. On some of them, it will then hold the car back a bit. Other ones, you've got to take it off cruise. You might as well just drive the blooming thing. If it's an automatic, it's easy. It's only if it's manual that it's a bit of a pain. Sink or swim, fears are growing that Swindon could be the next one to face lockdown. The Wiltshire town has the highest COVID-19 rates in the south of England. Oh dear, Swindon. What have you lot learnt? God knows. Mind you, Richmond, not looking very good. I think they've had 29 coronavirus cases in 4 days. What are you doing, you good burghers of Richmond? Obviously the same in Swindon. So the measures come as lockdowns were slapped on Leicester. They finally eased those. But Swindon has the 5th highest infection rate. Uh-oh. That'll be pubs and everything else. So nail bars, beauty salons and tanning booths can reopen, but residents must not meet outside private homes. I'm still debating when I go down and see my poor godchildren. I'll probably forget what I look like, actually. Steve, I'm a dog groomer. Oh, now wait a minute. Before I go any further, I'd heard something the other day about people who take dogs for walks. I think they're called dog walkers. And other people like that who are not licensed. They've got no insurance. They just do it for extra money. And they take people's dogs out. And sometimes you see them with like 10 dogs on leads. Well, they're going to stop that. They're going to make sure that you've got insurance, the proper, all sorts of, just in case a dog dies or something, you've got to have all of these kind of things. And you've also got to be trained. Because, I can go out, I can advertise today, Steve Allen's dog walking. And I could seriously take money from people and go out there. Well, the government are going to stop you doing that. So for all those people who've been having a nice little bit of how's your father cash in hand, they're going to take it away. I heard that yesterday, actually. COVID-19 is now killing 7 times fewer people in the UK than flu and pneumonia. So that's good news. But unfortunately, you don't want to die of either. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to die of flu, pneumonia or COVID. I don't want any of my team to die of anything. That'll just upset the apple cart. Definitely. Police in Nottingham came across a penguin. Yes, I saw the picture, actually. I saw the picture. It was somebody who had they kept a penguin at home. It is possible, I'm led to believe. And it might have been used for something. I don't know. Sometimes they have pets that they take out. We had one in the studio once. They go to the toilet everywhere. I can't tell you. Very messy creatures. Very messy. So, and another one here. I was asked to give money in Brighton, and I replied, you have better trainers than I have, and I run marathons. A friend was outside Waitrose and asked for £1 for the dog. I said, wait a minute, then returned with a load of dog food. Geezer went mad. Oh, dear. Another one here says, I can't believe you read out that masked Nazis text threatening to starve people to death. I didn't read that out at all. What planet are you on? Didn't read that out at all. Starving people to death. No. I didn't read that. So obviously you're just making it up, aren't you, Lorcan? Oh, dear. You know what we do to people who make things up? We have to lose people. I wish... there we go. It just says, I wish supermarkets would refuse to serve people who don't wear a mask. Young man in the supermarket who thought he was too cool to wear a mask. That's what we read. Where did you get the sort of starving bit? You making it up? Don't make things up. No friends now. Sadly, Lorcan, you've burnt your little bridge, love. Burnt your bridge. Also, another one here. The dog groomer. We have an Italian greyhound cross poodle that comes to us. An Italian greyhound cross poodle. Good grief, what does that look like? That must be some dog and a half. I quite like all the Queen has corgis which are crossed with something. I thought at one time they were just corgis, but they've been crossed with something else. And I can't remember what it is now, because the Queen loves corgis, which is great. And Tish says, I saw a man at the self-service till in M&S, put all the goods through and then put them in his bag and walked out. I think that's how it's supposed to be, isn't it? You put all the things through and then you put them in your bag and then you walk out. Because it goes by weight. It can tell you if you haven't done it properly. And I went to the cinema with my mother in 1959 to see Ben-Hur. She loved any film that starred Charlton Heston. Didn't Ben-Hur have extra bits put in it that didn't appear in the original film? I seem to remember there was something else that was in the film. I can't remember what it was now, but I'm sure there were extra bits. Meghan's too. We're still spinning the dreary twosome. 2 years of living here and mixing with the royal family. She didn't mix with the royal family at all. That was the whole idea, I thought. It left her with traces of a British accent. Apparently she often calls people darling. What, is that what the British people do? They call people darling all the time. What rubbish. The American staff at the California mansion where they now live get a real kick out of her new mix for... Oh, they've got staff, have they, living in? Can't they do anything? Oh, blimey. They need to teach him how to push a vacuum cleaner around. Staff. Honestly. How pathetic. How pathetic. Steve. The only reason all these big towns are getting locked down is because of idiots not bothering to follow the rules. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's also people who are, walking around without masks on, which can, of course, save other people. But they're the selfish ones. The ones who don't go in there without a mask on are the selfish people. OK? And they're generally a bit... they're not the full ticket. Not the full ticket at all. Also, look at this. A cheeky reveller set up a GoFundMe page for donations to pay for his drinks when he returns to a top venue in Ibiza. He says that the place is very expensive. Quizzed yesterday, he said the claims to be skint were made up. I bet, dear. His name's Dave Nightingale. He forked out $3,000 for a 5-day holiday with his wife Lisa at the O Beach Club. That's the one owned by Gary Lineker's brother, where they charge 225 quid for a bottle of gin. More fool people who go there, I should imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Paul Mescal, who became a telly sensation in lockdown, he's now being tipped for a stellar career in music. His pop star pal, Dermot Kennedy, has teased the Normal People actor has got an incredible voice. Right. Who's Dermot Kennedy? Well, I've got no idea who Dermot Kennedy is. But he's apparently a pop star. I'm looking at a picture, it didn't help me either. Dermot, whose debut album, Without Fear, went to #1 in October last year, became pals with the actor. Oh, right. So he's only had one album out. He's not had anything else. Also, Gemma Collins has revealed she was bullied at her all-girls school for being too popular. Of course, dear. Of course. Of course. Everybody gets bullied at school. You weren't the only one. Everybody gets bullied at school. There was hardly anybody. Apparently, the Queen has a Corgi Cross Dachshund. It's known as a Dorgie. A Dorgie? Really? Unbelievable, isn't it? Steve, Sunday afternoon, such a treat, but not a word about Auntie Enid, says Bev in Ramsgate. I didn't want to mention her because she wanted to see the programme and they couldn't hook her up in time, so they just sort of played her old bits of me on the beach at Bridlington, and she thought that was good enough. Went very well, actually. Went very, very well indeed. All the boys did very well. Corey'd had a few sherbets, I have to tell you. But, I mean, apart from that, everything... We didn't have any major mishaps, did we? We didn't upset anything. We didn't sort of, unplug a lamp, nothing. What was the matter? There was that little incident where you had a bit of a fit in the corner, I know. I don't want to repeat it now. It's embarrassing for you. Only you could think of something like that. Not good enough, honestly. You wait till I see your mother. Hot tub and bar or no hot tub and bar. Also... what was this? Oh, this was I'll have to do it in a minute, actually. It's not a good story. But the good news is the boy who was thrown, do you remember, from the 10th floor viewing platform, has visited home and was super happy to see his toys again. Bless his heart. He was 6 when he was hurled, but he went home to see his toys for the weekend. So that's a bit of good news. Karen says Corgi crossed with a sausage dog. Just seems like an odd combination. It really does. Matthew says, talking to dogs, my favourite, Labradors or English Bull Terriers. A.K.A. a la Bullseye, which was in Oliver Twist, of course. I like labs, but I like chocolate labs. Chocolate labs are quite nice. I don't like them when they get sort of older Labradors because they start, walking a bit peculiar. Hands-free driving available from next spring, says Jackie. Will you still have to pass the driving test? I should imagine so. I don't know how they're going to work that. How they're going to work that at all. Somebody says, how can mask wearing be enforced? Oh, throwing people in the stocks? Pelting them with rotten fruit? I don't know. We've often discussed this, actually, out of people not wearing them. I think you just have to look at them and go, you're really selfish, aren't you? And leave it at that. Leave it at that, you know. They'll understand, or possibly they won't understand. I like these... what are these dogs here? They look like that, you know, that one that Philip Schofield's got on his programme. It looks like the sort of dog that you put your pyjamas in. You unzip its belly and pop your pyjamas in there. And it was really cute, actually. They're very cute. They just look like they're toy dogs with all sort of fur. They're sort of generally in a sort of a light brown kind of colour, which I think is great. Also, Navy chiefs splashed out more than £2 million on private advisors to tell them sailors belong at the sea. £2.1 million. Why do people do things like that? Why do they do that? Also, domestic abuse campaigners want Sainsbury's to ditch a Roald Dahl mug because it has "hit her" appear above. It's thought to be a line from the novel Matilda, which reads, "The germ of a brilliant idea hit her." Domestic and sexual abuse activist Catherine Arenello posted, "Who on earth A, designed this and B, authorised it? It's a disgrace." And Graham Towle, a professor of forensic psychology, tweeted, "Do you really not get the problem with this? It's a mug on sale in Sainsbury's." My God, it gets worse, doesn't it, really? You'll probably have... the next thing will be a doormat. "Now please wipe your feet." How dare you dictate to people? How dare you dictate? Dreadful. Steve, did you know Barbara and her life story? It was on last... I saw it, actually. I did see it. I thought it was great. Great life. Great friendship with Kenny Williams and Joan Sims. Yep. Hi, Polly. But, yes, I do remember. I remember seeing it. I didn't see it first time round. Very good. Steve, read your comment about Ben-Hur and... wait, I've lost it now. Maybe you're thinking of Spartacus, which originally deleted some scenes considered too gay, with Laurence Olivier and Tony Curtis reinstated. That's what I was thinking of, actually. Was there nothing on Ben-Hur? Oh, I tell you what I know about Ben-Hur. When they did the chariot race, they only had a small audience in the stand. So what they did, they duplicated them. So in other words, when you saw the arena, it was the same group of 200 people. So they filmed them standing there cheering and clapping. Then they moved them 25 feet to the left and they were cheering and clapping. And then they put it all together and it looked like it was packed. Isn't that clever? It's a cockapoo, which is Phillips's dog. I don't think it was actually Philip Schofield's dog. It was dead cute, though. I mean, seriously, I looked at it and I thought, that was nice. That was a really cute little... If ever I was going to go for a cute dog, that would be it. That would be it. I was in a well-known supermarket the other day, says Alex, a young man not wearing a mask. I politely asked why he wasn't wearing one. He said he'd forgotten it. When I reminded him he should wear it, he said, "I don't come from here." Obviously a COVID-free planet, says Alex from Airdrie. Yes. Well, mind you, didn't they picture the bloke from Top Gear walking out? Didn't they? He walked out of some place without a mask on. Somebody says, "Why are you not wearing it?" He said, "I forgot it." I'm like, how can you forget it? You can't forget it. It's not possible. And I've never heard praise for anyone like the praise James O'Brien had for you yesterday. His switchboard was down and he was under pressure. He said, "You're the best in the business," said Gary. Well, he's absolutely right. Mind you, I have to pay him for these mentions. He didn't do them for free. I'm tax deductible. He will then write something. He'll say something about Steve Allen, and then everybody tells me. People write to me. They go, "Did you hear yesterday, Jake?" Because I did hear him yesterday, actually. I didn't hear, obviously, my bit, because that would be too embarrassing. But he's always mentioning me. In fact, actually, without blowing my trumpet... I get mentioned by more presenters on here than anybody else. I don't know why. There's no logical... Probably because I'm attractive, slim, talented, good-looking, the usual sort of thing. I don't know why people mention me all the time. They just do. I have no idea why. The lovely Captain Rob is back from the sea on Saturday after 18 weeks, coming from Spain, but doesn't have to quarantine, as seafarers, apparently, says Rose, are key workers and therefore exempt. Well, there's a blessing in disguise. About time we had some good news, isn't it, really? Morning, Steve, from Jessie the Poodle. And, this is Jessie. Oh, so cute. They're so cute. The trouble is, that whenever you get them wet, you just sort of end up with basically a stick with 4 legs. There's nothing of them at all, is there? So cute, aren't they? Oh, don't show me things like this at this time of the morning. I'm supposed to be, dealing with coronavirus and, the pandemic and all the rest of it. And you show me a picture of a poodle and immediately I go to pieces, which is terrible. So the doggy in Pip Schofield's ad is a cockapoo. Well, it's very nice. It's very nice. And Mark the trucker says, forget takeaways. I do all my cooking in the truck, spicy beef with new potatoes and spring onion. Well, I'm looking at a picture of it now, and it's in colour. And do you know what the producer said, Mark? He said, I don't think the beef looks like it's cooked. I thought, no, he's cooking it at the moment. This is why it's bubbling away. It looks delicious. You're not eating that all by yourself, are you? Is that just one person's meal? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, 15 potatoes. And what looks like half a tonne of steak in there. It looks delicious. It's bubbling away nicely. In fact, that does look very nice and appealing. And we both agreed, because Luke can't eat meat, we both agreed that we thought that looked really nice. Bit dangerous, though, cooking it in your lorry, isn't it? Be very careful. Steve, my old boy, was a cross-lab staffy. Wait a minute, I've lost it. That you've met a few times. He likes to lean and stand on your foot. I don't mind that. Thank you, Bex, very much indeed. Ben-Hur, great film. I like Ben, but I didn't think much of her. Thank you. Rain has hit the south coast, Steve. Heavy and will last for 4 to 5 hours. We'll reach London in 2 hours' time. Wait a minute. That's okay, I can be out in 2 hours' time. And, Steve, I heard James O'Brien singing your praises so sweet. He's after something. He's after publicity for his new book. That's what it is. He's after publicity for his new book because I haven't mentioned it. Well, actually, I'll tell a fib. I have mentioned it a few times. That he's got a book out. Ian Dale's got a book out. Matt Stadland's still got his, birds. And, who else is it? Must be, I'm sure somebody else has got a book out. I can't remember who else it is. Eddie Mayer's not got a book out, has he, at the moment? Sheila not got a book out? I'm sure somebody else has got a book out, but I can't remember what it is at the moment. I might be wrong on that one. No. Nick Frawley's not got a book out, has he? Definitely not. Don't think so. Well, that wouldn't surprise me. Sometimes he sneaks a book out very quickly. But Eddie has written books, yeah, but he doesn't have one out at the moment, does he? Look at that. There you go. Oh, he's Confession. Oh, he's got a book. Oh, he's got like an autobiography or a biography. Confessions of a Radiohead. Eddie Mayer, a good face for radio. That's what they used to say. They say that about people, don't they? Gary Bushell said that about me. He said, Steve Allen, good face for radio. I was quite hurt. Quite miffed. I thought, yeah, Gary Bushell, good face for writing a NAF TV column. You know. But I thought, no, don't say that, Steve. That makes you bitter. Makes you bitter. And I'm not affected by that. I'm following Ryland's a sort of advice, which is if anybody ever takes the mickey out of you, look at your bank balance. And then I burst into tears. C, how do you hide a horse under cheese? Mask my pony. You get that one? Yeah, okay. Steve, clear plastic face shields are the best. They protect the wearer's eyes, nose and mouth. I'm told not, because there's too much air gets underneath. That's what I was told. They don't steam up. Oh, I get steaming up all the time. But I'm quite into it. I've got my mask here, showing here, and I shall wear it. I wear it every day. Even if I'm walking down the high street, I can walk past people, like Brenda, used to work in the chemist, do you remember? And I see her every so often. The last time, she nearly walked past me. She didn't recognise me. Which actually is sort of probably a sort of a good thing as far as she's concerned. But people do go past me, and I go hello, and they go, oh, it's you. I didn't reckon it was you. It's like bumping into Highways Malcolm, you know, who's sort of helping us out at the moment. Made his day yesterday. I told you I got that from I got that from one of my drivers who turned around. I said yesterday, and we hadn't said a word all the way back. And then we pull into Twickenham, and I'm a bit of a nightmare with the traffic, only briefly. And he said, this is the highlight of my life. He said, driving you. A bit like driving Miss Daisy, I think. It's something like that. But Highways Malcolm, he said, it made my day. So there you go. If we make somebody's day, and he works for the Highways Agency, that's got to be good news. Got to be good news, because otherwise, what is, I mean, if you go through your life and you think, have I got something to look forward to today? There's always got to be something that you're going to look forward to doing. Isn't there? What makes my day? Corey makes my day. His little happy smiling face. And then you realise that lurking underneath this happy little smiling butter wouldn't melt kind of thing is absolute filth. Absolute filth. You know, it's a case of he looks so innocent, you know, his hair and all the rest of it. But really, he's nurturing all sorts of I mean, seriously, it's another person completely. Morning, and Alan says, I love the Steve Allen soundbite on Eddie's show. Yes, we do. We do as well, actually. We love the sound. We never know what it is. What was yesterday? Somebody was guessing. Be funny if one of these days we're going to play Eddie Mayer's soundbite, and we're going to go. Good Lord, somebody got that right the other day. So this was yesterday's soundbite. Why on earth would anybody in the right mind want to abuse a bin man? There you go. We were talking about that because apparently attacks on bin men have risen by some horrendous amount, like 46% in some areas. And I remember thinking, why would somebody want to attack a person who literally, they reverse a lorry into a drive or something like that, they take your rubbish away and then they drive away. They don't stop for a chat. And people abuse them, and I really couldn't understand that. But there again, people attack ambulance drivers and stuff like that. We're in a very sad time, I think. Julie and partner, Dartford Paul, I've been taken to Rhodes this week. Very, very hot here. You can't cope, so I left you in the room till tomorrow at 4. Sidcup Julie. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I love the pictures that people send me back of where the tote bags have been. I like that a lot. I think that's very good. Donny says, who would you say is your favourite character from Only Fools and Horses? I like Grandad, actually. I like the first Grandad, not the one who looked like me. I liked all of them, but the first Grandad. I thought, what do you think, Del? Oh, he was lovely. He was so nice. I liked him a lot. The Italian Greyhound Cross Poodle is 23 years old. Good God in heaven. That's amazing, isn't it? In fact, that is quite amazing, actually. Steve, we went to Sark a few years back, picked up on the jetty by tractor to the hotel, cycled an old-fashioned bike all week. But the best bit was sitting in a field, watching a rock in the sea, really close to us, hundreds and hundreds of puffins nesting. One of the best days of my life. Beautiful, bright stuff. I know. Do you ever remember, sorry to ruin your day, Carol, in Rochford, but do you remember seeing the David Attenborough programme with these puffins? They launched themselves off cliffs to get to the water and everything else, and then the seagulls pick them off as they're flying. These little birds are sort of flapping away like mad, and then seagulls pick them off. Nasty things, seagulls. We don't even like them in London, let alone picking off little birds. Alan thinks it could be Matt Fry, who has a book out. He might be, actually. It was lovely hearing him the other day. And who's your favourite carry-on character? Oh, gosh. Don't think there is a favourite carry-on character. I think they were all great. I've watched every single carry-on film, all the little things that they made for television, the carry-on Christmas programmes, all of it. And I just thought it was now we know more about the characters. You know, remember, people used to go to the cinema to watch the Carry-On films. You'd watch Carry-On Camping with Barbara's famous bikini being pulled off by somebody with a fishing line. They just pulled it off, and I just thought they were all good. I loved Hattie Jakes. Always wanted to meet Hattie. Never met Hattie Jakes. Met Kenneth Williams twice, but not for social chit-chat. He was very dapper. He was very arch. He used to go out. His favourite restaurant was Joe Allen's. But the moment he got recognised, he would leave. But he'd make a lot of noise about being, so I said, and all this kind of thing. And the moment somebody, oh my God, it's Kenneth Williams, he would leave. He'd achieved his objective. Charles Hawtrey, I'd love to have met him. He was very complicated. And oh God, so many of them. I mean, I thought they were great films. But of course, never mention it in front of Barbara, because she didn't earn diddly squat out of them, because they didn't know about years to come how famous they would become through the Carry-On films. It was a right little rip-off, as they say. And here we go. Worst joke of the day. Get ready to bar this one. My grandparents were called Pearl and Dean, but we just called them Grandma and Grandpapa, Papa. Remember that? Do you remember Pearl and Dean? You won't get that gag at all, will you? Why are you not in the real world with us, Luke? Why are you not understanding all the things? You've never heard of Pearl and Dean adverts. When you used to go to the cinema, they would go pa-pam, 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 wow, and then it would go into the sequence of adverts. Pearl and Dean. You never saw those? Were you chained to your bed or something? Were you allowed out to go to the cinema? They're very famous. You can find them on YouTube. Pearl and Dean, or Pathé News, da-dun, da-dun, dun, 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 da-da-da-dun, and then you'd have a cockerel Crow. No, you don't remember the cockerel. I must say, sometimes I feel so old here. Sometimes I want to give up. You talk to him and you suddenly think... I remember having a producer once and I said, did you like Diana Ross and the Supremes? And she looked at me and she went, I don't know who they are, Steve. And I suddenly realised then I was fighting a losing battle. Front page on The Guardian. Plastics toll in the ocean 10 times worse than feared. Of course it is. People throw rubbish in the ocean. People throw it on the beaches. Look at the picture we had the other day in the newspapers of the Lake District and somebody on a campsite, they'd left all their rubbish there. Wasn't that I think they need to find it. One of them got caught. Somebody threw they just dumped the rubbish in a bag, but somebody found them and they went round and they're prosecuted. I was very happy about that. It's like people at bus stops, peasants. Why they can't put rubbish in a bin that's sitting right next to them. They don't even have to walk for it. It's terrible. The number of adults in Britain with depression has doubled during the pandemic. I'm not surprised. I mean, there's quite a lot of things that have happened during the pandemic. Not only have people put on weight, people have drunk more alcohol, and now there's more people suffering with depression. I mean, in some areas it's risen by 31%, and that means that there's 31% of people out there who just can't cope by themselves. I mean, I think if you're a single person, you wouldn't have any problem coping. But if you're an elderly person, that could be a problem. I mean, luckily, my neighbours are very good. They read and they watch the television and they check on the on sort of the internet. You can, there's so many things that you could do on the internet that are so good and so educational at the same time. You don't need to sort of worry about anything at all. You just need to... Oh, my... Driver today, Speedy Gonzales, which means we'll be getting home in about 5 minutes. So I sit in the back, I'll get G-force from this one. Also, terrific days out for everyone in the Eye, because that's what we need. How much longer are the kids off school? I mean, is it many more weeks we've got to put up with this? When do they go back? September? Is it September 12th or something like that? Oh, grief, honestly. And Will Guyatt. Do you know, we were thinking about Will Guyatt. There was a question. I can't ask you on air because it's an off-air question. And he says, did you ever voice any ads in the days of local cinema advertising? It's all on offer at Guyatt's of Wiltshire. No. The only people that they liked for voiceovers were actors. So most of the agencies for the voice work, they were actors. So you'd have, the Dawn Frenches and people like that who'd be doing it. It was very rare unless it was somebody like Enritel who could do those sort of voiceovers. Everybody thought, I'll just go into voiceovers. And there was an advert that used to run in the Stage newspaper saying, looking for voiceover people, and that what you had to call was a premium rate number, which I thought was a bit of a swizz. Nobody's ever going to ask you to call a premium rate number for actually, doing... anything like that. Esme Cannon in Carry On Cruising, getting drunk playing table tennis, simply brilliant. Yes, she was she popped up in all sorts of films. I think she's also in Make Mine Mink, which was Hattie Jake's thing. I think you find Esme Cannon was in that as well. Steve, I was walking through the forest yesterday and had loads of ham thrown at me. It was a ham bush. Right, you're barred. And Steve, it was still wonderful. I can say I didn't see any seagull murders that day. Maybe I was lucky, and so were the puffins. Although I did see a massive seagull swallow a whole Chinese rib from a bin, whole, and struggle to take off. Oh well, one less seagull, one happy puffin. Yeah, I don't see that seagulls serve any useful purpose at all. And Anastasia said, loving the show on my drive into work. Did you know somebody is selling one of your bags on eBay? Listen, once people have bought them, they can do what they want. We've got the money for the charity, which was good. Anastasia, yes, if you send it in. And also it says in the papers, depression's on the increase. That would be eliminated, says Alan, if folks would only listen to the Steve Allen Show every day. Yes, that is true, actually. I'm totally convinced. Leonard Pierce was the granddad in Only Fools and Horses, says Chris and Chelsea. Buster Merriweather was Uncle Albert, so it was granddad. But he was very good, actually. Apart from Barbara, all the Carry On stars were blighted by booze and depression. Well, that happened a lot in those days, just that people didn't talk about it. I don't think they were all depression. I don't think they were all depression. I mean, they seemed to have a a sort of a nice life. They all sort of sat down and chatted and made the films, but they just didn't earn very much money. I think the only person who made money, I think, was Kenny Williams, who got paid about £900, £900 for a Carry On film, and he only ever did them, apparently, to pay the tax bill. That's what it was said. There was a fly tipper, Steve, who got dumped a load of tyres on a farmer's field in Wigan. The farmer got revenge by finding out where he lived and dumped the tyres on the fly tipper's driveway. Oh, that's good. Go for something like that. Go for something like that in a big way. Oh, what's this? Keeping their cool. A picture today, and we seem to recognise them. One's very smart and the other's very smart. And it's Jacob Rees-Mogg, Leader of the House of Commons and MP for North East Somerset, on the seafront at Weymouth with Richard Drax. It's a photo opportunity of them eating an ice cream. It's not the most exciting thing you've ever seen, is it, really, I suppose? Although we could all eat an ice cream at the moment at 6:45. And so students in limbo after the A-level row, say the Times, and the fall of M&S. Can they ever recover? I don't know. They still have thousands and thousands and thousands of staff, but they're shedding 7,000. And where they go from here, I've got no idea. They say that clothes sales are down something like 38%, which is quite a fair amount. And I wonder why it's not doing better than that, because now the high street has relatively opened up. Why they wouldn't be doing the business, I can't imagine, because I go in there and buy. Sometimes it takes them ages to restock. And also their fashion for men is a bit way out. It's a bit, it's not as good as it could have been. 14 minutes to... So somebody pointed out to me a short while ago about Marks and Spencer's. If the winter coats are coming into the stores probably about September, October, I think, like that, and people are working from home until next year, they're not going to be doing any business, because that's what they probably rely on, the seasonal stuff. So in other words, if you're working at home, you don't need to wear a suit. You don't need to put your clothes on, so they're not going to be getting any of that business. You have to think about the knock-on effect. And now, I think there was one company who said that all their workers are now working from home. So in other words, they've saved the cost of the rent, of getting people backwards and forwards to work. And you have to think of the knock-on effect for shops like Marks and Spencer's, because many people do wear suits to work, and they would go in there and buy their shirts and everything else. But if you're working from home, you can do it in tracksuit bottoms. It's ridiculous. Steve says, John, there are 10 cruise ships anchored off Weymouth. Yes, I heard about that, actually. They were doing a thing the other day, which was they were taking you out on a virtual trip around the ship so that they could show them to you, so that you might actually book a cruise for next year. Because my friend Peter looks after my car on the odd occasion. He's had a holiday cancelled, so they're going to do something else. Because people book their holidays and then gradually they were cancelled. Who was it the other day? I spoke to a friend of mine whose holiday had been cancelled. They were still trying to get the money back from the company, and this was a little while ago. There were loads of people who were told, no, terribly sorry, you can't have this holiday. Steve, the problem is you can't try on clothes in shops at the moment, so you buy them, try them on at home, and then return if they don't fit. And the clothes are then quarantined for 72 hours. Yeah, the trouble is most people know what their size is. If you're shopping in Marks and Spencer's, I know the difference between, I'm trying to think, sort of, extra large, double extra large, or triple extra large. I would know exactly what it is, because I've tried in all three different sizes. That's the way it goes. Most people, perhaps it varies for women. I don't know. Ben in Maidstone says, I met Buster Merrifield in a tea room in the New Forest. Stopped for autographs. Lovely guy, very posh. Sadly died a couple of weeks afterwards. Yeah, he was quite posh. I saw him actually collapse at a TV thing where I think he tripped up the stairs or something like that, which is sort of not particularly good, is it, really? On the internet, Steve, there's a video of a seagull swallowing a rat in one go. Ooh, yeah. We don't like... Seagulls do not vary in size, though. Round here, you either get the enormous ones that can lift off cars, or you get the other ones. The Times this morning, your holiday quarantine survival tips, and Lord knows we need things like that. Also, critical talks to begin on Brexit. I knew you'd forgotten about Brexit, as indeed most people have. And here it is, played in Richmond, southwest London, Scotland beat England 8-7 in a penny farthing polo match. We were talking about penny farthings earlier on. And so here they are riding penny farthing. Perhaps they just look dangerous, really. You're so high up. That's the only problem. The rail fare rise likely to be put on hold. I should think so too. And another one here. Former England footballer Rio Ferdinand banned again. Obviously doesn't learn his lesson. He obviously thinks he's above the law, which he isn't. The Telegraph, Marks and Spencer's greatest hits, but it's gone off a bit. It must do. I mean, there's no reason for the sales to fall. But I go through there and I pick up shirts very quickly, and what I'm feeling for is the texture. I literally go along the rack, and the quality of the clothing is not as good as it was. And then Nick Ferrari was talking the other day about Marks and Spencer's, and people as well, who somebody said, oh, why don't they sell other companies' products? And of course Nick was quite right. They do sell other companies' products. They do sell Marmite. You can get Weetabix. You can get cornflakes. They do sell coffee and things like that. So they branched out, and it's proven very popular. I think they were trying to make sure that, you know, people who might go somewhere else would actually stay and just shop in Marks and Spencer's. That, you know, they have to up the ante, actually. Dan says, Steve, we had our holiday to Florida cancelled in May, told by Virgin Holidays. We had to wait 120 days for the refund. Roll on the 9th of September. At least you're patient. At least you're patient. In fact, why should you have to wait 120 days? Is it because they've got so many to process? Or is it because they're hanging on to them? They're making money out of that. They've got the money in their account. I can't understand why they wouldn't pay out straight away. It should be, shouldn't it? Fame, 40 years on by the cast and crew. Do you remember I'm Gonna Live Forever? My former producer Rob, years ago, he went to see them, I think, at the Royal Albert Hall when Fame... Do you remember the show Fame, Corey? Remember it? Forever, baby, remember. And they were kids who went to the New York School of Academy, and they come out, so very irritating. They jump on people's cars and dance and do all this kind of stuff. You know, it's like, we're in showbiz. And then they came over here. It became so popular, and they had a big hit single with High Fidelity, High... Go on YouTube and check out the kids from Fame. I mean, they must be fairly ancient by now, so I shall look forward to reading about that. 40 years on. That makes you feel old, doesn't it, really? The Sun, Life with the Baked Bean, the Bubble and their dustbin lids, what a paid in the Khyber, apparently. This is Meghan slipping back into a British accent. Hilarious. Also, I didn't whisk Candy's hubby away. This is some woman who was on Bake Off, I don't know, whatever it was. The Daily Mirror, Top Gun or Flop Gun? Because Tom Cruise is back with another makeover for these. I do like him, though. I do like him. My favourite bit with him was James Corden, because Tom Cruise likes to do a lot of his own stunts, and he took James Corden up in an aeroplane to do a skydive, and I thought that James Corden was going to bottle it. I thought he was going to, because they went up there, and he's like this, and then they make him stand up, and then they go to the back of the plane, and then the door opens. And so James Corden is strapped onto this bloke, and they just fall out of the plane. And I don't think James Corden thought it was going to happen like that. I thought he was going to go, OK, should we do a count? No, oh, my God. And then once he was actually flying through the air at the rate of God knows what, and Tom Cruise was then there with him, it was brilliant to watch. But at the beginning of it, he must have thought he was going to die. Really, it looked terrible. End this torture. Harry Dunn's mum, front page of the Mirror today, imploring the lad's alleged killer to return to Britain to face justice. And the mum says, do the right thing. This is Anna Ansakoulis, a US citizen who fled to her homeland citing diplomatic immunity. Seriously a disgrace. The Daily Star... The Invisible Man, last spotted, well, a little bit difficult to know when, actually. Trying to find out where the Prime Minister's gone. If anybody knows, please let them know. Gav's a grade A dunce, says Dawn Neeson in her column in the Daily Star. And on the front of the Daily Mail, shock-proof your family finances, how to shield yourself from the COVID storm. And 57,000 A-level pupils heartbroken, but he shamelessly tried to pass the buck. Gavin Williamson is the man who won't take the blame. And he was with Nick Ferrari yesterday for breakfast. Apparently 7 dog years, so 12 is 84. That's very old dog, says Suat. It is, isn't it? Anastasia says, I remember Fame. It was, we absolutely lapped it up every day. There was something. It's brilliant. And somebody says, I think lockdown is feeling symptoms of boredom, not actually depression. Well, it might be. It manifests itself in all sorts of different ways, doesn't it? I think that's just about it for this morning. I can't believe it's gone so fast. And it has whizzed through this. In fact, every day this week, we've whizzed through as quick as possible. So we'll do it again tomorrow morning. Thank you for your company. Today, on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, please download it. Gemma Collins says she looks 29, not 39. My advice, go to Specsavers. Louise Redknapp spotted in a black bikini in Ibiza, just so the rest of us know where not to go. And we pay respect to the Chariot of Fire's Ben Cross, who's died at the age of 70. Down, the BBC needs experts, not celebrity podcasters. Celebrities. Scarlett Moffat and Gemma Collins, two of the biggest jokes under the sun. Tony Blackburn says he hasn't slept more than 4 hours a day since 1977. It's the trouble when you get to that age. You're frightened to sleep too long, aren't you? You think, oh, no, I think I want to get up. I always maintain the moment you wake up in the morning, that's the best time to get out of bed. I have 2 alarms that goes off. One goes off about an hour and a half before my main alarm, so that goes off. And I wake up sometimes before it, so I just tap the top of it. It's only a little Poundland alarm clock. One's on a little AA battery. I'm sure you can, but I don't do it on my phone. I don't want to ask Siri to do it. I've got a little tiny pound alarm clock. Well, in fact, I've got 3, 1 in the sitting room, 2 in the bedroom, and then I've got some other ones. And it goes off, and I immediately touch it, then I go straight back to bed again because I've got an extra hour and a half to have a sleep. And it works a treat every time because you feel like you've had 2 sleeps. 2 sleeps. And a friend of mine is going off on holiday, and I forget where she's going now. Scotland or something. I think she's going to go up into the Highland. Really looking forward to it. They've sort of packed everything they need in the car. And she's going to be away for 10 days. About the longest holiday she's ever had. But it was easier to do that. Sorry? Darren's from where? She's not going to see Darren, no. I know. Is Darren Scottish? I can't believe it, honestly. Where'd you get that from? Just make things up, don't they, round here? Oh, he's Scottish. Yes, and I'm Irish. And Nick Ferrari's Welsh. So let's pop it all in. Oh, bad news if you live in North Korea. And I mean really bad news. Apparently, restaurants are suffering with a lack of food. So, brilliant though he is, the small, diminutive little fat waste of space known as Kim Jong-un has now decreed that you will give up your dogs for restaurants. So, in other words, your dog will be served up in a restaurant. He's decided that you shouldn't have them as pets, and it's a great idea for them to keep up the restaurants. Not a good idea for the dogs, because what they'll do is take the dogs away and they'll be given to restaurants. They will dispose of them, and because they have dog restaurants. Mind you, over in Germany, they're telling you walk your dogs. That's what they want. They want you to go out and walk your dogs. But and people are going, what for? And they go, because it's exercise for the dogs. Just rolling a ball around your carpet in the sitting room is not exercise for a dog. They want to go outside and see other dogs, have a little chat. They maybe have spied the poodle from next door in an upstairs window thinking, hello, bit of action there at the weekend. And they go down there. What do? Head straight for the lamppost outside next door's place, because that's where, the telltale markings will be, which is brilliant. Also, no pressure, say one of the papers today. This is a funny story. Save the Ravens. On the front page of the Sun today, patriotic Brits, because it's part of historic royal palaces, because they're suffering, so you have to pay to go to the gardens at Hampton Court now. You probably have to pay to borrow the mirror to look at the ceiling at the banqueting house. But anyway, a lack of tourists means these 6 bored birds are straying. This is at the Tower of London. And if the ravens fly away, England will fall. Well, I'm telling you now, this is rubbish, this story. The ravens can't fly away. Their wings are clipped. They couldn't fly even if they wanted to. So it's a load of old hooey, this one, I'm afraid, Stephen, who wrote it. They don't fly. That's why they jump around on the ground, because they can't fly. They can hop up onto something, but they can't fly. Otherwise, they'd have left ages ago, wouldn't they? Oh, here we go. Has Corey managed to work out these little things now? Doesn't think we should have them. Well, I think he's a hazard, isn't he? Yeah. No, it won't work on the carpet. Does he not understand that? No, it works on the surface, on a hard... He keeps it on a hard surface. Just anything, any of the desk. Oh, dear. These are the kids' snaps that you get. And what it is, it's a little... Has it gone off? Yeah. So then you throw it away. That was hopeless, isn't it, really? And it's a little piece of tissue paper with a little bit of explosive in there and a little stone, and kids walk down the streets throwing them in front of them. And I bought these years ago, and you get about 50 for a couple of quid or something. So somebody somewhere is making no money out of them at all. Also, a stolen dog turned up. Unusual, isn't it? The sort of people who nick dogs, what do they do with them? Well, in this particular case, they fell foul of the law because they sold it at a car boot sale to the person whose dog it was in the first place. What sort of people thieve dogs and then sell them at car boots? I think we all know the answer to that one, don't we? Also, Apple breaks the $2 trillion market, which is good. And Wayne Lineker shuts his club in Ibiza. Most of the staff have tested positive for coronavirus, which means if the staff have been testing positive, then the customers must be as well. So if you've been to Wayne Lineker's club in Ibiza, and it was only on the television yesterday, must have been filmed a little while ago, and nobody was socially distancing. The man's a complete buffoon, so he's had to close the club. And there'll be a lot of other people who went to that club over that weekend and were filmed. You're also going to come down with it. When will people learn? What more can we do? Students are doing some socially distanced protests today. They're coming down from different parts of the country, and they'll be protesting about the marks. That's what they do, students, isn't it? Years ago, they were known for protesting. This one, I mean, is obviously very well justified. What was the other one? Oh, the wrong body buried after an error. That happens. They sometimes get people mixed up. And so they bury the wrong person, and people go up and go, oh, it's dreadful, isn't it? Ridiculous. And somebody says it's ridiculous. Oh, you must learn to spell. To say fireworks are used on Eid festival. There's no link, never was, never will be. They have loads of fireworks over Eid. What are you talking about? Where are you from? Loads of fireworks. You can't move around our way. Fireworks on Eid. Of course, there's fireworks shops all over the place. You must be living in another country, dear. Are you on the moon? We found our first snowflake for this morning, which is quite sweet. 4 ex-footballers have died, each one of them with dementia. And you know what they're putting it down to? Heading balls. They say heading balls can give you dementia. I remember them saying that years ago. Don't you remember the people saying that a long, long time ago? I thought that they did. And so, you know... Whatever. You have to watch these things. Plus, the dead granny. She wakes up in a mortuary. She's not as dead as they thought she was in the first place. It's happened quite a number of times. They went in there to check on her, but of course they didn't know that she wasn't dead. They thought she was dead. Turned out she'd fallen off the mortuary slab. Thank God they hadn't started cutting into her. That would have been a nightmare, wouldn't it, really? And she was on the floor, so they sort of got her back up again, and it was all good news. Susanna Reid's back with the old boyfriend, Steve, from Crystal Palace, which is good news. And James Blunt started a meat-only diet to upset his vegan and vegetarian friends. That wouldn't upset them. Seriously, I could eat meat in front of Luke. He wouldn't be remotely bothered by it. He's quite cool about the sort of thing. He's not one of these. Yeah, he'd have a little bit of a tear, but that's probably conjunctivitis. It's, why would he be upset about something like that? Otherwise, he couldn't walk down the high street. People eating hot dogs. You know, those dogs, you can never get them inside the roll, can you? And when you get them inside the roll, they won't stay there. You know, and you go, I bought some new tomato ketchup the other day. Some new tomato... I haven't used it yet. It's a bit of a treat. It is Heinz. I know, isn't it? Now, why is it? There are certain things that you can... And people have said, oh, other places make ketchup. And I've gone, it doesn't taste like Heinz. It's like Captain Birdseye's fish fingers. There might be other good fish fingers on the market. They don't taste like Birdseye. Beef burgers, fish fingers, Heinz salad cream. Nothing tastes like Heinz tomato soup. Somebody said to me, oh, you must try Marks and Spencer's tomato soup. So I did. It was rubbish. Rubbish. You cannot duplicate a taste that you've grown up with. And I do buy labels. I'm very good at buying labels for things. It's like, nothing is like an Apple phone. There might be other good phones out there, but I've bought into Apple. I didn't think I'd bought into Apple until some years ago. When I suddenly was Ray-Bans, I bought into Ray-Ban. I mean, in America, they're cheap. $36 for a pair of Ray-Bans. Over here, you can pay $90. In fact, I bought a pair of Ray-Bans the other day. I got some other sunglasses, but I bought another pair of Ray-Bans. No, I go to a shop. You know, physically walk into a shop and go, hello. I can't remember how much they were. Wait a minute. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. It's a live programme. This is what pulls the audience. I tell you, this is what people want. What people want in their life. It's real. None of this sort of, oh, we're going to take a break in a minute, you know. Look, come with a red case, which is quite nice. You like that? Okay, and these are the glasses. Okay. There you go. Like them? What's it? They're cool? Cool. See, something about... They're cool, aren't they, Ray-Bans? They're very trendy. I think these were only about 80 to 100 quid. I say that because, I mean, I do like... Actually, I quite like this. I feel like wearing them all the time now because it makes me dark and mysterious. What, with the sunglasses on? Yeah. Okay, what we're going to do, we can take a picture and then tweet it. Wait a minute, look at the mess. Honestly, make the studio look a bit tidier. That good? Good. I think they're really nice. I bought over the years loads of pairs of Ray-Bans. I mean, I've given away loads of pairs of Ray-Bans as well. Why? Because I'm generous. I'm like that. I can't help it. Anyway, I trust we're all together in one piece today. Do you know, I decided the other day, because, you know, I do not have a dishwasher. I have to do it all myself. And I get a bit lazy. I'm all right with plates and everything else, but it's a case of, when it comes to cutlery, it sort of mounts up a little bit, and do you end up with a washing up bowl, which is all cutlery, as was the case the other day. There was something like 30 spoons in there, because I get rid of spoons and all the rest of it. If I need any more, I just go to Robert Dyson and buy another set of spoons. I've got a very posh set of cutlery, which is from Mappin and Webb, which was my mum and dad's wedding present to themselves, I believe, and it's 100 and something pieces of King's pattern, and it comes in a box, Mappin and Webb. I mean, God knows what it must have cost in those days, probably a small fortune. But I've got that, and that's my posh go-to box. It's quite big. I mean, it looks like a small piano, and inside it's got all the knives and the forks and the fish knives and the fish forks and the little things and the spoons and the ladles, and it's got just everything, and it's very nice. But the generally day-to-day stuff is stuff that you sort of just use, and if you break it or you just throw it away and buy some other stuff. You know, a couple of quid for 6 teaspoons or 6 spoons is not bad at all. So I ended up doing all of that, and I've got a drainer as well, and I put them all in there, and I didn't realise this morning I could barely get to the tap to water the baskets outside, but I managed it. I was a good lad. And Steve, I went to Lineker's bar in 1995. Do you think I've got the virus? I'd get checked, just to be on the safe side. You never know. Didn't they try him out on a programme, and he turned out to be even more ridiculous than his brother, Gary Lineker, and then you got the other Lineker, and then you got Gary's son, George, and George apparently is going to be an entrepreneur. Well, George failed on just about everything. They had to try and fix him up with girls. It got that desperate for George. Never mind, I'm sure he's doing something very worthwhile at the moment. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Still to come, Matt Hancock says no need to wear masks in offices because there's not been any recorded... isn't that funny, that, isn't it? You'd think, actually, but we're all fairly good at social distancing. Although I did hug somebody the other day in the office. I know, it's only good shaking your head, honestly. Yeah. I did hug somebody the other day. I better not tell you who it is in case I get into trouble over hugging somebody. But, you know, it was good fun. Robert Plant, Led Zeppelin, and we're climbing the stairway to heaven. One of their biggest hit singles. He's 72. Happy birthday to Robert Plant. And the other one that I quite liked was the Corrie star, who's angry with other Corrie people who charge to do a little video. You know, you can get Ken to do a video. You know, this is Ken, so-and-so, so-and-so, and you pay 30 quid or whatever it happens to be. And she's anti that kind of thing, which I thought was brilliant. I mean, you know, you can get Dick Van Dyke for under $1,000, which, you know, it's Dick Van Dyke. You know, when he goes, you won't ever get anything again, and you can get him to say, oh, this is Dick Van Dyke, up on the rooftop, Steve Allen. That is a good angle. I've got to remember that angle. Look down into the camera. Although, actually, I don't know how we managed that bit, but that's what we looked like this morning. Yeah, it looks cool. Is that on mine as well? I don't know how to retweet that. No good asking me to do these stupid things. He goes, you can retweet it. Okay, so here we go. The retweeting of Steve Allen. Where do I retweet? Two little arrows in like a loop underneath the tweet. Oh, yes. Yep. Click on that. Retweet. Retweet. Is it? Well, how does it know it's me? How does it know it sent it to me? Because I was just looking at in your thing. So have I? Well, how does it know it's on mine? I don't believe it. Is it on mine? Yeah, well, that's probably on Corey's. You're just copying, aren't you? Yeah, all right. Make a big deal about it. God, blimey, it's going to be fisticuffs any minute now, isn't it? So, wait a minute. Oh, no, I've only got it on you. I don't have it on me at all. Wait a minute. Let's try and find out. See. Oh, yes. See if Callum could work his magic on anything. Listen, if he can make me look like a contestant for Magic Mike, there's hope for everybody. And you'd all buy a ticket. Oh, yes, you would. So there you go. That's quite good, isn't it? I like that. The Magic Circle have retweeted as well. Some great lighting on it. And because they're hoping, come September, to start reintroducing their live shows. Please. Desiree says, I love Rondo Veneziano. I have all of Rondo Veneziano's. There was about 3 or 4 albums, actually. 3 or 4 albums, Rondo Veneziano. But also Hooked on Classics was all those famous hits. It's the Corellia Suite by Sibelius, says Greg. I knew. But I knew somebody'd know, because I sing it so well. So have you ever heard it? You haven't? Yeah, but that's what it is. It's the Corellia Suite by Sibelius. It's ever so nice. It's quite... But you listen to it in there, just by yourself privately. Don't want to share it with anybody. I don't want people to muscle in on this thing. They might sort of wonder whether or not I've turned into sort of Aled Jones or something like that at this time of the morning, which actually would not be a bad swap. Not be a bad swap at all. And it builds, and I can't remember what they used it for. It's a TV programme. It could have been like Newsnight or something like that. You listen to it. Have you got it? You got it? It's called Corellia, Karelia Suite by Sibelius, Sibelius. Okay, and you'll hear it. You'll hear it. It's so good. It's lovely. I don't want to hear it, but you listen to it and you tell me what it feels like. It's really good. I think it's really powerful. Lovely piece of music. It's good. It's lovely, isn't it? And it sort of builds and builds, and then it goes in dun 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 dun, dun, and it plays it softly until it builds into a crescendo. And it's no. Are you listening to it? Wait a minute. I can't hear it myself now. I don't know whether or not you're listening to the right bit. You might be. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Need to move it along a bit. I think you're way in the distance on that one. Are you sure it's the Corellia Suite? No, you're listening to something else, honestly. It's hopeless, isn't it? Honestly, you try and guide them, ladies and gentlemen. The music you're singing is Sibelius, but it's the Corellia Suite. Thank you, Fran. Thank you. Well, I liked it anyway. I liked Eye Level, says Daryl. Dun 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 dun. Desiree thought it was Hospital Watch. Desiree's drinking. It's very good, though, isn't it? Also, always listen to... are they in the same building, says Jane, Classic FM? Well, they would be. We own them. Yes, we're all in the same building. There's how many radio stations in this building? About... Go on, count up quickly. How many radio stations? There we go. Just working it out. Is it? I love the way you asked me, is it 7? Well, put it this way. There's 4 on this floor. Downstairs, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upstairs, 9. Yeah, there's 9 radio stations in this building. Oh, yeah, then there's all the heart dances and things like that. There's loads, yeah. All owned by Global, Jane. There you go. I thought you'd know that. How can you not know what we own? I mean, we are global. For goodness sake, hear us roar. Computer games use classical music, Steve. Might be where young people are picking it up. Well, I think it's good. We thought Panorama. Whatever it was absolutely lovely. Does your somebody was talking about my knowledge of of old things, does it sort of stem back to Tinger and Tucker? Of course it does. You don't get to be over 60 and not know any of these things. I know all of it. So I do know Tinger and Tucker, very popular on ITV, Neil, and then disappeared. Thank you for the Tomorite tip a while back. I'm normally the kiss of death to a plant, but I managed some stunning strawberries and everything else. Yeah, it works for everything. It works for everything. Tomorite, not too much, just a good sort of dollop in a watering can, and then just water after you've watered. And it works brilliantly. The Branston baked beans in Iceland are much better than Heinz. No, Colin, no, you're wrong. I'm sorry, you cannot beat Heinz baked beans. You cannot beat them. But that's my opinion. You might like something else, which is fantastic. But definitely not. Somebody thinks World in Action, or This Week. Actually, This Week sounds a bit likely, doesn't it? We'll find out. Coming up to the news at 4:30. There's a woman in the paper today given a restraining order over a local radio presenter. Linda Nolan tells people to not give up on vital health checks. And online groceries click with more of the over 55s. And the young migrant who drowns, and a French politician goes, it's Britain's fault. He stole a dinghy and they had 2 shovels to paddle their way across. Well, this thing could have been overturned by a small squall. This thing wouldn't have made it over the channel anyway. Why this French politician seems to think it's our fault. And we've just given the French millions to tighten up their security. What are we doing it for? Don't they have any money? Oh, they better tighten it up themselves. Goodness sake. And as I said before, Matt Hancock says you can come back to work, you don't need to wear masks in offices because there's been no evidence that the virus is spreading in offices. At the moment. I like to throw... Oh, lovely. It is This Week. Thank you, Greg. I knew I was right. Well, somebody was right. I don't think it was me all the time. Co-op baked beans are my favourite, says Donna. As a co-op, sea salt and balsamic vinegar crisps. Do you know, I've given up on flavoured crisps. I had a packet the other day. Salt and vinegar. Ugh. Really, it doesn't taste anything like salt and vinegar. I didn't like them at all. I don't know why. Just one of those strange things. A lot of people, amazing, isn't it? You all know that piece of music, even Graham and Canary Wharf. You must be the only one in Canary Wharf at the moment. The only one there. I mean, I get no end of taxi drivers, and they say, you know, still quiet. It's not as busy as it has been, because mainly Canary Wharf is deserted. Offices are deserted, and I told you yesterday, there's one big company, and they've decided that the people can work from home. Because so many people can now. If you're working on computers, we've got loads of people who are working from home because they've got computers, whereas I couldn't do anything like that. I'm totally useless. I need to come in. So James Blunt, he wound up vegan pals by eating only mince and chicken and got scurvy. This was donkey's years ago. I mean, I forget how many years ago it is, but long time. I love James Blunt. He actually replies to some of his haters. Can you believe that Kate Garraway is being trolled by people, sick people, really sick people? She needs to go to the police about them, saying that she doesn't care about her husband, Derek, because she smiles on television. These people are sick. Mind you, I've seen them all over the internet this morning. I was watching some of them. Again, another load of bent policemen. There's a bloke. Classic example, you know, because in America... You know, a policeman stops you. They've got to have a reason for stopping you. They can't just sort of stop you and say, who are you? You know, it's just one of those sort of things. And he's outside and he's picking up rubbish from outside where he lives, okay? And he's got a plastic bucket and one of those grabbing things. You know, it's like whatever it is. You pick up rubbish. The cleaners have them all over the place. And some policeman, for some reason, stops him. Well, we know the reason. The policeman is a racist. And he goes to the bloke, he goes, put your weapon down. And the bloke goes, I'm picking up rubbish from where I live. And he goes, show me your ID. This racist policeman in America, because the guy's black. And, these would infuriate James O'Brien. He'd love things like this. This would absolutely... I'm surprised I've not sent him links so he can watch it. And anyway, this sort of copper, at one point, takes his gun out. You know what's happening, don't you? You can see. He says, you're going to shoot me for picking up rubbish outside where I live. Sit down, put the weapon down, sir. I'm feeling, he was a bent copper, okay? You get a lot in America. In fact, you get more than your fair share. In the end, there's 8 coppers arrive. And this bloke is, I'm not telling you where I live. I'm telling you I live here, okay? I need some proof, sir. I need some proof, sir. Put the weapon down. You can understand how bent coppers get carried away because they're quite clearly not all there in the upstairs department. That's the thing that really annoys them. So if they can't get them on one thing, they try and find them on another thing. But eventually, this guy puts it down and the police move in. This guy's got his weapon drawn. Because the bloke's standing there picking up rubbish from outside his place. I mean, it really is unbelievable. You can't believe it. But anyway, luckily the copper lost his job afterwards, which is absolutely right. Bent coppers are of no use to anybody, really. So dun 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 dun, and then it sort of twiddles out at the end. It's very nice, very pleasant. I might do Holst the Planets, actually. I like Mars, the Bringer of War. Dun. I can't remember how that one went now, actually. But it's very good. I think, which is the one which is, I vow to thee my country. I think that's Jupiter, the bringer of jollity, isn't it? I think from Holst's The Planets. Which goes... which is I vow to thee my country. But I don't think Holst wrote it like that. I think it was written as something else and somebody put words to it. I'm pretty certain. But it's a lovely piece of music. I quite like the German national anthem too. I do know my because my father listened to classical music. In fact, I don't think he listened to anything else but classical music. So I know everything from The Sorcerer's Apprentice, as I say, right up to the Ride of the Valkyries, or Valkyries. Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, da 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 da, of our God, he whose word should not be spoken. It was one of our hymns. And the Germans nicked it. But we won the war, so that's all that matters. But it's still a good national anthem. There's a whole album of all the national anthems from around the world. Some of them are really pitifully pathetic. Because our one shouldn't be the national anthem we have. It should be something like Jerusalem. And did those feet in ancient times. I get quite emotional when we get good music like that. They always do it the last night at the proms, the promenaders, right? Bunch of noisy people. As Sir Malcolm Sargent once said as he was surveying the promenaders, he said, it's so lovely to see you all here when earlier on in the day you were ripping up railway carriages. Because they all sit there, and there's always some bloke at the front, and he conducts the orchestra he's one of the promenaders. He's very irritating. He sort of conducts it. He sort of dresses up. Not everybody dresses up. The promenaders come from all over the place, which is fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A knicker grabber. No, that's when you're using that thing. No. The thing you use which I used to use was a coat hanger. Metal coat hanger to pull your pants up. When I couldn't bend over, so I could do it with the coat hanger. It was much easier, quite dangerous, of course, as you can well imagine. But at least I was careful. Here's Neil Jones. He's found love with a tattooed Colombian dancer. Yuck, yuck, yuck. She's covered in tattoos. Don't these people realise it looks so bad? So bad. Also, filming has finished on the next series of the Great British Bake Off. So, was also being alongside Liam Charles, Harry Hill. They had a thing the other day, and I think it was sort of like a Bake Off, and they showed you all the celebrities they had on there. The useless Gemma Collins, who couldn't do anything at all. Poor old Joey Essex, who turned out to be a bigger mamby-pamby than we ever thought was possible. Steve, I had you down as an Elgar man. No. I mean, my father had a rack which used to put your albums in, and we had 10 inches. I also grew up with Kathleen Ferrier singing, blow the wind southerly, southerly, southerly. Sounded like a joke, actually, out of a radio programme. And, Steve, we were on holiday in Barbados, and my wife and I went to the famous Sandy Lane Hotel, where all the rich and famous go, for dinner one night. He said, I had the tomato soup with grated truffle. Well, I know the owner of Sandy Lane. You know the owner of Sandy Lane. You all know the owner of Sandy Lane. Honestly, how useless are these boys here today? It is. It's where all the rich and famous go for, not just for dinner. They go and they stay there. And they have cottages you can buy in the grounds for about 9 million and things like that. Oh, yes, I know the owner very well. There you go. As do the boys next door. As does this entire floor. This entire floor. Lovely hotel. Really is lovely. Rod Liddell, in his column today, if you'll pardon the expression, talks about delighted to see pictures of Katie Price recovering from her foot operation. Well, apparently it's going to be years now. It'll probably be 25 years before she makes a full recovery. She was in a designer wheelchair studded with Swarovski crystals. She reckoned the wheelchair was worth about 10 grand. He said, I thought this woman was supposed to be bankrupt. She accepts freebies, Rod. She'll promote anything to get a freebie. She appealed. They all do it. They all do it. You see that thing the other day, the rubbish from poor old Gemma Collins. I'm 39, but I'm going to look 29. Unfortunately not. She doesn't look 39. She looks more like 69. And Rylan, in all the papers today, how much makeup does this boy wear for most of the time? Answer, quite a lot. And he says, I'm like a disease you can't get rid of. Well, it has been described. He says, no offence to the others, but Big Brother is the only reality show. No, it was rubbish. They learnt to play the game, mate. It disappeared off completely. But he's only got Supermarket Sweep airing again. Audience of very small, I think. Mind you, I was horrified to discover... Oh, here we go. Callum's turned up again already. Wait a minute. What have we got today? So rude. He's put me... I'm a tattooed person, for some reason holding a bell... and just wearing a pair of briefs. I mean, look at that. Look. This isn't normal, is it? It's not... Sorry? Oh, it's gone again. Wait a minute. There you go. It's terrible, isn't it? Absolutely. Honestly. What... I mean, this is worse than stalking. It's worse than stalking. Because I've got a feeling that if we went back to Callum Hyder's house, because he's producing our sister station, Capital's Breakfast Show, I reckon his bedroom walls are covered... with pictures of me. Pictures of me with a bit of blue tack at the back of it, stuck to the wall. Some over the bed, some on the back of the door. That's what yeah, it's like a shrine. People paying homage to the Allen. I didn't see him the other day. He'd either turned up late or he was in the studio quicker than I could be in the studio. Also, what else we got? No, I'm trying to find something that is sort of... There's very little. It's like yesterday was a bit naff. Victoria Beckham... Oh, go away, you boring old bag, honestly. How boring can the Beckhams be? Another picture of the dreary family, just because the boys managed to find a girlfriend. I'd have been more impressed if Brooklyn had found a boyfriend, as opposed to a girlfriend. Yasmin says it's got to be Heinz, especially spaghetti hoops. And, oh, right. Spaghetti hoop. Do you know, I've not had... We used to have spaghetti hoops, I believe, on toast. Would that have been... Good Lord... So I was just looking at Jim Diamond. Somebody said to me the other day, Jim Diamond's back. Where's he been? Has he been furloughing? No. Is it just it's just normally on... Oh, right. Oh, he's normally later in the day. They keep moving people around. I don't see anybody. For 5 months, I've not seen James O'Brien. I mean, a bit of a blessing, I realise, but at the same time, I mean, do you think he's changed his appearance? He might have changed his appearance. He might have sort of lost weight. Sorry? Covered in tattoo. Oh, no, he'd never have a tattoo. The wife would never let him have a tattoo. Absolutely. And he wouldn't have one for the sake of the children. You can't have a tattoo. You can't go on television. Me? Have I got a tattoo? Are you mad? Of course I haven't got a tattoo. I think Callum Hyder's got some tattoos. I bet he's actually got a couple of secret tattoos that you would only know if you went swimming. You know, as... I've just got a feeling. I've got a feeling... Oh, I love this one. It's a bit of a banger. It's a couple. They bought a bumper car. You know the bumper cars you get at the fun fair? And they've adapted this one to go on the road. And so it's a mobility scooter battery. It's purple and blue. Top speed, 8 miles an hour. It looks fantastic. I'd love this. I love bumper cars. I think bumper cars are fantastic. Tiger King star Joe Exotic Zoo is shut permanently after its owner gave up the licence. So there's a bit of good news. And a police officer had to call in the fire brigade after getting trapped in faulty handcuffs during a demonstration. He was showing recruits how to use them, and he couldn't get them open again. So the fire brigade had to come round and cut them off him. Bless. We love stuff like that, don't we? We love stuff like that. Why is it that there was a programme on the television the other day about sex on the television, which of course is just ridiculous because you always fall off. There's no way that you can cling on to the television. I know you're a bit slow on some of these things there, honestly. I do my best to be funny, but sometimes it doesn't work. And it was a couple, and they were given, and always unattractive. They're always seriously unattractive. It's only the unattractive people who would go on television and talk about your sex life. There was one girl, she was a hooker. Well, she laughingly called herself an escort, but she didn't move out of the bedroom. Sometimes 7 times a day. And then she'd pick up the phone to people and go, hello, babe. I mean, who on earth is going to go out with somebody who wants... But anyway, it was all dreadful program. They keep putting these things on, and I keep turning them off. I get a bit bored with it. Bears no resemblance to my life. Says I like Andre Rieu concerts. Yeah, I like Andre Rieu. He brings classics to the masses, and they do these big things. He does sort of what James Last was doing, but with classical music. And they're brilliant. I love watching him. He's all over YouTube. You can't miss it. Steve, the very best beans are yesterday's reheated beans. Nice and... oh, no. None of this reheated. It's like people eating cold pizza, which I think is absolutely the worst thing you can ever... Have you ever eaten cold pizza? Oh, of course you would have done. You've eaten cold pizza. No, it's horrible. It's disgusting. It's like eating a cold kebab. You know, why would you eat... It's all cold chips or something like that. You don't eat things like that. Small wonder you're in the state you're in, honestly. That's me trying to educate your stomach. I say stomach, I use the singular, but really I should have not been using the singular. Mr. Neil says, he says, what's he said? Mr. Cool and the Groovy Gang. Simply the... Well, only one of them's a member of the Groovy Gang, Neil. I'm not going to invite you. Yeah, you're not even an honorary member. Don't start trying to elevate yourself. I never said you were an honorary member. I just said you weren't in the Groovy Gang. Until one of them passes on, get my saying? You know, get my drift on that one. It would not leave a vacancy. It's like Mary Poppins. You know, at the very end when they go, let's go fly a bloomin' kite. They come along and they say, father died laughing the other day, but he left a vacancy for a partner. And so Mr. Banks gets his job back. And that's like you being invited into the Groovy Gang. You know, at the moment, we don't have a vacancy, nor do I foresee one in the foreseeable future. But if one did occur, if, for example, you were to bump off one of the other 2 members, the founder members of the Groovy Gang, then it would leave a vacancy. But we'd have to put it to the members to vote on it. And perks? Oh, God, the perks are legendary. I mean, seriously, there's fruit, almost on a daily basis. Which is worth a lot. I mean, I said today, possibly Corey could open up a fruit and vegetable shop. Well, not vegetable, but you could open up a fruit shop. There's also the discount on your Christmas present at Christmas. There's also the admittance that you have to buy me something at Christmas for being a nice person throughout the year. It's a bit like, it's not quite like being in the Magic Circle because we can see you. And, the Magic Circle, you can't see anybody. They're all invisible. They all wander about the building. You haven't been to the Magic Circle, have you? Oh, you'd love it. It'll suit you. It's sort of a little... Well, it would suit him better because it's a bit sort of scaled down. So for somebody 5'8", it wouldn't look so impressive. No, you're not. You're not. You're so not. I love the way he's still persisting with this. Oh, Steve, I'm 6'2". I'm 6 foot... We keep sort of increasing an inch every so often, which is slightly disturbing. Steve, I heard yesterday that the wife of the education minister is a school teacher. You heard this, did you, the other day? I didn't hear this the other day. But I did see a bit about Jamie Oliver. He normally films in a tiny restaurant at the end of Southend Pier. Well, this is completely wrong, Andy Hall. It's not at the end of Southend Pier, and it's not a tiny restaurant. It's a tea place. Okay, why don't these people get it right? Just go down there, mate. It's not Outer Mongolia. And so they've postponed it. Bosses are trying to waive for doing it, and it's just too small. So it isn't a tiny restaurant at the end of Southend Pier. They're halfway down the pier. Why don't people check their facts? It's so annoying. So annoying. But they've also got different people on there, Claudia Winkleman, all helping out. He invited me down there to go and watch it being done. I could be one of those people sitting there, you know, sort of enjoying the food. But it's such a long way down that pier. It's 3 miles, isn't it? Or a mile, I can't remember what it is. It's a long way. Long, long way. Also, picture of Carol McGiff. There she is. She's the one who does a podcast, as you know, with Nick Abbott. I have a podcast too. I have a little bit extra. And that used to be a song that Danny LaRue used to sing. Remember Danny LaRue? Female impersonator? He used to sing a song which, I'm the girl with the little bit extra. You know, which... have to explain this one to Luke for a little bit later on the programme, but it doesn't matter. Have you ever seen Danny LaRue? Female imposter. He's dead now. Very good. He was like the biggest drag star in this country. Biggest drag star. He would sell out theatres, shows. His costumes were legendary, made by the lovely Annie. Really stunning stuff. I mean, he looked amazing. Did I ever meet him? Did I ever meet Danny LaRue? No, a friend of mine met him. Said he was terribly rude. He could be a bit of a pain to say that, but he was huge. He was huge. Emma says, by the way, Steve, how are the hanging baskets? Well, you'd be delighted to know. Still hanging. Every day I have to go and sweep up little bits and pieces because the wind is blowing things around. And apparently by this weekend we're going to have terrible wind. Terrible wind. Do you know, I put a shirt on today. I'm not totally convinced it's mine because I don't remember buying it. But then, well, I don't know whose it is, but because I stand on... Oh, right, you don't have to stand up and look. It doesn't make any difference. But it's... I picked it out and I put it on because I take all my shirts to be washed and ironed. I don't do anything. I have a service. And so he does all my washing and ironing. And sometimes I sort of bring them back and I look at a shirt and I go, where in God's name did that come from? I can never remember. And this one I looked at the other week and I still can't remember buying it. But I must have done, mustn't I? Otherwise, and I've taken some other shirts in the other day. So, because I like to put on a new shirt every day. And today, yesterday I went all the way to Costco, hence cherries today for Corey. I don't know whether he eats them or sort of feeds them to the pigeons or something. Did you? You've frozen. Oh, that's very nice. Did you de-stone them? Yeah, beforehand, right. I think you can buy a thing to take the stones out of cherries. I'm pretty certain. Yes, it's a de-stoner for cherries. Which makes it... Because otherwise it's terribly fiddly, isn't it? Yeah, not... You've got a little... No, it's not for you, really, is it? I mean, you don't cook anyway. And so today we've got those peaches, the flat peaches, which are very popular. And not for you, of course, Luke, because Luke's still fasting, which is good. There you go. An olive and cherry pitta. £6. £6. Well, how does that work? I'm looking at it. How does it work? I'm going to have to go into John Lewis and see if I can buy you one of these. Oh, there you go. I see you put it... Oh, right. Oh. Still not totally convinced how it works. I mean, I can see it for olives. I don't know. Oh, that's how it works for olive. How does it work for cherries? Has it got a picture of a cherry? No, typical. They only show you it with a... Well, he's not doing olives, is he? He wants to do a cherry. Looks quite nice, though, doesn't it? I'll get you one. Do they sell them on Amazon? It saves me having to trek into Kingston, wander around the department store saying, oh, John Lewis, do you have a cherry pitta? But if you can find one on Amazon, we'll order it on Amazon. It's very middle class. Well, the whole of John Lewis is middle class. It's not meant for people like you. I mean, a bit of excitement for you. You're the one who stands outside as I'm walking out with all my bags. You've got your little nose pressed up against the glass going, hi, Steve. I'm going, shoo, away with you. Away with you. Go and clean the car. But his parents have got a hot tub and a bar, which kind of takes them onto a new level now. I'm not sure what level it is. And Steve, you are my ray of sunshine, says Emma. Oh, well, that's nice, actually. I'm not sure. I'm sure so many are going through this dark time. My world is collapsing. No, it's not. No, it's not. Absolutely. Listen, when you've got a radio station that it's there all the time, 24 hours, it's not like it disappears for any length of time. There's always something for you to listen to. Always. Always something to listen to. Always something that you can get involved with. Oh, no, worlds never collapse. Sometimes you feel like that. Sometimes you go through sort of dark times. But then I always think, if ever I get into a situation like that, which is very rare, I think there's got to be somebody worse off than me. And that kind of makes me feel better about things. Steve, maybe the shirt was a present. No, I don't think so. I don't know, I'm trying to think, actually. Very rarely does my brother buy sort of shirts and stuff like that. Mainly because he just gets it wrong. He just wouldn't know. Morning to you and the boys. You can't beat these Iceland lollies. I had 3 yesterday, says Matthew. Yes, I mean, if I had a little freezer in the studio, I'd be bringing in ice lollies. Because then we could eat a king cone in the morning or an ice lolly. Or we could just sit here pitting cherries. so that Corey can freeze them for whatever reason. We've got no idea what reason he's freezing cherries for. You watch, in 2 years' time, they'll go back to the freezer. They'll be banging on the door trying to get out. And he'll be going, oh, cherries. I don't know what unless he's going to sort of make a fruit pie or something. You're going to drop a few in Prosecco. That'll be really useful, won't it? Cherries in Prosecco. I think it's supposed to be raspberries. I think, but I mean, what the heck? Listen, makes no... To you, it's a piece of fruit in a glass of bubbly. That's all I could tell you. Steve, could you wish a huge good luck to my daughter, Erin, who gets her GCSE results this morning? Oh, yeah, we heard about this, didn't we? This is the next disaster around the corner. She's been an avid listener, says Faye, since lockdown began in March, and it would make her day. Well, good luck, Erin. I don't know, what are they saying about the results for today? It's another cock-up, is it? Should be dreadful. Carol in Norfolk says, I've recently discovered your show and now addicted. Wow. Bought a ticket for your live show and you were brilliant. Just wanted to thank you and the boys for everything you do. I know Norfolk very well. Very well. Steve, you are correct again. Always correct again. It was Manfred Mann who turned it into Joybringer. My favourite track is Arnold's English Dances and the theme to What the Paper's Saying. Of course, he wrote the music to Whistle Down the Wind. Aha. Oh, that music. Do you know, I was listening to some music the other day. What the dickens was it? I can't remember. Oh, well, it'll come to me during this short break. All in Manchester. Thank you. The music to Whistle Down the Wind. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. And, Steve, I've just done my good deed for the day. 4 a.m, dropped Lorraine off, and my daughter's at Broxbourne. They're all off to sunny Cornwall, but it has to be, says Mr. Neil. Branston baked beans, you see. Steve Allen's early breakfast. This is LBC. And I'm with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari comes along. My friend Ian says, I watched your stand-up, sitting down show online. Fabulous. Made me feel a bit sad. I probably can't get back to the UK at Christmas to see you in person for pantomime. I know, we don't think there's going to be any pantomimes at all. I'd be very surprised. I would like to think that there would be, but I don't think they're going to run with them. I think what we'll end up doing is having pantomime probably in January or February. That'd be something better than nothing, wouldn't it? That's it. I still can't believe it's been 5 or 6 months since I've really seen people. I mean, the boys have seen, lots of different people. Well, some of them have. But I've seen nothing at all. Oh, poem. I forgot about the poem for today. Oh, I'm not sure if you're going to like this one. I don't know where he actually got it from. Was this from the Luke archives? I'm not sure if I'm going to get through this one. It's only little. Pelican, it's called, by Ken Nesbitt. A pelican fly and a pelican swing, and a pelican bounce on your bed, and a pelican dance and a pelican sing, and a pelican stand on his head. A pelican paddle a canoe, and a pelican pilot a yacht. There are so many things that a pelican do, but there's not much a pelicanot. It's so exciting, isn't it? That's one of our classic. That goes down together with the captain's dead on the deck situation, which we're still running. We'll be running with that in 10 years' time. So Pelican by Ken Nesbitt. Because originally I thought it was a pelican fly and a pelican swing and a pelican, but then you had to go a pelly can fly and a pelly can swing. But they don't tell you that when you read the thing. Luckily, I'm gifted in the reading department. Because I was just thinking, actually, I just nipped out to get a quick cup of tea and double sausage and egg McMuffin, and I'm sort of sitting here, sort of currently enjoying it, getting cold, and I was looking at all the people who do all our other radio stations, and I suddenly realised that if you work on a music station, that was, here we go in a quick time check, in between the records, you don't really have anything to do. It's all a bit bizarre, isn't it? You sort of do, whereas I don't have that luxury of having a little break. The only breaks I get will be at 1:15 and 2:30 in the hour, but in the musical world they get loads of breaks. They really do. Unfortunately, the only sort of music that I really like is the classical stuff. Or actually, gold I quite like. We have a gold station as well, and I love all those old tunes. I don't think there's anything I don't like actually. I have to be honest that on some of our stations I don't understand the music at all. I've never heard of it. But around you and I, says Ian, will have to schedule a transatlantic call for Christmas. I mean, just between us. So he doesn't want to feature on the programme. Probably very wise, I should imagine. He said, not for me to call into your show for Christmas Day. I don't know, actually, the funny thing is I actually haven't worked out Christmas just yet, which I'm sure we will do at some point. They were doing it the other day. Wasn't somebody talking in the newsroom? I'm sure that Simon was talking about people booking people for Christmas, because we've got a bank holiday to go yet. We've got a bank holiday to go. Amazon sell tabletop freezers for 94 quid. Perfect size for your studio. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know where it's proper freezer, is it? That's good. Noah says, Steve, my lovely mother Hannah is turning 50 today, and we'll love a birthday shout out on national radio. Shout out. So there you go. So Hannah is turning. She'll be delighted you've told everybody. 50. You can't tell people your mother's age. You could please one day go retro and reintroduce your Sunshine theme tune from years ago. And Paul says, I was in John Lewis last night. All their Creed testers are empty. They never have any Creed in them. I discovered that a while ago. I've been going to John Lewis in Kingston for ages, and I always thought, I'll have a little test. No, because otherwise people would be going in there every day just covering themselves in Creed, and at £300-400 a bottle. That's why they don't put them out. They put the empty bottles out, but you won't find anything in them. They might be able to find you a little tiny sample, but they're not stupid. Otherwise, everybody who works in anywhere where they've got a John Lewis who sell this stuff will be going in every day. I've seen people going into Boots, the chemist, in Kingston as I was walking through, literally unbuttoning his shirt and using the spray deodorant. As if it was some free service. Peasant. Dreadful. When I go to M&M's, M&S, sorry, Twickenham for a ready meal, says Matt. I always reach to the back of the shelf for a later date. Yes, of course. You know, of course, the magic circle has no real magic in it. It's just tricksters making money, fooling you. And I haven't found any real magic yet, says Paul. Oh, God, there is real magic everywhere. There was a competition, Steve, using a blind tasting to find the best baked beans. Co-op's own brand won. However, they didn't include the HP brand, which I think are the tastiest. They're very hard to find in this country, says William, but they're sold in posh delicatessens in Australia. The very idea that those two words could go together, posh, delicatessen, and Australia. I mean, I don't quite... I've never been to Australia. I've never been. And to be honest with you, I'm not really sure I want to go. I can't think of any reason why would I want to go to Australia? What would be appealing about Australia for me? And the answer is not Ayers Rock. What do they call? What's it called? It's not. What's the Aboriginal name? It's called. That's right, Uluru. It changes colour, doesn't it? You can have dinner there. You can go there. It's become a bit touristy. It's a bit touristy, but it does change colour. It's funny, isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, there is this. I wonder what it was years ago. Was it all underwater? But you get the people there that go there to wait for sunset to see the rock change colour. It's sacred, isn't it? It's sacred. I don't think you're supposed to climb it, but it's sacred to Aborigines, I think. But I suppose I'd... But I mean, what else have you got? The Sydney Opera House. Well, I've seen enough shows there that makes me think I don't really... It was original years ago. Now I've seen it. I don't really sort of worry about things like that. I could go for kangaroos, but I could go to Whipsnade Zoo. And they've got loads of kangaroos and wallabies and things like that. So I've seen those before. I'm not sure about their spiders. They've got a lot of deadly spiders and snakes and jellyfish. Loads of things. So in other words, I mean, I don't know what the food is. I mean, what is typical food in Australia? Whereas Vegemite. Well, on everything. Vegemite on everything. They don't have Vegemite all the time, do they? All right, okay. Well, yes. Foster's. Yeah, I'm not sure. Popular Australian food. You're right, actually. Vegemite is the most common one that foreigners discover and more often than not hate. Pavlova. This is popular Australian food. Pavlova. I know what a pavlova looks like. It's a meringue thing. There's Vegemite. Fairy bread. I'm saying nothing. Tim Tams. They just look like... You know what they actually look like? They look like penguins. It's a penguin, isn't it? Trust them to nick it and call it a Tim Tam. Oh, look, a meat pie. Very, very popular, apparently, in Australia. I've never seen a meat pie before. Anzac biscuits. Okay. Chicken parmigiana. It doesn't say... They say it's one of the most common foods you'll find in an Australian pub. Lots of pubs have a Parma night where you can grab a decent-priced chicken parma with a beer. Lovely. Look, they've even managed to put a few chips there. Fish and chips, apparently. Very popular. Australians do, they say, a bloody good fish and chips. They say, but most English visitors will be quite sceptical. The Australians have yet to master the art of mushy peas, chips and gravy. Oh, no. But, I mean, chips... Oh, there you go. There's a pavlova. It's just meringue with cream on the top and loads of berries. So, you know, I mean, it's okay. Beetroot, very popular. They like a slice of beet. See, I like beetroot. Makes your wee go purple. Witchetty grub... They don't eat witchetty grubs, do they? Oh... They have a gooey texture. They say they taste a little bit like chicken. Yeah, it always tastes like chicken, doesn't it? And here we have crocodile. What does it taste like? Chicken. So that's it. And barbecues. And apparently, go back. Every time you think of barbecues, you think of surfing, you know, another shrimp on the barbie. You know, come on, Muriel, put another shrimp on the barbie. And apparently local councils provide all of these sort of things. I mean, sometimes they include a salad, but it's mainly about the meat and fish. See, as far as I'm concerned, a barbecue is... Oh, they do kangaroo meat. Poor kangaroos, honestly. Emus as well. You find the emu on the coat of arms. Barramundi. Obviously looks like a fish. Yuck. This is Lamingtons. We've heard about Lamingtons. It's basically a square of sponge cake covered in chocolate sauce, sometimes raspberry, and then covered in coconut. See, I love coconut. Some people hate it. And an avocado. Oh. And where'd you go back again, honestly? You're so keen to move things. Really? A golden gay time. Hello? Typical Australia, isn't it? I'm saying nothing. Everybody in Australia loves a golden gay... Put your hands behind your back. Leave them there till I tell you. What is it? Golden Gay Time is an ice cream made by Streets with a suspiciously familiar logo. It's toffee and vanilla ice cream dipped in chocolate and covered in biscuit pieces. Wow, they also do one in pina colada. Apparently, the slogan is, it's hard to have a gay time on your own. Well, they'd know. Do they have any gay characters in Neighbours and stuff like that? Can't remember. Here it is, Nestle's Milo. It's a chocolate powder mixed with water to make a chocolate drink or sprinkled on cakes. It's basically chocolate powder. Okay, which is very nice indeed. So there you go. So that's some of the... But I think we're all going for the gay time ice lolly, aren't we? We're going for that. The boys are looking forward to trying that. That'll be something new in the old repertoire. A gay time lolly. We'll have a... They used to have that in the Flintstones. We'll have a gay old time. And I used to see Barney and Fred. They didn't look particularly gay to me. Or Wilma and Betty. They looked quite, you know, as people would do. Mind you, the fellow who owned the place where they worked, slightly suspect. And they also had their own dinosaur as a pet. Well, I mean, goodness sake, when that thing didn't want to go through the door, it just pulled the house down. Just walked straight through it. But we'll have a gay old time. There used to be a blind shop in Hounslow called Gay Blinds. Oh, she should make me laugh when I went past it. I don't know why. I just wonder whether or not the owner ever thought about it, because at one time, gay meant happy. You know, whoopee, gay time. And now it's a nice lolly in America, covered in biscuit. There's probably a connection there somewhere. I can't quite work out what it is. But I'm sure I've had one of those sort of lollies, but without the biscuit on. Because I do... What's the matter? You're very nervous. Well, you've always been nervous, haven't you? Only have to mention gay time, and he becomes very nervous. Jan in Lincolnshire says Steve Lamingtons are lovely. I'm sure that somebody threatened to send some in for me. And I might have had some. But Vegemite, top of the list. It's Marmite, isn't it? Vegemite? Same sort of thing. I don't know why the Australians think it's all theirs, goodness sake. About 50 years ago, Steve, when I was 10, I still remember reading a little ditty on a mug dedicated to Coronation Street. And it says, life is so sweet on this little street where everyone likes a good chat. Nearly all that they earn aids the Rover's return. And there's no greater cause than that. It's changed a bit, hasn't it? Since you could go in there and have sort of, you know, a Mackeson's or something like that, you know, and they'd sit there and nurse it all day. Do you ever... Oh, you probably didn't see it in the early days, did you? Coronation Street. It was all in black and white. We'd sit there, da, 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 and we used to think, is that really what life is like up north? Because people used to say, oh, it's grim up north. And I say, it's quite grim down south, but at least we don't moan about it. Ken's been in it since beginning. With Deirdre. Ken! She was like that. She used to wear glasses, but of course she didn't need glasses. It was like Harry Potter. He doesn't wear glasses in real life. He just put them on for the Harry Potter part. Whereas I can't read anything without the glasses. Oh dear. 16 minutes past 5. Let's have a check on the road and the rail. Down to the LBC travel desk, waiting patiently. So keen. EasyJet have screwed everybody's life up, haven't they? There's 3 destinations that they're not going to be flying from now. But there's loads of people who are booked back. And how are they going to get home? We had that once. We were flying in, not on EasyJet, on another airline. I can't remember which one it was. And the pilot says, because of problems landing at Heathrow, whatever it happened to be, we're going to have to go and land in Manchester. I thought, point of landing in Manchester? I live in Twickenham. Did I ever mention that? Because I'm sort of in Twickenham, and then he started circling, and I thought he's using up fuel. If you start circling, because you can watch the planes coming in. Not at the moment. It's a bit thin on the ground, I'm afraid. But Steve, we should definitely bring back Bethany's ex, super villain boyfriend, Guy Nathan. Perhaps the producers could write him in as a reformed character. Says Lawrence, or the Cobble's latest vicar, perhaps. Was he super cute? Nathan? I don't know. I don't know anything of that. So, Guy Nathan. Or is it Nathan? I don't know. Has he been written out there? So bring back Bethany's ex, the super villain boy. They don't get many villains in Coronation Street, do they? It's just a little sort of offshoot of Manchesterford. And they're just all there. Ken's been in it since the beginning. Ken Barlow. And we got any pictures of him? Do we not? Haven't we got any pictures of him? Is that a picture of Bethany? What does her boyfriend look like? Oh, there you go, Nathan. That's him, Nathan. Oh, right. He's a predator. Boo! Boo for a predator. Oh, he's not cute at all. Good Lord, honestly. Very average for Coronation Street. They've had better people, much better people. So, not going to happen, Lawrence, OK? I've had a word. Matthew says, in stitches of laughter about the gay Flintstones. Well, they were the ones who have a yabba-dabba-doo time, whatever that's supposed to mean. A yabba-doo time. We'll have a gay old time. Wilmer! I met the woman who played Betty. She came in. Yeah. That was very good. And she could turn on the Betty thing, the Betty voice. And it's so funny when you see, because they call them voice artists in America. And you meet somebody and then they do the voice for you. It's like whenever Patsy comes in from Absolutely Fabulous, she'll go into Patsy. It's fantastic to watch. I love it. I can't get enough of it. Steve, moved from London to Sydney 2 years ago, never looked back. And, all the benefits of a bustling city with a stunning rocky coastline on your doorstep. Love gay times and baked beans. Lollipops and ice cream. How lovely. Great live show Sunday. On Christmas Day, maybe you can live stream the show in another sparkly jacket, says somebody, and all the decorations. Yeah, that's a point. This year, I'm determined to have a little tree in the studio. What? What's the matter? We've never managed it before, have we? We've had tinsel. There's not really enough room for a tree. I might just we've had a small tree in before. I shall have to start hunting around somewhere sort of cheap and cheerful. Perhaps I'll ask, perhaps, sort of Corey's got, perhaps quite a few. I bet at the parents' bar there'll be one sitting on the counter, won't there? So come on. Playing all innocent. I shall end up going to one of those garden centres where they do all of these things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. People tell me about the Karelia suite. And somebody says, listening to your classical music this morning, thank you, Timbo, did you attend the New Year concert in Vienna? No, I was never in Vienna for New Year. I was in for Christmas Day, but I was always out for New Year because, apart from 1 year, but we never did the New Year's Day concert. I generally watch it on the television. You know why? Because Julie Andrews always likes to go every year, and I always think, and it's beautiful. It's in the Musikverein, as they have it, and I love it because all those places I used to see because I used to go there all the time. Steve, isn't there something about we only have a certain amount of taste for meat, and then we think chicken? Yeah, because that's what everybody says. What does snake taste like? Chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. And I'm thinking, it can't. I've lost sausages in my place. I'm convinced I bought some jumbo hot dogs. Yeah, well, I can't find them. Either they've been carried off by a gang of ants who are marauding and decided to carry them off on their shoulder like some cartoon, or I've thrown them away. And I have no, you know what? What, hot dogs? No, they come from the chiller cabinet. They're in a plastic thing. Have you been in a supermarket recently? In a tin? Oh dear, that sounds very cheap and horrible, doesn't it? Probably in brine, I should imagine. No. Oh, there you go, look. Prince's hot dogs. Oh, no. They sell those ones there, the Wilkington ones, or whatever they're called, in Iceland. But no, I buy fresh hot dogs. You just buy tins, don't you? Very odd. Very odd. Noah says, what's the best wedding you've ever been to? Well, as my brother could be listening, I'm going to say my brother's wedding. Mainly because it was organised very well. I bought them 2 magicians and stayed in the hotel. It's very rare for me to stay in hotels. I don't do staying in hotels. But what is the first thing I do when I move into a hotel room? Apart from hanging all the clothes up and getting everything out in the bathroom so you've got everything there, and checking the temperature of the water and stuff like that, checking the television that you understand it, then looking through the local guidebooks. You never get around to these sort of things. And then you open the fridge to see what's in it. And I took fruit down with me. I took grapes, peaches, loads of things just to keep me going, because if I wake up in the middle of the night, I had to make sure there was water. So I ordered some more water and put that in the fridge. So if I woke up in the middle of the night, I could have that. I always make sure I've got enough coffee in the room and tea. There's never enough. There's only enough for sort of 2 cups of coffee, of which I can do very, very quickly in the morning. But still quite nice, actually. Still quite nice. And another one here, Steve. Oh, so what's the best wedding? As I say, my brother's. Because it was a country house wedding, and his daughter took all the pictures, and there was no restrictions. We were all there. My Uncle Alan was there. And it was lovely. Lovely. When comparing classic Corrie to current show, Ken looks the same. So does Rita. But Beverly Callard hasn't aged well at all. Really? I thought she looked great, actually. I thought she looked really great. But she's out of it now, isn't she? She's off for doing something else. Which is good. Steve, So if you were going to pick a favourite soap, I don't pick favourite. I don't really have a chance to watch them. I watched some of the old ones, the classic ones, and you suddenly realise that, at one point there was Derek in Coronation Street. Of course, he actually died some time ago. He used to own a shop in Covent Garden here in London, and it was Pollock's Toy Theatre shop, and he used to own that. I used to see him in there a few times. He was lovely. And then Mavis. I love Mavis. Oh, I don't really know Rita. Like anybody like that. When they were doing the cookery programme yesterday, they went, they've got all these people here, and then they dragged out that old bag, the one who's well past her sell-by, Gannet Straight Porter. And she was there causing mayhem in the kitchen. They were saying, can you hurry up and do this? I'm doing it, she said. I mean, it's now turned into a bit of a naff act, but at the time it was fairly funny, I suppose. But now it just looks a bit sad, I think. Other stories in the papers: 80-mile-an-hour hair-raising winds to batten the UK. So my advice is, batten down the hatches. Make sure, because it takes plants off walls in pots, and if you've got plastic furniture in the garden, that's a bit bad. Leonardo DiCaprio clearly still loves the beach 20 years on from Danny Boyle's hit film, but is it a little bit more love now? He's put on a bit of weight. Everybody puts on weight. It's a very lucky person who goes through their life at the same size. Most people put on weight. And you can't help, it's just the way it goes. And also after lockdown, I mean, most people have said to me, all I've done is eat. And you go, oh, right. And then you go, do you drink as well? And they go, yeah, drink as well. Emmerdale's ex-barmaid, Lisa Riley, says she's clearer and happier. She's had 5 years without a drink. 5 years ago, she says, she's 44, I drank my last drop of alcohol. Amazing, isn't it? They always say if you stop drinking alcohol during the week and just drink at the weekend, that'll make you feel a bit better. Also, the storm warning from hell. The RNLI, Royal National Lifeboat Institute, say people will die this week if you ignore storm warnings and we're hit by a weather bomb. The country's facing a storm roller coaster as Ellen arrives in town with gales, downpours and 15-foot waves. Be careful. But the trouble is, it makes no difference me saying that, and I wish it did. We can influence people in other ways, but you try stopping people going out and going onto the beaches, and they'll sit there through thunderstorms because it's our holiday time and we want to go there, and it could be an absolute disaster. A violet crunch. Have we heard of a violet crunch? A violet crunch. It's an Australian crunchy, but purple inside, says Kate. Well, can it be? It's honeycomb. What, they've dyed honeycomb? What would be the point of that? A violet crunch. Never heard of it. Oh, a violet crumble. Violet crumble, but not crunch. violet crumble, and it's still yellow inside. I'm looking at it now. They say it's back in Australia. So it's like a crunchy. Presumably it might taste of violets, but it's certainly got just the normal honeycomb inside. I like a crunchy. I don't mind a crunchy bar. They're quite nice, aren't they? Honeycomb. You can get honeycomb now just by itself. Without sort of chocolate around it, which is better. Steve, did you ever watch the American soap operas like Dallas and Dynasty? Of course I did. I used to love it. Both of them. I thought they were absolutely brilliant. And Steve, after viewing you on the big screen last Sunday, I envisage you can be a prominent feature on Mr. Ferrari's programme, The Pledge. Yes, I think not. Thank you very much indeed. It's funny, isn't it? Some people will be desperate to do things like that. I was nearly offered this morning to go on and be a contributor. I couldn't think of anything worse. I seriously couldn't think of anything worse. I think you're either cut out for something like that or you're not. And I think not. Alan in Fife says, Storm Ellen to hit the UK. Blame it on the producers. Obvious. Yes. 3 have gone from the Ellen show. She said she took her eye off the ball and she shouldn't have done, and she's apologised to the 200 staff who appear to work on the programme. 200 staff. You often wonder what they do. 200 staff. Top of the Bops, the song that you want to dance. Did you ever go to the Christmas shop near London Bridge in the Hayes Galleria? It's such a pity they closed. I not only didn't go there, but they were listeners to the programme. And when they closed, and they were gutted, because it was something that was so unique. The Christmas shop at Hayes Galleria, remember it very, very well. They closed due to the rent, but they're now only online, says Stephen. Yeah, they wrote to me. They sent me in loads of lovely Christmas goodies. We put all the masks on and we got baubles and everything else like that. And, they were forced out because somebody put the rent up. And then it's a coffee shop that takes it on. And that's where you start thinking, how many more bloody coffee shops do we need? Please. I thought they were great. We loved the Christmas shop. This box arrived here with all these goodies in, and it was really lovely. So we love things like that. And Roger says, you may only be on air 3 hours. What do you mean only on air for 3 hours? 3 hours non-stop chatting every day, 6 days a week. You find me somebody else who can do it. And he says, but with shopping, TV, research and an early night, you don't have time to do anything else. I don't have any research. What research would I have to do? The research is in my mind. I mean, sometimes I'll do something or something will happen and I'll go, that'll run tomorrow. But I don't do research for the programme. No. Well, why would I want to read books for the programme? We don't mention books on the programme. Anything I mention would be in the newspapers, and I do that in the morning when I come in. So it's not exactly research. I'm just sort of, basically, I've got a fallback. So if all of a sudden, and it'd be a very rare day, let me tell you, that I couldn't think of anything to talk about, I can talk about the Top of the Bops song, the song that you all want to dance to, apparently, in the discotheque, is Dancing Queen. Well, I mean, it's not a dancing song. It just... Well, I'm telling you what's in here. Yeah, Come On Eileen is the second most famous. I mean, how do you dance to that? It's the boring song in the world. Number 10 is The Summer of 69 by Bryan Adams. Well, the Summer of 69, yeah. Yeah, well, I can hear you playing Come On Eileen. Bohemian Rhapsody. Don't be silly, you can't dance to Bohemian Rhapsody. Is this what do you do that bit? You sort of float around like, something out of Midsummer Night's Dream. Is this just fantasy called in a landslide? No escape from... How do you dance to that? Open your eyes. Look, interpretive dance. Ridiculous. Crazy in Love by Beyonce. Well, she did that quite well at Glastonbury, didn't she? With her boobies sticking out all over the place on the dances with the hair and everything else. Queens, Don't Stop Me Now. Because I'm having well, how do you dance to that? I'm a supersonic... That is real old man dancing. Corey, sit down. Making a fool of yourself on the programme. Now, I can understand Sweet Caroline, but that's not dancey. That's you sing along to it. Rugby and stuff like that. Whitney Houston. Ooh, I want to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with some... That's all right. The Weather Girls. Oh, no, sorry. Happy by Pharrell Williams. What a boring song, honestly. Anything that makes you feel less happy, that would be it. It's Raining Men. It's raining men again, hallelujah. Yeah, that's all right. But Come On Eileen. So you go through... Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, that is just ridiculous. That's just sort of manic throwing yourself around the floor to the annoyance. I wouldn't have played any of those. I might have played Dancing Queen, but I didn't. I don't remember playing it. And I don't have a favourite ABBA song. This is not BBC Shropshire. What's your favourite ABBA song? No, not Waterloo, no. And I dreamed of an eagle, and I think that flying high, like a bird in the sky. I mean, am I facing the right way or something? I mean, goodness sake, everybody knows that's a very famous ABBA song. I think it's called The Eagle, isn't it? Yeah. I love the way you shake your head like, yes, you're right. Of course I'm right. Have you never heard it? Yeah. They came, and also I liked, what was that other one, which was an instrumental by ABBA? It's an ABBA instrumental, and it was, wait a minute, let's run through them quickly. One of us, would have to be me, Fernando, The Day Before You Came, My Love, Happy. What was it? Come on, somebody will know out there. It's Arrival. I think it was Arrival. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And somebody says, I don't know how you do it 3 hours a day. Well, I've never managed it 3 hours a day, I have to tell you now. I mean, that's wishful thinking. 6 days a week. Wonder if you talk in your sleep. Well, we'll never know. We'll never know. Probably not. Probably not. And somebody says, I was admiring the nice family on the TV show Our Yorkshire Farm. I saw that the other day. First time, it's a big family, isn't it, like 9 children or something? And they do everything. I was wondering, would you ever retire to a farm in the Yorkshire Dales? I don't think so, actually, no. No, I don't know. I mean, I like watching other people doing it, but I promise you, in the middle of winter, working on... Farmers will tell you, people who go, I think I'll look after a farm. Pfft, you better learn to be very, very strong. It's tough work out there for not much reward. It really is. It's very, very difficult. I know, because I lived in Yorkshire, and we had farms in our village. I think there was about 2 or 3. And as kids, we would go and play on the farm. And the farmers were really... I don't think we ever saw a farmer. They certainly didn't object to us going and playing in the fields and climbing into the hay bales and stuff. Nobody ever told us off. Nobody ever told us off because we were kids who lived in the village. We weren't vandals. You would make a den and you could climb right to the top of these huge barns with these hay bales. I mean, we were sort of innocent, really. Well, I mean, sort of innocent, because we didn't know about stealing or wrecking things or doing anything like that. We just went out to have good fun as teenagers. In fact, we were less than teenagers, I think, actually. But, no, we might have been, actually, just borderline teenagers. Did you watch the Double Deckers? Yes. Morning, Steve. And it says, and your marvellous crew. Is it Luke, or is it Corey, or is it Tom? Chomping heartily on his Marmite. Yuk. Just kidding. Yuk is Y-U-K. Okay. And I like to help people out. That's what we have to do at 20 to 6 in the morning. But no, definitely don't want to go and live on a farm. Definitely do not want to live on a farm. That was played by Mike Oldfield. Well, actually, it was ABBA. It was ABBA's. And Mike Oldfield had his Tubular Bells, and then Hurgist Ridge, I think, and Omer was something else, wasn't there? Oberammergau or something like that. Anyway, something. Steve, hearing you singing brings a tear to my eye. You have the voice of an angel. A hell's angel. Thank you. It's very kind, isn't it, really? We don't need things like that. I bet you're a wow at Christmas. People always moan, don't they? There's always somebody. Kate's emotional birthday with coma husband. And do you remember we talked the other week, and I think we actually fell into the trap? Do you remember Daphne from Eggheads? She's alive. Okay, she is not dead. It's been put about on the internet. There was a hoax obituary. She became aware of the sick spoof when a neighbour asked her husband if she died. And as she isn't on social media, she asked the Daily Express to let... She's 81, but she is not dead. She is very much alive. And to quote Mark Twain, the report of my death was an exaggeration. But it's amazing. Those behind the site didn't return emails yesterday. Interesting, because there was one here. It read, Daphne Egghead's death, according to a press statement, 15-1 game show winner and TV person died at the age of 81. Those people behind the site, frankly, should be ashamed of themselves. Sick people. We'll find out who they are. Won't take the papers long to find you. And then we're going to plaster you all over the papers. And then you're going to look very silly, which is not good. I've noticed that PC Andrew Harper's mother says it felt like a kick in the stomach after learning 2 of her son's killers have launched appeals against their convictions. Are we surprised? Of course not. And Kate Garraway returned to Good Morning Britain and told tearfully of how she'd taken some challenging days away to celebrate Derek Draper's birthday. Could be years or months to recover, but then she got trolled from people saying she was smiling on television. These are sick people. Let's find out who they are. Get the police involved. Get them into court. You know, people like that deserve to be named and shamed. And as I say, and all these people in America who do these things, you know, vile people. There was a disgusting woman who worked for one of the Hilton groups over there, and there was a black woman, I've told you, who wanted to go and swim in the pool. And this woman comes up to her and goes, "I'm sorry, who are you?" And she goes, "I'm staying in this hotel." Her daughter was swimming in the pool. So this other woman, who's quite clearly an out-and-out racist, calls the police. So 2 racist coppers turn up as well and start going, "Have you got some identification?" She goes, "This is my door key for getting in and out of the hotel." OK, what room number are you in? "I'm not telling you. Mind your own business, you nosy little bent copper." And that's how bad it got. In the end, the Hilton group had to apologise to this woman, who turned out to be a lawyer. And the woman who had made the complaints and was standing there arguing the toss with her got fired. Yes! And that's what Kate Garraway should do with these people, definitely. Steve, I'm a fan of your programme, says Oscar. Yes, thank you, editor Steve Allen. It's yuck. Yes. I also agree, only Coronation Street has the best villains. Tracy Barlow, Nathan and Maya Sharma, all crazy, yet brilliant. No, there were sort of better ones. Much better ones than that. I mean, when you looked at some of the ones in EastEnders, they had some bad villains. Good Lord, did they ever? Do you dream about newspapers in your sleep? No, mercifully not. No, I've never dreamt about a newspaper before. Don't think so. Also, filmmakers urged to revisit classic movies like Casablanca for inspiration on how to film intimate scenes without actors being able to touch each other. They used to have to put their foot down on the floor, didn't they? And that was early social distancing. Early breakfast. Steve, I saw some workers mapping out the camera positions on the Upper Richmond Road in Putney in readiness for the new expansion of the congestion charge next year. Fantastic. Love it. Of course, you still want me to go over Hammersmith Bridge, so that doesn't really help, does it? My favourite Jewish multitasker, Monica, very sleepy today, says, "Sleepy, on fumes and with barely 1 coffee. Time to get to work. Sometimes I prefer going out in the cab at 2 a.m. I somehow feel better." There are certain things, aren't there, that sort of... I mean, I've never taken a cup of coffee into a car and done it on the journey. I see loads of people driving, you know, down motorways with a cup of coffee and stuff. I've never done that. I keep a bottle of water in the car. Well, in fact, actually, I've got a case of water in the car at the moment because I quite like the idea of it, but I try not to drink it because it's a bit of a pain. Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Food allergies make kitchens like a hospital, says Raymond Blong. And children who grow up in areas with high air pollution are more likely to develop asthma and persistent wheezing, which I'm so glad I never got asthma. So glad. I mean, there's certain things, you know, I was talking to somebody the other day who said he's been in for a test and he's borderline diabetic. So he's doing everything he can to not get diabetes. Mind you can live with diabetes. Steve, it was Omadorn by Mike Oldfield. Very underrated. Also, famous director Alan Parker died a few weeks ago. Oh, right. There you go. And Trevor was the best baddie on EastEnders. Oh, there's been loads of baddies, haven't there? Loads and loads of baddies on the programmes. And in fact, some of them are good. I used to like the woman in Brookside, and she was mad. She was chasing the bloke who owned the fish shop. And she was so evil and nobody saw it. She would pretend that she was going out with him and in love with him and he was really nice to her. Of course, he hated her. And she was completely off the spectre. I mean, she went, ooh, blimey, the other way. Completely mad as a broomstick, but sort of mad, bad and semi-dangerous because everybody believed her and they didn't believe him. They thought he was just acting. Which of course obviously was, but I mean, it was, dreadful. And there's a story with a sting in the tail. It's an ant which is trying to push a dead bee 10 times bigger than itself. That's the trouble. Ants are so clever. I've seen them in the jungle. Well, not physically in the jungle, but I've seen them on the television, which is fantastic. When you look at them and they're getting leaves out, what they do with the leaves, I've got no idea. Here we go. This is what you need. I have to get one of these, I think, for Luke. Total Abs. It's a core toning EMS belt. And what you do is you put it, and it's got batteries in it, and it vibrates. And you can sculpt, tone, and define your core whilst you go about your day without leaving the house. It'll never work. £69. I think you need to get 2. And you put it on, and it sort of vibrates. Wow, that works. I've got no idea. So your stomach vibrates a little bit. Yeah, you don't go to the gym, do you? I can tell. Just tell by some of the movements that you do. You could get one of those Vibra things. I've seen them advertised on the telly. They're about £99, and that's just like a box on the floor that vibrates, and you put your legs on it. No, you haven't got any muscles. I wouldn't. Don't worry. It's a pointless exercise. I mean, you are the sort of person, if you went to the beach, they'd be kicking sand in your face, and that'd be the little children. You don't have to wait for the big children to get around to doing it. They can have a field day with you. Front page of the Daily Mail. They're talking about, in Singapore, an ex-public schoolboy is, unfortunately, serving 20 years for drug offences. Let me tell you now, they tolerate nobody in Singapore. He got 24 lashes. This is 24 lashes. You're stripped naked, you're bent over a board, and you get 24 lashes. Your skin will break. They send you back to your cell with a tube of cream for you to put on there. I mean, it is apparently absolutely dreadful. But he's got 20 years for drug offences. There are loads of countries where you need to check very carefully if you're one of those people who is taking of drugs. Croatia now to join France on the holiday hotspot quarantine list. That's a bit of a blow to 20,000 British tourists, thinking they're going to come back and go straight back to work again. And here's something. Now, Nick Ferrari talked about this. This is people arriving in this country. These are the migrants who are coming in on these boats by these people who rip them off. And some of them pretend to be children. And I remember Nick being on television, AJ, I think it was on This Morning, and there was a woman there saying, but they are children. He said, madam, you only have to look at these people to realise they're not children. And there is somebody here, a picture of a migrant sitting on a beach. His name's Yaha. And I asked one of the boys, how old do you think he is? And they went, 30, 40? He's claiming to be 16. And in fact, one member of my team, I will not tell you who it is, actually had somebody in his school, in the class, who in fact was just under the age of 30, but pretending to be 14. And you could see that he wasn't 14. These people grow beards and everything else. All right, and on rare occasions. But this bloke in the paper today, you're going to look at his picture and go, that's 16? No way. No way at all. But this one did it so he could actually sort of get into a classroom at the age of sort of nearly 30. Amazing, isn't it? But I love the way that France now think it's our fault. But whereas they're in France, I mean, quite clear they don't want to stay in France. But they're in France. But there was the ex-mayor of Calais or something like that who sort of blamed it on us. Said it was our fault that we weren't doing enough, having just given them millions to tighten up their security, which of course is, as we all know, very, very lax. Would you get in a car if it was automatic? Would you get in a car if it was self-driving? No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, there would be a chat nav on the dashboard. Also, the steering wheel would sort of pop up. You can sit there, and this car will take you to where you want to go. Like those, you remember we had those things the other day from Milton Keynes, where they've got little trucks that pootle about, and from the supermarket, and they put the things in. When it gets to the other end, you sort of run a fob over it, and then you can open it and take your food out. It's no good to anybody else because it's controlled by a central thing. So you can nick one of these things if you want, but it won't get you anywhere. And of course, they'll better find out exactly where it is because they can actually track them. You can actually track them. Richard in Corrie, who made out he was an airline pilot, was actually unemployed, says Matthew. That's a baddie on a soap. Yeah, we had him in here on a few occasions. He's great. Because sometimes actors love to get their teeth into things like that. You know, a part where you are one of the most loathed characters, and people hate you. People absolutely. And we've had quite a few recently. I think there's been one in EastEnders, I'm pretty certain, and there was definitely one in Coronation Street. A review of the multi-billion-pound plans to repair the Palace of Westminster will not consider Boris's suggestion of moving Parliament to York while the work is carried out. Oh, they're so pedantic. They don't want to go to York. They definitely don't. They agreed to move to temporary facilities. I mean, can't we just sort of do without them for a little while? We don't actually need them, do we? Doctors told be frank with older obese patients. And they say, presiding, blah, 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 because it saves taxpayers hundreds of millions of pounds. And same question I asked the other day. Does really a mug with a brilliant idea hit her, which is taken from Matilda, sold in Sainsbury's? Campaigners said it encouraged domestic violence. So anyway, so they've now removed it. And the question is asked, does this mug, Axe by Sainsbury's, really encourage domestic violence? And says Emma Webb, director of the Institute for the Study of Civil Societies, Civitas, says, I hope Sainsbury's is capable of resisting idiocy. A brilliant idea hit her is not a brilliant idea hit her. Who's going to read a mug and find in it permission to hit their wife? A spokesman for Sainsbury's says, we're apologising to customers for any upset it may have caused. Just be one or two people. Just be one or two people, honestly. The people who go around there going, excuse me, I'm finding these green apples very offensive. Definitely, we don't want things like that, thank you very much indeed. Why the Sussexes will not feature in The Crown, and because there's not enough distance from their stories. I'm so bored with the Sussexes. And another one here. Those ab belts don't vibrate, they work by giving electric shocks, which make your muscles contract. You can't get on with anything, says Joe, whilst wearing them. I mean, I just sort of think things like that are just ridiculous. If you want to lose weight, it's eating little and often and exercise. I mean, it's not complicated, is it? I don't think fasting makes you lose weight. Why would fasting make you lose weight? Why would fasting make you lose weight? Because when you look in, it doesn't work for you, that's the trouble. That's like whenever you see pictures of children in African countries who've got distended stomachs and things, and people go, oh, and they don't eat anything. So how on earth fasting actually helps? I mean, you need something to eat. Perhaps you need to moderate what you eat. Perhaps, you must eat sort of dry crackers or something. It must be something. You can't just not eat any, because you do eat. It's not like you don't eat. You eat when you go home, don't you? Like 3 meals in one go. Chicken Kiev, finished off by Battenberg cake, and then moving on to fruit cake, and then a portion of chips, and then at the very end of the day, a creme brulee. And that's it, which is nice. So the ab belts don't vibrate. All the ab things I've seen them doing on the ground, they do vibrate. I've seen it. I know what vibrating looks like. Johnny in Watford says getting lots of fox dropping in the garden. When you say dropping, what, from the sky? Or they're sort of falling out of the sky? Are they coming out from aeroplanes or something, or landing their helicopters on the lawn? I don't know how you notice, actually. I mean, I don't know if there's anything you put down for foxes. Once they've started going somewhere, they'll go somewhere. Doesn't matter where. You see them all the time. We see them all the time around our way. In fact, they're almost sort of part of day-to-day life, which is very interesting. Born on this day in 1927, and we loved her dearly, Eutha Joyce. Yeah, she died in 1980. She trained at RADA alongside Roger Moore. She did Man About the House, George and Mildred. She died from cirrhosis of the liver. She was only 53. I mean, she must have been doing some booze. But she died, actually, with Brian Murphy at her bedside. That was nice. I always thought they got on really well, actually, so I'm delighted to hear that. Also on this day in 1986, Phil Lynott, the lead singer of Thin Liz Early Breakfast. This is LBC with you till 7, and Nick Ferrari will be here. And don't forget, we have a podcast every day, a free podcast called Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, which it is. And then we have the full show as well. And they're both available sometimes quite quickly after the show is finished. It's a cracker today, is it? Which one's a cracker? They're both crackers, both cracker programmes, so there you go, which is good news. And all you have to do, if you do not podcast at the moment, I can only suggest that it will be the best thing you do. If you manage to get a holiday, either in this country or going away to somewhere where you don't need to isolate for 2 weeks quarantine, then go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, okay? Find the podcasting page, not too difficult. You can download the app, and it's all free. All free, not one penny piece will change hands. And once you've downloaded the app, you can download all the programmes. And we get thousands upon thousands upon thousands of downloads every day. So thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people cannot be wrong. You can download for free. And you can go back into our archives as well. So the more you download, the happier we are. So just go to lbc.co.uk. First time ever, story in the paper today about Swansea City. They're a high-profile football club. They're going to drop the gambling company as its shirt sponsor. They've decided this. They finished 6th in the Championship, the tier below the Premier League. They're going to replace the online betting firm Yobit with Swansea University as its main shirt sponsor. And they've come under pressure from gambling campaigners. I have to be honest, I mean, I would totally agree. Totally agree. You know, we don't want to encourage people. We've got enough problems as it is about encouraging people to gamble as well. And you see it all the time on the television. I'm constantly seeing adverts for gambling and online gambling and, you know, it's this and so and so. And I'm thinking, I mean, luckily I'm not addicted to anything like that, so I'm fine. But I can understand other people will go, because I do like the thrill of sort of winning. The thrill of winning. I remember we went out with the Steve Allen Lunch Club, must be about a year ago now, and we all ended up, I think, on a Friday night at the Hippodrome. And we did quite well, actually. We didn't do badly at all. But that was the last time I went. Mind you, it was just after that it closed. Got to wait for it to sort of reopen again. But we had the most fun doing it because we were careful. We weren't reckless. You do see people, I mean, I've seen people chucking down bundles of money. But that's how these people survive. But when you see it on the television as well, and if you're seeing it on Swansea City shirts, then that might, I mean, I don't know how many people would be tempted. They will see something and they'll go, oh, I must go and try that particular company. I don't know how that works. It's like all these clothing companies and all these people who've come off Love Island, generally Love Island, and they go, oh, right, so you've got your own range of clothing. They don't design anything. They've got no sort of interest in anything like that. It's just, you know, will you promote it? So they go away, they promote something, and it's a bit false economy. I don't know how much these people shift. But obviously clothing for women it doesn't work for men. You hardly ever see clothes on the television for men. I mean, I'd love to see in this country a Tommy Bahamas shop. I can't believe that in all these years, Tommy Bahamas, who is so huge with their Hawaiian shirts and everything else, which are fantastic. I mean, I've got them, and seriously, they look as good now as they did 10 years ago when I bought them. I mean, phenomenally good. And yet there's no Tommy Bahamas shirt shop here. And I can't quite work out why not. There might be some outlets, but I've never managed to find them. There might be one is there one in Selfridges? We're having a quick look on the internet. But a huge company like that in America, you know, they'd be doing really well here. There's loads of people who buy their shirts and then have to get them FedExed over or DHL or something like that. It's really inconvenient, but even though they're absolutely lovely. And I think to myself, why have they never thought about opening a shop here? It just makes perfect sense. Everybody loves Hawaiian shirts. They look colourful, they look bright, they're beautifully made, the quality is really superb. I get mine washed, you know, once a week. They sort of go through the mill. And yet nowhere. I can go to Vegas, I can fly to Vegas and go to the Tommy Bahamas shop. Why have they never thought about opening in this country? Seriously. Even if, you know, Harrods opened a concession up. I mean, surely. You know, everybody would love wearing stuff like that. In fact, I wore one... Sorry? What? Oh, they're really nice. But look how much it is. That's £102 for this shirt. But I promise you it'll look as good as that in 10 years' time. You would have thought, actually, that somebody somewhere would have had, you know, the foresight to open up a concession somewhere. You know, I'd be out buying them. And I bet everybody else would. There's so many good shirts, aren't there? Some might even suit you, Corey. They might do, mightn't they? There's literally so many different stuff. They're not cheap. Believe you me, a cheap shirt would be about £85. But it's good. It's good stuff. I love it. But they haven't opened one here yet. Come on, lads, lighten up. 84850. And somebody says, Stan, 27 quid to visit a royal palace. I thought we've all been Hampton Court. Well, you should pay to go in there. They're 100 million down, historic royal palaces, because of lockdown. And we have to make sure that we keep these places going. They don't get any government funding whatsoever. The government go, no, you look after it. And so we do. And to the tune of 100 million quid, that's what they're short. So they've had to introduce the charge. So when you go to Hampton Court, you pay to go in the gardens. Before, you didn't need to. You could walk round there and you didn't need to. But now you pay to go in the gardens, and that means you can go into the palace itself. It's well worth it. I said yesterday, you don't get better value, because if you get historic royal palaces, not just Hampton Court, you can use all the other places on there as well. So you can go to the Banqueting House, you can go to the Tower of London. Every single day if you want. Steve was on the bus yesterday, and not only was the person next to me not wearing a mask, they were shoveling the person next to you. What sort of person is actually next to you on a bus? I've never heard of that. Somebody was sitting next to you on a bus. Not supposed to be. There's 10 people allowed on a normal single-decker bus, and if it's any more than that, you report the driver. Because that's the rules that they've laid down. And you don't need to. They've got 10 separate bits of you. Wouldn't be sitting next to anybody on a bus. Definitely not. I mean, I think on the double-deckers, is it 20 or 30? I can't remember. Whatever it is, it's you never need to sit next to anybody. And if somebody even attempted to sit next to me not wearing a mask, I'd have pushed them off onto the floor. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Steve, after listening to you, I bought a Tommy Bahama shirt. When I wear it, I'm tempted to say, book 'em, Dano, says Dallas. Did the boys get their Loch Ness shirts? I don't think, and I think we were told, we're not sure, was it September or something? Something like that. I'm still a bit dubious about the whole thing. I'm slightly disturbed by this, but luckily they put it on a credit card, so hopefully. Steve, Hawaiian shirts always remind me of Magnum P.I. Of course, it's not Perdita, is it, who wrote that? That's where, I mean, I first saw them on there and I thought they were great. I thought they were all fantastic. Isle of Wight is up and ready. We were talking about the Isle of Wight yesterday. Talk about the Isle of Wight as a place to go so that Luke can go anywhere, to be honest with you. We're not really particularly fussy where we send him. We just want to get rid of him and he can go on holiday, because he didn't get his holiday to Malta because that was cancelled. So he's now thinking of something in this country. And so we looked at Sark. And have I got any recommendation? No, as far away as possible. And as quickly as possible. I hope it happens soon. When were you thinking of taking this? September. Great. Could you bring it forward? I mean, is it possible? August? Well, tomorrow would be great. I mean, I don't want to sort of push you in that direction. Yeah, Pluto, that'd be good. We could sort of fire you off from a rocket. And, we could say, see you soon. Unfortunately, of course, we can fire you off in the rocket to Pluto. We can't get you back. That is the problem, because there is nobody up there with a rocket waiting to do return trips. So that is a slight problem. And also, there's no Tesco Metro. They've just opened one in Twickenham, a little Tesco Metro, down where there used to be one of those chicken shops. And but it was sort of like Happy Chicken or something. It lasted about 5 minutes. And also, there was another shop that opened, a little Lebanese cafe. It didn't even get a chance to open, really. They were open only 3 weeks before we went into lockdown. They obviously went out of business. It's now going to be a Yo Sushi. I mean, that's all. I've never had Yo Sushi. I'm presuming it's sushi. Only guessing. We've got all sorts of places, but, places are struggling. You wait till we get to a little bit later on. Steve, the fixtures for the new football season come out at 9 a.m. this morning. Are the Aston going to do well this time? Yeah, it's going to be sorted. Definitely the Aston. Definitely. I mean, we're doing up the Aston. We're going to do so well. Mind you, of course, before that, is it GCSE results? What U-turn will the government... This lady is not for turning. U-turn if you want to. God knows where they're going to go. Steve, so the fixture... I didn't know about the fixtures for new football. Did you know about that, guys? No, they don't. They don't support that. No, the question, it's about the fixtures for the new football season coming out at 9 a.m. It's today, yeah. What does that mean, the fixtures? Does that mean how many games they're playing or something? Oh, when you play... Because presumably, I mean, I don't want to appear naive on this because I don't understand anything about it. Are they playing football games with nobody in the stadiums at the moment? So why don't they just sort of play in the local park and destroy the stadium and build something else, like some affordable housing? Would be quite... You could play in the local park. It doesn't make any difference if there's anybody watching the thing, does it? They just put on noises over the top. Yeah. Rooney to score, running down the pitch, and here he is, George Best. Oh, maybe not George Best. Rooney scored, oh, fantastic. Because there's nobody over there. So I'm not particularly bothered about things like that. I'm more worried about the fact, I mean, you might as well just play in your tracky bottoms. No point sort of walking out onto the pitch to nobody. I must be favourite football player, Pelé. Pelé, yeah, very, very big fan of Pelé. I know a lot about Pelé. Followed his career, most of it. And who else I like? I liked, can't remember his name now, Bobby Moore. I like Bobby Moore. He looked like a nice person. So I gauge it on whether somebody looks nice. You know, I was never interested in Gazza, even though I used to have a producer at one time who used to say, well, yeah, Steve, Gazza's, you know, he's like a real top-class player. I said, no, he's not. Not anymore. That was years. It's like saying David Beckham can still kick a football around. If you pay him money, he'll kick it around for you. Steve, I love the bagpipes. We had them play Highland Cathedral at my mum's funeral. Oh, I loved Highland Cathedral. If you go onto YouTube, Neil, there's all sorts of versions of Highland Cathedral. It's fab. That and Gabriel's oboe. Which I don't know that. This and Gabriel's oboe, I don't know. But I know Highland Cathedral very well. Very well. I think it's a fantastic piece of music. And in fact, one of the guys who's actually conducting, when it goes into the last bit, dun, 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 and everybody comes in, they've got the trumpeters and everything, and the man who's conducting it gets so carried away. Fantastic. Steve, you and the boys should go to the New Forest. Not really. It's full of tourists. You don't want to go to the New Forest. And Tony in South Ealing says, I got my Loch Ness shirt over 2 weeks ago, ordered it the day you talked about it. Very odd the Groovy Gang boys not got theirs yet. Yeah, don't worry, it'll be a court case if necessary. So, yesterday, we told you honey's very good for you. I've got a whole list of things which are very good for you as well, which you probably have got in your cupboard in the kitchen. LBC News Times. So somebody's sent me a link to TommyBahamas.com. I know how to order. I've ordered Tommy Bahama shirts from America before, and I've had them. They've come over from my friends up at the airport, who sort of hung on to them for me, and that was very nice. That was very nice. But I just think they should open a shop here. You know, we've got everybody else's concession in all the big places. You know, to see a whole shop window full of Tommy Bahama shirts would make me very happy. I would be shopping there. In fact, I wore one the other day. I went to a magic shop down the road from me called Prop Dog. And I always nip in there just to see what they've got, anything new, anything interesting, which is always on most times I pop in. And he said, nice shirt. It was a Tommy Bahama shirt. But from about 10, 15 years ago. Unbelievable. So, what else is in your kitchen? Now we know honey is better than antibiotics for battling colds and coughs. Oats, porridge oats for eczema. Rosemary to aid concentration. Turmeric to alleviate pain in your joints. See, I've used turmeric with honey, with Manuka honey. Little tiny bit. You don't need a lot of it, and stir it in and just drink it. Very good. Cardamom to conquer ulcers. Parsley to stop you feeling bloated. Beetroot to give you a big boost. Beetroot juice, very good for you. Beetroot juice. And I sometimes go and buy chopped beetroot in a supermarket. They do it in sort of like the salady type areas, and mix it in with a prawn cocktail. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. And it means that, you know, the nitrates that it contains convert to nitrous oxide, which helps widen and relax the blood vessels, allowing the blood to flow around more easily. So that's good news, isn't it? Fennel seeds for treating sore eyes. Green tea to help stop gum disease. Garlic to ward off a heart attack. Pineapple to pick you up after an operation. Yoghurt to help look after your gut. And olive oil really is, they say, a panacea. So all those good things. I don't know how you use porridge oats to sort of ward off eczema. Perhaps you sort of coat yourself in it or something. I don't know. Sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? Interestingly enough, Da Vinci's work of art, and I'm quite a big fan of Leonardo da Vinci, way ahead of his time, sketching out submarines, gliders and cars before they even existed. But he may also have detected a structure in the heart which can stop it failing. He drew a network of muscle fibres called the trabeculae in the 16th century, speculating that they warmed the blood as it ran through the organ. And it's been found out that he's right. He's right again. it is possible to increase the number of branches by exercising, which makes muscles and fibres in the heart stronger and complex. So way ahead of his... I mean, he was doing pictures of stuff that they didn't even know about, which is amazing. Oh, here we go, just what I need. Being a morning person could be linked to the development of Alzheimer's. Oh, dear, that's all we need, isn't it? Ridiculous. And scientists have discovered that a higher risk of the disease was significantly associated with going to bed and waking up early. I like the waking up early bit. Did you know that there is an airline in America? I think there are 2 airlines. They will not fly you unless you are wearing a mask. They don't care about your condition. They're not bothered about asthmatics or anything like that. You have to go find another airline. They will only fly people who wear masks. And I had a woman the other day who was thrown off a plane in America. And she said, I'm not wearing a mask. And I said, well, we're not taking off with you on the plane. So they basically picked up her luggage and kicked her off. And everybody clapped and cheered. Because, you know, they've got rules. It's like here. They don't have to serve you in a shop if you don't have a mask on. They check you as you're going into John Lewis. You're wearing a mask? And they check, they go, still, I mean, you know, some people walk, you go, put your mask on. You don't have to keep it on for very long. Really doesn't matter. Steve says, Joe in Leicester, the Tommy Bahama shop in Disney Springs is huge and full of lovely stuff. Another shop I'd love to come from America to the UK is Sephora. It's obviously clothing, isn't it? Joseph in Bethlehem, 126 days, 17 hours and 30-something minutes till Christmas. Whoopee! I'm on holiday in Cumbria. Getting up soon, Steve, to make fish finger sandwiches with salt and vinegar. Ugh, not salt and vinegar. No, but fish finger sandwiches I approve of. Dion says, my son bought me a Tommy Bahama shirt in Vegas a few years ago. $45, and it's still like new. The material's really top quality. Really. What made you decide to live in Twickenham? Well, that's where I was tagged, so that's why I'm there, I think. Also, Dion says, have you got a Fire Stick on your TV? I've got no idea what I've got. About anything at all. I'm seriously. Steve, here we go. There are many people with hidden disabilities and exempt from wearing a mask who are becoming more and more scared to go out for fear of confrontation. No, they're not. Don't be so stupid. It's people like you who would physically assault someone who wasn't wearing a mask. You really are stupid. And they're contributing to this intolerance on a bus and making the society a more unpleasant place. I think the unpleasant place is caused by you, I'm afraid. We've already accepted the fact that there are people who don't need to wear them when they go on a bus. I've already told you that about 4 times. You need to wash your ears out and listen properly. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Nothing worse than ignorance, especially at this time of the morning, for goodness sake. Bobby Moore, a nice bloke, but don't judge a character by their looks. I mean, but I didn't care. Somebody said, you know, who do you like playing football? And I like Bobby Moore. I'm not interested in what somebody's like. Who cares? Apparently, porridge oats for eczema are used in a bath. In a bath? What, you don't pour the porridge oats into the bath, do you really? Somebody said, Steve Allen, so was Da Vinci a time traveller because he drew pictures of future inventions? No. He just drew pictures of things that he sort of came up in his mind. So he did a submarine, and he did a sort of a version of a car, or something like that. And Roger says, oh no, it's not Roger, Simon says, oh no, it's not, it's somebody else. Mike, who says you put chopped beetroot in prawn cocktail. Everybody does. Everybody does. You get the ready-made prawn cocktails and you put chopped beetroot into it. It's delicious. Do you not know the benefits of beetroot? Phew, blimey. Says go and see Matron immediately. You get brownie points for using beetroot. Have you not just heard what I've just been saying? Hello, we wandered into a strange subculture here this morning. And Roger says, I know the answer, but do you ever shop in TK Maxx? Well, there you go. You know the answer, don't you? Have you ever seen the prices of Tommy Bahama, says Simon. I've just told you I bought... Hello, are we wandering off in the pixie world or something? Are you sitting in the forest with Pooh Bear and Eeyore and everybody else trying to have a sensible conversation? I've just told you I bought Tommy Bahama shirts in America, which means I must have paid the price for them, unless we nicked them, which is highly, highly unlikely. There you go. Apparently you put oats in a muslin bag and run it under a bath tap and then dab it over your affected area. It'd make it a bit different. You must have a shower then to wash it all off afterwards, wouldn't you? And, Bit difficult. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So now we know that one. Obviously, people who've got eczema know all about using porridge oats. Seems a dreadful waste of oats, doesn't it, really? But if it works. And there's all these different things that work nowadays. But then most of you are probably aware of them and have been for some time. Nigel Havers has paid tribute to his Chariots of Fire co-star Ben Cross, who died after a short illness. We don't know what it was, actually. But he said, when we were training to become athletes, I was showing off how brilliant I was over the hurdles. Oh, the hurdle! You've got to be so careful doing hurdles. 1, 2, 3, stretch. 1, 2, 3, stretch. There you go. Ian from Birchmoor says, I'm exempt from wearing a mask, but I still wear one. Yeah, I mean, put it this way: how long do bus journeys take? I don't know how long bus journeys take. Perhaps we should have separate buses out there, because, as we pointed out the other day, there is still the possibility that you could have coronavirus, even if you're asthmatic. There is that possibility that could exist out there. But apparently you can now come into offices and not wear a mask. They said there's no evidence to suggest that people in offices have passed on the virus. And to be honest with you, we work together. God knows why. We work together, and we haven't caught anything yet. We haven't had any coughs and sneezes and wheezes and all sorts of things like that. And we're I'll nip into their studio briefly, pass something over. So we're obviously very healthy. Well, we must be, otherwise and I haven't heard of anybody. I mean, the only person who sort of went down with anything near it was out on the desk out there, wasn't it? Theo. Theo was the only person. And he's back. Actually, we must try and sort out getting Theo into the programme. There's so much going on in the government at the moment, which sounds lovely. Apparently a porridge bath, Steve, also used to treat chicken pox itching, says Finbar. Oh. It's obviously, I mean, is this proper porridge oats? It's not the one that you get, it's not the pre-made up thing, is it? This would be proper porridge oats. How brilliant. There you go, you see. We knew that of course, I'll say the Scottish thing, and somebody will write it as actually was invented in China or something. Seems to be that kind of morning, doesn't it, really? 6:30. Primark in Sutton have Bahama lookalike shirt, says Alan. I'm sorry. With the best will in the world, I will not be going for a lookalike shirt. Sainsbury's do shredded beetroot at the best. God bless them, says Chris. Yeah, I mean, beetroot, really good for you. And putting it with a prawn cocktail is the ultimate. Seriously, that really, I just empty it into a bowl, mix up the prawns with the Mary Rose sauce, and in goes the chopped beetroot, only chopped into little sort of squares. It's lovely. It's lovely. Really lovely. Here in West Hampstead, says Alan, lots of shops are in breach of the mask-wearing rule. I report them all to Camden Council. I don't know whether or not, I mean, well, put it this way, the people are supposed to be wearing masks. The people are supposed to be wearing them. But I'm sort of thinking maybe, people should... Perhaps we have separate buses now. Because believe you me, the amount of buses that go past me in the morning, I mean in the early hours of the morning, with nobody on them. It can't be feasible, can it, to sort of run them with sort of a few people on there. But the bus drivers have already said that they're not going to stop people getting on the buses. And some people get on the buses without them on. These are called selfish people. They're selfish people. They're the people who, because you're not wearing the mask to protect yourself, you're wearing it to protect other people. It's as simple as that. Karen and Madeleine are having a picnic on the shores of Loch Ness. Careful, it's hungry season. It's feeding time for the Loch Ness. Monster. I don't know why they call it a monster, because the film that I saw with it looked very friendly, big smile on its face and everything. You think by now it's probably so old and ancient. Must be like sort of dragging out your dead, I suppose. Didn't Leslie Crowther do the ads where he claimed stalk margarine tasted the same as butter? Says Nige. Do you know, they used to do, I seem to vaguely remember, I can't remember if it was him, but somebody definitely did, it tastes like butter. And I remember trying it once, I thought it doesn't taste like butter at all. Butter tastes like butter, which is great. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Paul says, James O'Brien also had the virus. No, he didn't. He says, we know you don't talk anymore. Well, I'm out of here at 7. He doesn't turn up till 9 o'clock. So, obviously not. Seems perfectly normal, doesn't it? But he never had the virus. Definitely not. He's been absolutely fine all the way through. Tracy in Wolverhampton says, I loved your last remark. Are we wandering off into the pixie world? I quite like the pixie world. It's where you get a little flurry of about 2 or 3 people who they haven't engaged their brain properly, so we have to put them out of their misery, which takes us about half a second, and we just go click, and they vanish into the ether. A lot of people talk about this porridge, which you put in baths to cure eczema and stuff like that. You're going to end up with sort of bits of porridge stuck all over you, aren't you? Of course you don't put golden syrup in as well. That would be silly. Golden syrup? Who has golden syrup? Don't tell me you've got a tin of golden syrup at home. Have you? What do you use that for? On pancakes? How often do you make pancakes? Once a year. So you've got a tin of golden syrup for your... Once a month? Bacon? Bacon and golden syrup? Where are you from? Is this some northern sort of treat? Bacon and golden syrup? Have you heard of such a thing? Oh, you're vegan, of course. Yeah. No, well, I didn't ask you whether you were eating it. I said, have you heard of it? Oh, so defensive, aren't they, vegans? Oh, I'm a vegan, Steve. Yes, of course you are, dear. So have you had... I'm a vegan. I wouldn't know anything about bacon. I've never even heard of it before. Where do they sell that? Supermarkets? Shan't be going there ever again. You know... Oh, look, milk. Oh, can't have that. Cheese. Definitely can't eat that. We do vegan cheese. We do vegan milk. Vegan chicken, which is not chicken at all. It's pretend chicken. And vegan turkey. Oh, no, wouldn't dream of eating bacon, Steve. And putting what? Golden syrup? Don't you know what golden syrup is? No idea. Something from childhood, I should imagine. But, yeah, so you have bacon with golden syrup on it. Good God. What a horrible thought. What a horrible thought. I can't think of any... Why would you want it? That sounds like absolutely a killer heart attack waiting to happen. You think Phil Vickery? Bacon with golden syrup? He wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. I was horrified the other day. They were doing a programme about cooking, and they said, and Phil Vickery. I thought, oh, good. So I turned up the volume, and it turned out to be a rugby player called Phil Vickery. Very disappointed. I thought, well, obviously, Phil wouldn't do one of these cooking programmes because he is Phil Vickery. Steve, Bruce Forsyth did the Stork margarine ads. I don't care. Little Julie says, were you and the boys a bit tiddlywinks after Helinka's vodka chocolate? I don't know. Did you eat all of them? Not all of them. How many you got left? How many? You got 10 left. Liar. I can tell you're lying. There weren't 10 in there. How can you have 10 left? Honestly, the porky pies they tell round here. 84850. 84850. And James did have the virus. He did the antibody test and had a weekend feeling unwell. That's not the same as having coronavirus. God, blimey, honestly. Oh, dear. Need to check your facts, says Buster. Ooh, a little bit intimidating this morning, are we? A little bit of a threatening position. Be careful. Sainsbury's also sell diced beetroot, great in sandwiches, says Pauline Paul. You can have it in anything. You can have sliced beetroot in anything. Phil Vickery said to me, he said, he's an imposter. He's an imposter. Because he appeared at our local bank some time ago, and the boys said, Phil Vickery's over the road. And I went, no, he's not. He would have told me. He said, no, he's over the road in the bank. Turned out to be this rugby player who looked like he had... Is it cauliflower ear, they call it? I don't know what that is, but he looked like he had cauliflower ear. It looked like, because of so many sort of attackings through people in rugby, where they throw each other to the ground and all the rest of it. Apparently, Aveeno moisturiser is made from porridge oats. I've never heard of this, actually. Somebody says, imagine of soy sauce and porridge oats. No. I do put soy sauce in quite a bit of things, actually, now. Definitely. And here we go. Tom says, you've now made me stop on the way to work to buy prawn cocktail and beetroot. It's delicious, and it's so good for you. You know, prawns are good for you. And they also do a low-fat prawn cocktail, which, to be quite honest, is a bit naff, you know. Go for the full-fat one. It's not exactly, you're not going to sort of balloon overnight. But then you just tip it into the beetroot. What a lovely, what a nice, healthy... I might have some today when I get home. I might go to Mark's and go and get some beetroot and... Because the good thing is that now we're doing all self-service in there. Nobody actually can sort of look at your food and sort of go, oh, you're eating that today, are you? I wonder whether you could sort of probably put it in a sandwich or something, couldn't you? I think beetroot... I've never had a beetroot sandwich, but I do like beetroot as sort of something to put... But mainly, and I can't remember who told me about it, a friend of mine told me years and years ago, and said, put put into this prawn cocktail the beetroot, chopped beetroot. You just go and buy it. You don't have to do anything at all. And said it was... he said it was really delicious. So I tried it, and it was... Mind you, if you hate beetroot, you're going to hate it. But it's just absolutely brilliant. Steve, the Stork had a variety called Stork SB, and Bruce Forsyth used to ask, have you tried it with nothing on? And the reply was, what stalkers? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. Orange twirl bars are back next month. Tried jam and cheese on toast, says Noah from South. No, definitely not. And B in Fair Oak says pancakes with bacon, maple syrup. Oh, maple syrup. Well, he doesn't know what maple syrup is. That's why he's using golden syrup. Completely wrong. Completely wrong. And he doesn't do it with blueberries either. Steve, thank you for making me laugh out loud, but I think that Pooh Bear and his mates are probably saner than most of those people. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. And Johnny in Watford said he was treated to a beer bath in the Czech Republic. I don't know what you're talking about at all. We completely lost that one. But somebody's saying, why have other people never tried beetroot? And Jill in Ashford uses golden syrup in her carrot cake. It's a Gary Rhodes recipe. It's so good. And Julie says, I buy beetroot in Lidl. And, wait a minute, I buy beetroot in... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing. Where's that gone to? Oh, in Lidl, and cook it myself. Well, in fact, Paul Cooper, they either have uncooked beetroot or they've got a hot thing and they cook beetroot every day, practically every day. So you can either have cooked beetroot or uncooked beetroot. Steve, thank you. I've now got the prawns out of the freezer for a prawn and beetroot cocktail for my lunch. Very good for you. And Angela says beetroot, Steve, is fantastic for you. You're right. Prawns, however, as we know, are high in cholesterol, so really a bit good for you. So quite nice. So beetroot and prawn cocktails. You try it. I'm never wrong. Seriously. It's like a tin of cooked sweet corn, drain it, tin of little button mushrooms, cooked, drain it, pour it into a bowl, stick on some Hellmann's mayonnaise. Delicious. Delicious. If you've never tried Hellmann's real mayonnaise, works a treat. They do a light version, but to be honest with you, it's not going to make any difference to you at all. Cheese and beetroot sandwiches are the biz, says Cheryl in Sutton. Well, that sounds delicious. That sounds very nice. Now, would that be grated cheese or sliced cheese? My dad, Steve, eats marmalade and cheese sandwiches. Your father is peculiar. Beetroot, beef and horseradish sandwich is the best, says John. All right, quite nice. And you've never lived until you had your crumpets with butter and melted cheese. I have that on a regular basis. I had that yesterday. 3 crumpets with melted cheese and butter. And then I lie down and have a little sleep. Steve, if you're on the go, you could go buy a seafood sandwich, a jar of sliced beetroot, and put some in the sandwich, said Richard. Well, that seems to work as well. We're back on the oatmeal. It's been for years recommended by doctors for body itches. Put it into your bath to bathe in. It gives amazing relief. It's just the fact it's your oats, isn't it, as they say. Steve, bacon and marmalade is divine. No. Oh, he thinks, by the way, Corey thinks that he's bought some maple syrup. He doesn't know because he went to the Queen's Grocer, which does discounted food. So obviously Her Majesty likes a bit of a discount. And somebody says you're supposed to put golden syrup on spotted dick. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. And he's putting it on bacon. I tried to explain to him that he's probably going to die in agony because he's using the wrong thing. It's supposed to be maple syrup made from the maple. And that's why it's slightly different. He doesn't know that. Sarah goes for beetroot and crisp sandwiches. Well, I could go for that, except it's very messy, very difficult to eat. You know, I could imagine beetroot and crisp pita bread. That'd be quite nice. However, talking of food and talking of eating, 10 to 7, hundreds of restaurants have ditched the Eat Out to Help Out deal because rude diners are insulting staff. 700 businesses have told the government they want to withdraw from the scheme. 35 million meals have so far been sold. The Monday to Wednesday offer gives a 50% discount, capped at £10 per person. The final bill could hit about £500 million. The Heron Inn near Truro has abandoned the scheme, citing unpleasant and unwelcome behaviour from some customers. We've received unpleasant comments and generally unwelcome behaviour from customers when they're unable to find a table because we've reached capacity. These are stupid customers. The Westley Inn near Bideford in Devon has pulled out, citing physical and mental stress. And Kelly Hill of the Tavern Inn in Newquay says it's brought us nothing but negativity due to the high demand, causing long waits on food, tables overrunning and hostility towards our staff. Owners of the Paddock Inn in Penally in Wales complained of the extreme levels of rudeness, lack of understanding and complete impatience of some customers. I know. Brings out the worst, doesn't it, in people? Definitely. People not as pleasant as they could be. Which television presenter only gets 90,000 people watching the programme? Details on tomorrow's programme. And what else have we got? Quickly, well, we did the Sussexes earlier on, didn't we? And also, do you know that Mick Jagger left hospital on this day in 1969, all those years ago, because he was filming Ned Kelly. They were using blanks, and one of them backfired, and it made a bit of a mess of his thumb, but all sorted out now, which is fine. Also in 1990, the first episode of The Moral Maze was broadcast. It's still chaired by Michael Burke. And what was the other one I quite liked? Oh, yes, 1 million Argentinos will pop the question to Senora Eva Perón in Buenos Aires on Wednesday, 1951. The Plaza República will roar forth the request, please be our Vice President. The rally's designed to pave the way for an unprecedented husband and wife victory in November's presidential elections. Now you know. 7 minutes to the hour of 7. Daily Express this morning. One hell of a storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds and floods on the way. Typical. See, I don't mind that. It's just not much fun for going out in, is it really? Also, EU bosses threatening to curb British truckers' access to European roads as the deadlock over a Brexit trade deal deepens. European Commission sources dismissed the request as fundamentally unbalanced and hinted at a move to impose restrictions on UK lorry drivers. Strictly the Best, the 10 guide to the most memorable dances ever. It's obviously coming. You can tell when something's coming back because they trot out the same boring stories that Strictly's coming back. I could see Nick Ferrari on Strictly. I could see him on Strictly. I could definitely see him on Strictly. I see no reason why not. He'd like that. That'd be his sort of thing, wouldn't it? I think Nick could do a military two-step really well, and I bet he can waltz already. Actually, I've got a sneaking feeling that he would be able to do that. He might actually. I think he'd be a bit of a Boris. He'd sort of not be brilliant at it, but I think he could definitely. I'm going to starting the rumour. I'm going to start the rumour that Nick Ferrari's been signed up for Strictly Come Dancing. Can you imagine? I think that'd be so. I'd watch it every day just for that. Just to watch that. I think he could actually do it, actually. Yes, we've seen him have you seen him at the Christmas party dance? Has he done the rumba? Oh, he's quite light on his feet. Seriously, I mean, I should imagine he could twirl a good one. Definitely. Beetroot, cheese and mayo sandwiches. And Eddie tells me a joke about Spotted Dick, but I've heard it before, thank you. And apparently, says Paul, I read in Chris Eubanks' autobiography, when he needed to shed weight, all he used to eat was roasted beetroot. I tried it. Yes, roasted beetroot is delicious. But the trouble is, you might not like it. He's looked at me, he glared at me through the door. He's just glared at me. I'm in big trouble. I could just tell I'm in big trouble. Because I tend to forget that everything that goes on in here, they can hear out there. Oh dear. We're going to have to run for the door afterwards. It'll have the hit squad out afterwards, I think. But I think he could do very well on that. I'm definitely going to start pushing. Why not? Goodness sake. I saw him the other day. He was on this morning with Eamon and Ruth, which they obviously, I don't know how they work it out, but he was obviously downstairs in his studio. Or is there another place where they go, where they put the LBC logo up? Oh, they can do it in where? In there? Oh, really? Very clever. So I remember seeing him there. He's for some reason, he's got this colour to his face at the moment, because he's been on holiday. So he's had a little bit of a break. And I don't know whether he sunbathes, because I can't imagine he sunbathes. I should imagine he just likes the fine wine and the food and everything else. But we could get him on Strictly for next year. That'd be a bit of an achievement, wouldn't it? Steve, I almost drowned eating muesli. I was pulled under by a strong current. Right, you're barred. And somebody says, did I just hear that Nick Ferrari's doing Strictly, says Bob in Exeter. I'm starting the rumour, Bob. I'm starting the rumour. I think it'd be brilliant. I've looked at some of the... I'd just like to see some of the outfits they put him in. That could be very interesting. The Daily Telegraph, hundreds of thousands told you won't get your results today. Chaos continues. I'm so sorry, it's GCSE day. No, it's not. And the Manchester bomber escapes the whole life term as the judge's hands are tied. He also didn't want to come out of prison to face the people in the court. And apparently the judge said he couldn't make him. It's easier and easier, doesn't it? The teen migrant drowning as he paddles across the channel. There is a picture of a student, I mentioned it earlier on in one of the papers today, claiming to be 16, not this one. This one was in a boat that they pinched from a lockup, and they were paddling with shovels. It was an accident waiting to happen. But there's a picture of somebody waiting to get across to this country who claims to be 16. But when we passed the picture around, we thought he looked more like 30. There's no way this can be a 16 unless people are ageing more abroad. Here comes the rain again. Storm Ellen set to batter most of the UK. That is not Ellen DeGeneres, but it's certainly something that's going to make our lives a little bit of it, but only for a short while. Only for a short while. And Apple became the first American $2 trillion company, only 2 years after the first to be valued at $1 trillion. It's now $2 trillion, which is what it's worth. We were talking about this earlier on the programme, about how sort of amazing it is that you buy into a particular company. And so they're worth $2 trillion, which I find unbelievable. That is it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Jill says, cook beetroot in a microwave pressure cooker in 10 minutes. Brilliant. Very good for you. Very, very good for you. So today I have a free little bit extra podcast. Katie Price says it'll take her 2 years to get back on her feet again. I mean, it's enough time for another 3 autobiographies. But she doesn't write them, she just dictates. David Beckham posts a throwback photo with the kids. Throwback, please. And John Terry will not be able to build a garage for his supercars. What a shame. He only appears to have 2 supercars, but I mean, 2 supercars is better than none. The Sun said, you need to get down to the Sun newspaper, by the way. You need to get down to the Tower of London, otherwise the Ravens will fly away. They can't fly. We pointed out before, their wings are clipped. That's all they do. They have a Raven master. They sit in a cage, and then during the daytime he lets them out, and they just walk about. They don't fly anywhere. And they don't care if there's people around. It doesn't make any difference. They're ravens. All this codswallop that you get. If the Ravens leave the Tower of London, we're all doomed. Well, doom us then. Doom us. Go on, test it. You know, it's like if somebody finds the Loch Ness Monster, it'll be a bloody miracle. And because you're not going to. Plus, Airbnb have banned house parties to comply with social distancing. I mean, seriously, who takes an Airbnb and then has a party? I mean, I ask you. It'd be somebody very peculiar. An organised gang is now going out stealing fruit from orchards. I mean, people thieve anything nowadays. Also, we've got Italian food all wrong. Really, you know, we seem to think that we sprinkle cheese over everything. You want Parmesan? No, we don't have it. We're doing it all wrong, and I shall tell you why we're doing it all wrong. The Rolling Stones have opened a shop they will be in September, to sell merchandise. Basically, it'll be walking frames, Zimmer frames, all sorts of things that'll help the elderly, I should imagine. And the grandmother, do you remember the one who, they thought she died, so they put her in the mortuary and she wakes up, she's fallen off the mortuary table onto the floor, so they then sort of, sorry. Anyway, she has now died, we think. So that's a bit bad, isn't it, really? Also, we found an all-female firefighting squad. Unheard of, really, because at one time, firefighters, they didn't want women joining at all. They were quite vociferous about it. I remember going back donkey's years because they said, that there'll be a lot of bad language. You want to come around our way, you want to hear bad language. And Who Wants to Be a Millionaire gets its first jackpot winner in 14 years, but the trouble is £1 million. What did I see on the television the other day? I felt like thinking, that's a bit of a rip-off, isn't it? And it was another one of these charities for selling, buy a ticket for, like you buy one for the lottery. Only tonight you buy a ticket, and the top prize, if you win it, which would be highly unlikely, is 99 million. Don't bother, I got the numbers. Okay, and, for a small consideration, I shall share them with you. So they've actually got this other lottery, which was something else. They go, and the top prize is £1,000. I thought, you're having a laugh or something? £1,000? That's mere change. We're looking at 99 million on the main lottery, and they go, and you can help whatever it is you're helping. And the top prize weekly is £1,000. Thought you cheapskates. The amount of money you'd be raking in on that one. Thank you very much indeed. Shane turns 62 today. Said I might have Kentucky Fried Chicken for lunch. Not at 62. You get the bone stuck in your throat. Not a good idea. You need something liquidised, Shane. Definitely. Matthew says, happy bank holiday weekend to you and the boys. Yesterday you mentioned flight. What do you mean happy? It's not bank holiday weekend, this one. Is it? Next, the end of the month, isn't it? Do I get bank holidays? No, I'm always here. But I just don't mind celebrating bank holidays. I love celebrating bank holidays. What do you celebrate by going, woo, bank holiday, woo, bank holiday, and that is enough for all of you. And mind you, for most of you, if you're driving for a living or something like that, it's just another day. And of course, because I'm finished by 7 a.m, that's why I like bank holidays. I like Christmas because everything finishes early for me, which means that you go off and have a normal day. So the fact I've had to get up a bit early doesn't really make any difference. Little bit of rain. Did we have rain yesterday? Can't remember, actually. No, I don't think so. I did get out there and water the plants. I did them early, actually. I was very good. You see the photos? Pretty? Look good. Oh, they look very nice. And that's actually them, not at their peak. They were at their peak, I think, probably a couple of weeks ago. And do you remember that dreadful story? And we can't work out how it turned out, where they say they found the body of that young asylum seeker on the beach in France, and we then got blamed for it. They had sort of the former mayor of Calais or something saying it was all our fault. Yeah, right. Well, you're the brightest penny in the box, aren't you? And they put down he was 16. Well, he wasn't. He was 28. They found his driving licence. And I said to you yesterday that I'd remember Nick Ferrari going on a television programme. There were lots of people going, oh, yes, I'm only 14 and 13. And you look at these grown men and you suddenly think, no, you're not, you're lying. And Nick went on, I think this morning, and there was a woman on there and she was arguing about these children. He said, they're not children. And there was a picture in the Daily Mail yesterday of somebody who claimed to be 16. He looked 30. At least 30. We know what 16-year-olds look like. You know, it's ridiculous. But this one who, I don't know how it ever turned out that somebody thought he was 16. They'd stolen the little boat, like a little paddling canoe thing. Like a little paddling canoe. You couldn't have got it across the channel because a little squall and the thing would have tipped over. You could have bought one in the local supermarket, but they stole it. And they said, oh, he was trying to get to this country. I thought, he was 28. He was 28. You know, if people started being honest, things might be a little bit different. And the reason that they lie about their age is because they get treated differently as children. But they obviously think that we're sort of a little bit daft because it turns out that most of these people are, in fact, way above the price, above the age that they're actually telling you. Meghan Markle admitted she wasn't fully aware of the Commonwealth. I'm sick to death of being preached to by people who, just some average actress telling us how to run our lives. No, thank you. I think we can do it a lot better. Put it this way, we haven't made a dog's dinner of our life. We're all doing quite nicely, thank you very much indeed. You're the one who's been married before and then sort of decided to sort of opt out of the royal family because obviously a little bit too much effort for you. Also, what was the other one we had? Oh, Birmingham is facing lockdown. God, that's all we need. Birmingham's facing lockdown. How they're going to get round that one, I've got no idea. And Novak Djokovic has no regrets hosting a coronavirus tournament. A load of people went down with it. What a stupid man you turn out to be. Who'd have realised, honestly? And then I saw some people on the bus this morning. No masks, no nothing. Peasants. Absolute peasants. Also, don't mess with Putin. An outspoken critic of Mr. Putin has found himself poisoned. I don't know how it happened, seriously. I mean, do they all sit... It is like James Bond, isn't it, in Russia? Speak out against sort of Putin, and immediately you're found poisoned. He was on a flight, apparently. They think somebody put something in his tea. I mean... Well, it didn't make it. We don't even need to allege it. It's over in Russia. It doesn't make any difference to us. They don't come under our jurisdiction. Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. So, I mean, every time... We had somebody once who was another outspoken critic of Putin and gets into his car and it blows up. You don't say the wrong... You imagine if you had a radio programme like this in Russia. We'd only last about a day. Unfortunately, we found bits of Steve Allen over there and way over there in the distance. What else we got in the papers for today? Oh, justice for the Manchester bomb victims. 55 years minimum before he's even considered for parole. Let's hope you die in prison, shall we? Save us sort of looking after you for that amount of time. Couldn't he be bothered to come out of his cell? And we don't have the power to take him out of his cell and stick him in court. Don't worry. Don't worry. Eventually, everything will turn out right. Robbie Williams wants a late-night chat show. Oh, God. How boring. But he wants it so you can use bad language and stuff like that. It's finished, mate. Give it up now. Give it up now, OK? Just enjoy your money, sit back, grow old gracefully, and pretend you've written good songs. Because most of your stuff was written by other people, wasn't it? You just contributed. In fact, I think in Angels, he only contributed and Down the Waterfall. That was it. The rest of it was written by somebody else who then wanted to go off and do something. Then Robbie threw his toys out with the bathwater. And so now he wants a late-night chat. We don't want a late-night chat show. Really, I don't, it's finished. Finished, I think. And also we found a fossil of a 15-foot beast, but inside its stomach is a 12-foot lizard. It's eaten they've actually, isn't that clever? But, it's a prehistoric monster they found. They found but they can see its stomach is distended, and so it's eaten, it's 15 foot long, but inside it is a 12-foot lizard. It has eaten a 12-foot lizard. Well, you obviously could in prehistoric... I don't know, I wasn't there in prehistoric times. I'm just telling you. I mean, quite clearly I wasn't living in a cave in the middle of the Pyrenees or something like that, waiting, going, oh, look, there's another 12-foot lizard that's coming to grab us out the cave. No, I mean, there were all sorts of strange animals at that time. Raptors, velociraptors, I mean, to be honest with you, well, it was very scary. Luckily, they're all dead now. They're awful if they came back. Well, they did come back because they made the film Jurassic Park, and that was good. Very interesting that somebody was saying yesterday, Thomas, my other producer, I had a nice picture of me taken with my Ray-Bans on, and he went, are those my missing sunglasses? And then Corey sort of chipped in with, was it something like, that's a good question. I showed them the other day. I showed him the case and I told him where I bought them from. And also, he wants my sunglasses. That's what he wants. He's after a cheap pair of sunglasses. Why? Because he's mean. Cheap. They're not... The trouble is, these are cheap. They're not cheap. They're about £100, those Ray-Bans. And just because they look good on me, he thinks, although actually I opened my cup... my plaque's gone missing. I don't know, Corey will find it today. If it doesn't, there'll be trouble. And in my pigeonhole... There's a mug, Christmas mug. Well, it's not a Christmas mug, it's a House of Commons mug, which Steve Pound got for me. And in it's a pair of sunglasses. Now, I don't know whose sunglasses they are, or whether... No, you can't just have sunglasses because they're really... But I don't know if they might be Thomas's or something like that. You can have a look at them. I mean, I just saw them sticking up over the top of the mug. Well, I'm assuming if they're in my hole, they're mine. That's how it works. Finders keepers, losers weepers. There was somebody who cycled past me this morning with his shirt off. Obviously one of those sort of people. Goes to one of the charity shops and starts rooting around among the dirty, filthy clothes that are outside, finds something to wear, puts it on and cycles off again. Peasant. All these dreadful... People thieve from outside charity shops. That's how bad it's got. That's how bad it's got. I'll tell you how bad it's got. 46,000 of you have put in to get a hen. Because when we had an egg shortage... I don't remember it, but apparently there was an egg shortage, and people go, oh, can't get eggs. And we go, oh, right, why? And you go, oh, I just can't get eggs. And so people thought, I'll get chickens. And there is a place that rescues chickens. Chickens coming to sort of, not the end of their life, but the end of their egg-laying life. And so 46,000 people put their name down to get a chicken that can still lay eggs. An over-the-hill chicken, basically a chicken that's going, sod off, you're not having any eggs, okay, I'm in retirement. And there's a queue for people to get these, which I think is quite sweet, actually. I wouldn't want one, because if you've got a garden and you have chickens, very shortly there'll be no grass, because they will peck it all up. It's not very good at all. James O'Brien used to keep chickens. He's so mean. Honestly, just didn't want to pay for eggs. And your mum's got chicken. I bet you got no grass. No, chicken... Sorry? Pebbles, yeah. Chickens are terrible at ruining your garden. But James lost all of his chickens to the local fox. And which is what a friend of mine did. She didn't realise her neighbour, in Chiswick, foxes in Chiswick. Who'd have thought? Upmarket foxes. Oh, what have we got today? Oh, free-range chicken. Hello, here we go. Beats queuing up, doesn't it? You're in there with clutching your little foxy paws, your money at the KFC, going, 3 pieces of chicken, please. I'll take it back to the kids. No, there it was. But a friend of mine had the same. She had chickens. Her neighbour went away and said, can you look after the chickens? So she said, yeah. She didn't know that at night you had to lock them all up in the hen house, because foxes will go in there and massacre completely. And that's what happened. She was about two nights in, and the foxes came a-calling, and they decimated the entire brood of about 12 chickens. Because the foxes just grabbed them. And, of course, the chickens make a lot of noise. I mean, she didn't know. She had no idea. Very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Somebody says, love the photos of the baskets. Yeah, the baskets come out really well. I was doing it yesterday. I watered. And I thought, while they're looking okay, I'll take a picture of them. So I did. And tweeted about four pictures, which I thought looked quite nice. A little bit of an incentive for some of you for next year to do a bit of gardening. And get your Tomorite out. Little splash of Tomorite, and you'll have big baskets that will be the envy of all of your neighbours. Right. 18 minutes. I haven't picked up all the stuff of Steve Bannon. I just know that they don't seem to last very long in Trump's little gang, do they? I mean, they're sort of there about 5 minutes and he gets rid of them. A bit like being in North Korea. Only different thing is in North Korea, they have you shot. In fact, somebody fell asleep, didn't they, during one of Kim Jong-un's speeches, and they took him out and killed him. They don't mess around. You wouldn't want to go there, would you? And yeah, I thought at one time, when Trump went over there, I thought we were actually sort of seeing, some entente cordiale. I thought, we might go over there and, Kim Jong-un might come out. But, I mean, they're as balmy as broomsticks, most of them over there. Most of the police officers look as though, they sort of... They wouldn't really know any other job if it sort of bit them on the bottom. They're all a bit peculiar. And then didn't Kim Jong-un have these people that ran beside his car? This sort of super elite group of people. I love the way they sort of say, South Korea, because people have run into South Korea. They've sort of got to the border and then they run like hell, and the guards try and pick them off. It's like a bit of a sport for them. I watched Tipping Point the other day. All these people, look, they have to run next to the car. Run. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 12 of them running alongside. Well, at least they're going to be fit, aren't they? Unless... I get roughly the same with my car on the way home. Yeah, Thomas and Corey run... Corey going, can we do it tomorrow? And Thomas going, come on, Corey, you can do it. And we know, but he makes them run next. I mean, I don't know what they're supposed to be doing. Is it to draw attention to him? You think they get him a decent car to sit in as opposed to that little jalopy? Poor old Kim Jong-un, he doesn't know, honestly. I mean, if he had any sense, he'd have had a blooming Rolls-Royce Phantom by now. Fiat Punto. I mean, it looks ridiculous, and you could just about wedge him in there. Ridiculous. But it's the fact that all these blokes have got to run with him. You imagine if you fall by the wayside, you go, I've got a stitch, and he goes, run or he'll shoot you later. Like being in Russia, isn't it? Whereas there, they just sort of go, drink this. It's good. It's a little drink for you. Somebody else says, how about some T-shirts with the logo, listen to Steve Allen on LBC, says Connie. No, T-shirts are because T-shirts, once you wash T-shirts, they go a bit misshapen. So I didn't think, actually, doing... things like that would sort of work. But you never know. What else we got? Storm Ellen battering parts of Britain. We had lovely sunshine here. In fact, it was quite hot at one point when I was watering the baskets. It really was. And I have to say, because it's dropping. They're dropping bits on the ground. They're dropping sort of flowers from the fuchsias and stuff like that. Right, pain that is. Dior's got an essential satchel. Christian Dior. This is for children. And it's very nice indeed. It's got the logo on it. It'll be copied in markets and be on sale probably in about 2 days. But the original you could buy for £1,250. What sort of dumb parent is going to buy their kiddie a £1,250 satchel? That's what it comes down to. And I suppose, actually, a fool and their money are very soon parted. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Wind farms could save thousands of birds. Because birds fall into the turbines. So they said, if they paint every other spoke black, the birds would see it. I thought, are you sure? Oh, well, I would have thought they wouldn't see every other one being black. They would think it's a gap, and then they go in there and they get caught up in the turbines. It's like, that's why you have to have the people flying the Hawks up at the airports to get rid of birds on the runway. Because if a bird gets sucked into a jet engine, the whole engine comes down. So you've got to be very careful about things like that. But apparently wind turbines do actually kill a lot of birds every year. Sort of seem to be loads up there, though, don't there? I mean, it's not like we're sort of going 1, 2... Oh, there's only 300,000 this year. Steve, all Z-list celebrities doing podcasts, do they get money from it, says Ali? Some might get money. It depends. Some of them get their freebies. Their freebies. So if ever they mention a company or they mention, a product, it's a freebie. Okay, that's how they get their sort of thing. So somebody will sort of say, oh, goodness me, I've just had my nails done at Happy Nails. you know, and then there'll be a picture of sort of, you know, happynails.co.uk, and that's how they make their money. I'm being sponsored by Happy Nails. Ta-da! Look at me. Look, a complete set of acrylics. How nice. I did have a false nail put on once. It was very embarrassing because if you don't have nails, to all of a sudden put just one, just see if I liked it or not. And every time you put your hand in your pocket, the nail dragged backwards. It was horrible. It was an awful experience. So I gave up. I decided no, I will grow them as per usual. But then I'll sit down watching the television. I think, and yesterday I went completely mad on sweets. I must have ordered about 10 lots of sweets. Not for me, you understand. I don't think they're for me. I bring them in here for the boys and girls. Well, I don't bring them in for Luke because he's fasting. And if you're... although he has got a big bag of stuff to take home. So on the bus he can eat Wotsits, cheesy snacks. He's got... what else did you have in there? Chocolate fingers. I mean, everything. I mean, really. He's got loads of stuff. Yeah. I mean, I think the moment he gets on the bus, he'll be stuffing his face with it. You know, I'll just have a packet of Wotsits now. These are nice, aren't they? And I've got some grapes, bought some grapes in, but he doesn't really do grapes, do you? You don't do grapes. You don't really do fruit, no. No, nothing healthy at all, as we can tell. Still waiting to see some effect from the fasting, but as I say, we've been going on about this for what seems like an eternity, and we're still sort of suffering. But yes, I had a very nice day. It was very nice. Went out for a cup of coffee with Lynn, and because at the moment we've got men on the roof. I'm not telling you why, we've just got men on the roof. And because the wind takes off tiles and things like that, and the flashing's got to be put back down again. So it's all very exciting. And then I thought, today's Friday. What am I doing today, Friday? And I thought, probably trying to avoid the rain and the wind. Because in certain parts of the country, I mean, I've had to lash my umbrella down. I've had to tie it up. And, I haven't tied up for a long time. So it's all very nice. And I'm just because you know what it's like. Sometimes, I've said to people, remove your pots off the water. Mine are okay because the wind is never going to get that high that it's going to knock pots off, because I haven't got tall pots. Mine are sort of flat pots. But my butterflies were going 19 to the dozen the other day. It's windy now. And look at my hair. Look at this. That's just walking from the car. It's a bit like a perm, isn't it? Actually, I had a perm many years ago. There's a picture of me with a perm, which exists, which if you're very good, I might sort of actually put up on Twitter, but not at the moment. I've decided far too dangerous. Stephen Mulhern and Dawn French. I have to tell you this one now while it's sort of early before we get into sort of the huge audience. I mean, it's big audience now, but Dawn French met Stephen Mulhern. You know Stephen? He's got the new game show on the television. Very good magician, and he thought she was going to ask him about Oh So Used to Be a Magician. He still does magic. He's very, very good. Very, very good magician. Very, very good magician. And she said to him, I hear you've got a big willy. He couldn't believe it, because it's not true. And he said, where'd you hear that from? She said, it's on Wikipedia. Somebody had changed Wikipedia and put him down as having a very, big willy. And so and the funny thing is, I mean, you probably could have knocked him sideways with that one. And he wasn't happy at all that somebody but I've said before that people could change Wikipedia, and put all sorts of things down about you because they're lonely. They don't have anything else. And if that's their fantasy, which presumably it must be, then fair dues. But I think we've actually taken control of my one. I think the company wrote to Wikipedia. I think you can stop things happening on sort of people's Wikipedia page, because you can put anything down. Steve Allen is 37, and he's the most popular person in the entire United Kingdom, which I wrote. There's no point in not doing it. Goodness sake. That's why I was taking control. They were going, who writes this stuff, Steve? And I go, I do. You have to tell people, don't you? What else do we have, actually? Meghan Markle, Britney Spears. Oh, BMW and Range Rover telling customers about faults. And basically, consumer advice people are saying, get them to pay for it. I mean, it just seems ridiculous. Land Rover, I think, was another one of the ones there, which, of course, supply the royal family. Also, the builders spooked by a ghost. They've got a picture of a ghostly figure. It's a load of old toot. It really is. It's a load of old rubbish, but we'll come around to that a little bit later on. And also the best ice cream for taste and thrills, because, it's nice. I like ice cream. It's just all different ice creams, the ones you can buy, and which ones are No, not lollies, tubs of ice cream. You know, like Carte d'Or and stuff like that. Neapolitan. Ooh, my favourite. And when you go into Iceland, I told you, you can go and buy the cornets and the wafers and everything. And the flakes, they do a box of 12 little flakes to stick in your cornet. Oh, yeah, love it. 84850. What about a Steve Allen Groovy Gang coaster? Not the same. Shane in Sydney says, is Luke still fasting? He'd be that thin by now. And well, he's not. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but to be honest with you, I mean, he's fasted so many weeks, months it's been going on now. Almost if we catch you on a certain light, he actually looks quite good. That's when we turn the lights off, okay? You go, oh, look, what do you look like? Oh, amazing, fantastic, you lost all this weight. But it's not making any difference at all. He doesn't look any thinner now than when he started. So, I mean, I think he's doing it for a body cleansing. I think that's what it is, isn't it? You're going for a cleanse. Sorry? Oh, I don't think it's spiritual at all. You're not allowed spirits, are you? But, no, I think it's a body cleansing. It's a case of, you know, if you are good on the inside, it reflects on the outside. So you must be really crap. It's just, I don't know why people fast. I mean, some people do it for religious reasons, but you're not doing it for religion. You're trying to lose a bit of weight. Well, why don't you just go on a diet? You don't need to go on a fast. Fasting will not help you lose weight. What you need to do, as I say, is little often and perhaps exercise. Remember that fateful word that you hate so much. Exercise. That's what you need. You need to go for a couple of... But cycling's useless for you. What you want to get rid of... The tyre was flat. What, your tyre or the bike's tyre? Yeah. Because your body's got a few tyres, hasn't it? Didn't want to say that. It makes me sound a bit mean, doesn't it, really? You know, pot, kettle and black, etc. Let's have a check on the news. Bell says, any chance for a quick round of Mornington Crescent? Well, we haven't played Mornington Crescent for some time on the programme. But we could do it now. We could do... If we were doing just a little one, it could be Luke fasting, Joe running, Corey producing, Mornington Crescent. There you go. I mean, it just falls into place, doesn't it? Joe's not up to date with Mornington Crescent. Obviously, doesn't get... No, we don't need applause on it. We just sort of... We do. We could do another one. Daily Express, The Sun, The Daily Mirror, Mornington Crescent. There you go. That's it. You can play along at home if you like. You know, bra, knickers, 3/4 length socks, Mornington Crescent. Don't. If that was Nick Abbott's, he will pick on me. Something chronic on Sunday. He says, was that from Nick Abbott's archive? Oh, thank God for that. It's on mine. But he was it a couple of weeks ago. He sort of came up to me, quite close, and he finished doing his programme, and he said, "Somebody tells me you're using my jingles." And I said, listen, pal, because I'm like that with him. I'm like that. You've got to be a bit hard with him. I said, listen, pal. I said, park your bum on the seat and I'll tell you a few facts. They're not your jingles, okay? You didn't have them recorded. You nicked them. And he went very quiet after that. And he said, I'm very sorry, Steve. I shall never speak to you like that ever again. And he walked out the building. And we gave him a round of applause and a hallelujah. You know, which was fantastic. So, but yeah, you have to talk to, you have to talk to these people as they wish to be talked to. Put them in their place. Or you, park your bum on the seat, all right? Listen to a few home truths. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matthew says, you're talking of perms. I saw that photo of Bobby Norris. Doesn't he look ancient now? I mean, he looked a bit rough before. But now he's had some sort of perm or something. And they go, it's a new look. I thought it's a new look if you need to go to Specsavers. Why do people bother changing things, especially when they don't actually do anything? Not really a lot you can do. And then somebody says, talking about your hanging baskets, you mean the ones you haven't done? I think I have, actually. That's why there are pictures of my hanging baskets. And very nice they are too. And I Tomorite them and I look after them and deadhead them, and I think they're looking quite impressive from something that started off quite small. Now it's much bigger, and so I've got I've got to count how many I've got actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 8 hanging baskets, which is quite a lot actually. It's a lot of watering. It's a good 20-minute watering. So you water until they're dripping out the bottom. Once you've got them dripping out the bottom, then at least the water's seeped through. And then you go all the way around the other side, and then you go back to the beginning and start all over again, just to make sure that they're really soaking wet. Absolutely soaking wet. And then they seem happy. after that. And then, once you've done those, then you've got to do all the ones on the wall with all the begonias in, and then I've got about 12 tubs to do as well, and 2 ornamental stands with plants in. I've actually got quite a lot this year, but next year every year I'm going to do it different. Every year, and I've got some lovely pictures from years ago of the troughs, which I went mad with. And they turned out to be really good, but the trouble is, the more stuff you put in there, the more they use up the earth, which is terrible. Dale says, talk about ice cream. The other week at M&S, I bought a blood orange and Belgian chocolate ice lolly. I thought it was rubbish. I bought one. It's horrible. And also, it wasn't hard enough. It wasn't hard, and most of it fell off my stick. I was very disappointed. No, blood orange and Belgian chocolate sounds like the adorable combination, but it really wasn't. Yes, it's a bit like a frozen Jaffa cake. Not very exciting at all, really. Steve, no one talk about perms, thank you. And then fasting is fantastic for you. I do IF fasting, and every other month, says Emma, I fast for a longer period. So it's 7 days, twice a year, fast for a longer period. I tried dry fasting for 48 hours, but it was too much, as it was during the hot weather. It's not a diet, it's a lifestyle, and helps focus the mind. Emma, don't be ridiculous, it doesn't focus your mind at all. Listen, I'm not on a diet, and I focus my mind every day, 6 days a week. On the 7th day, I rest my mind, but I focus it doesn't focus your mind at all. It really doesn't. Yeah, I mean, if I told you some of the conversation with Luke, you know, it's like his mind has gone out to lunch for the day and doesn't come back for weeks on end, and he'll say something to me. Like when we were talking about mooring a boat the other day, he thought it was oaring, as in oars. He thought that's what, when you tied a boat up, it was you were oaring it. And that's what I'm dealing with. I'm having to re-educate the young of this country, which actually I don't mind doing. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm a very good teacher. Whip, crack away, whip, crack away, whip, crack away, which was the Deadwood stage. Somebody says, somebody else talking about ice cream, and saying we're not doing favourite ice creams. Seriously, we're not. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire. Thank you very much. Oh, the BBC are axing some of their news bulletins. Well, it's in the offing. The 6 o'clock bulletin and the 10 o'clock bulletin, because they say most people get it from the radio, don't they? Just, and we know which stations they get it from. You don't need to see somebody sitting there reading an auto cue. You just need to, on the radio, you can do it instantly. You can, if something happens now, we can do it immediately. The poor old BBC, they've been grinding up the gears, waking up the news editors, going, sorry, there's a news story, dear. Is it possible somebody could write something, maybe tonight? That'd be good. Yeah, all 10 people sitting there, fast asleep. Have you been past the BBC newsroom? You go round the back of it, and you can sit, at night time, hardly anybody there. There'd be one person. Are they working? They never seem to be to me. So I like to go there and take pictures. That's the kind of thing I do, actually. And when you water your hanging baskets, does it make you want to go to toilet, says Martin? Not really, no. No, I seem to manage quite nicely, actually, without thinking about that. OK, the number is... That's the first one. Yeah, and then... Oh, sorry. And then that first one again. Then... Yeah. And then... So we were just doing a number thing here, okay? Yeah, and finally... Yeah, there you go. Because what we have to explain this, because you might hear this on the programme occasionally. They have to have access to my emails. And so they then try to open the account and it won't, but it sends to my telephone a code number. Goes to prove I've had thousands of these. And if you don't use it within a few minutes, it switches off. So it gives you a 6-digit number, which they have to then input into the computer, which then means that they can then access all my emails. And that's how it works. But we have to try and do not that it makes any difference, because you couldn't access the stuff anyway, but I mean, we have to do these numbers, so I have to hold up fingers and thumbs. Of course, that confuses Luke. He really, because of 4 or 5, you go, no, 3. And so it takes forever to do it. Very similar the numbers are. There's nothing higher, basically, than a 9, is there? That would be a 0 or 10, but we don't have a 10, so we only go as high as 9. Although we don't get 9s very often, but I quite like it. Anyway, so what are we doing this weekend? Nothing this weekend. I've got nothing planned. I was going to go to my godchildren, but then they said... Twickenham and Richmond, we seem to have quite a high coronavirus rate, which is not so good. Sorry? Top 10 in the country, I know. We had 29 in 4 days. 29 in 4 days. So I decided that maybe not so safe. Mainly for them. I'm trying to be safe for them, as opposed. I'm sure that by this time next year we'll be. Well, not by this time next year, but before. We will sort of have a nice time. I hope so. Hope it goes back to normal. But I've just got to think that we won't sort of go back to normal ever. Not normal as we know normal. But it doesn't matter, because you've always got LBC. Steve, thank you for sharing the pictures of your baskets. Here in America, we would say those baskets should be in better homes and gardens, says Mary Beth. The highest of compliments. I feel quite duty-bound to them, but we're now moving into September. Well, we will be in about a week and a half time. And once you get to September, the plants start dying off. And the first things that will go will be the hanging baskets, because you can keep the begonias going, because they're in tubs on the wall, but the hanging baskets will go, so you have to get rid of those, because then you're into October, and I don't know many baskets that survive through October. I need to go out and get some geraniums, which I didn't do the other day. I thought they might have some in Costco, but they didn't, because I've had geraniums, and they've literally kept me going throughout the whole winter. I've had geraniums through, you wake up one morning and it's all limp. You look at it and it's all and it's lying to one side, and you think, oh dear, what am I going to do about that? And then later on in the day, up it perks. Always quite happy when that happens. Michael says, are you doing what's your favourite ice cream? He says, I love an almond magnum. I don't know. No, we're not doing favourite ice creams at all. Oh, I tell you what I've ordered for the boys, because I can't remember whether Corey said he hadn't had it before. Popping stuff. Space dust. You've had space dust? No, look, you'd like space dust. You put it in your mouth and all of a sudden it fires off like little fireworks. It's fun, isn't it? The first time it did it, it made me laugh. Where'd you get it from? Sweet shops. Old-fashioned sweet shops. Or I bought it online. I bought it from Amazon. Space dust. But they call it something else. Some are called space dust and some aren't. I wanted to buy it that was from this country. Fizzwiz. Might be Fizzwiz as well. You just literally tip the packet into your mouth and then wait for your saliva to mix with it, and it starts popping all over the place. It's fabulous. Serious. It's great. I haven't had it for like 40 years. At least 40 years. Dale and I bought it when we were going to the south of France years ago. And we'd never had it before. We bought it. And I think we bought two strawberry and two blueberry or something each. And we stood there in the line at Dover waiting to get on the ferry, because we weren't famous then. And so it was easy to do. And we laughed and laughed and laughed, because this thing, and then he'd go, look at it, and he'd open his mouth and you could see this stuff popping around inside. It's like having your own indoor firework display. Good fun. So I've ordered 10 boxes of it, just so we can have a bit of fun. We can have it during the programme. You can play along at home if you want to. Steve, winter pansies work well. Yep, you're absolutely right. They do. Winter pansies definitely go well. Steve, try bubblegum ice cream with popping candy. You'll love it. And say hi to Corey. Well, I would, but he's not here today. He's producing Andrew Pearce tonight, but he's on a mission for me before he gets round to that, so I just thought I'd let him know now, just in case he was waking up early in the early hours of the morning. So, Italian food all wrong, we'll come round to that one, and the retired headmaster's body, which has had to be exhumed because it was the wrong burial. I think they put him in the wrong grave. They get this occasion, you get mix-ups, and people go there, and it's all very sad and all the rest of it. It turns out they buried the wrong person. Turns out the person you were supposed to be burying is still back in the mortuary. They put the wrong person in. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Dreadful. So, we'll take a... Apparently, Poundland do popping candy. Called popping candy, says Paul in Sutton Coldfield. Do you know, every time I used to see that name, Sutton Coldfield, I should think, is it a coal field? As in coal. Were they digging for coal? And somebody went, no. Well, we don't think so. It's cold. Sutton Coldfield. What does that mean? Anything, does it? Well, not to me, it doesn't. We've got the papers today. We take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, love hearing your memories of you and Dale. I know, it keeps me going, actually, to be honest with you. Mainly because there were so many things that went on, half of which I can't even tell you. Taken off the air. So, what's this? A giant tornado spelling the road to ruin. It was taken in Ray, Colorado. It is a giant tornado, and it's giant. And tornadoes there. If you go to Kansas, there is, I think it's called Tornado Alley, and you can go out and they do tornado sort of days out, and you can sit there and watch tornadoes coming in Tornado Alley, which seems quite nice, doesn't it, really? I've seen them before. You never underestimate Tornado Alley, I was right. Never wrong. And, as right, colloquial term for the area of the United States where tornadoes are most frequent. I mean, I quite fancy the idea, but when these things pass over, you've got to be so careful because they just whip everything up into the air. They're very powerful, some of them. It's like water spouts, isn't it? Similar sort of thing to water spouts. But they do storm chasing tours in Kansas. And you can book now for these things. They're bringing back their premium hotel package deals. And then what they do is they go, now. And then you go out there and you watch these things. And they're just enormous. You look at that picture of Campo, Colorado, and it's just amazing. It really is. I mean, it's quite frightening when you think of the power of the weather and the power of tornado. And I don't know why this particular area known as Tornado Alley, it's quite something to watch. Quite something to watch. I quite like it, actually. But mind you, I'm addicted. Absolutely addicted to YouTube. There's always something to watch every single day on YouTube. There's never a dull day goes by. You could sit down and watch YouTube 24 hours a day. And, if you're into pop music or you're into films or, your Netflixes or documentaries or you want to know about, this and that. Can you get me a picture of the original guillotine in a cafe in France? An original guillotine at a cafe in France. I think it was Dan Snow who put it up on the television, I'm pretty certain. Because I remember looking at it, thinking, God, there we go. Is that it? That's a toy guillotine. History of the guillotine. I mean, to be honest with you, it was all a little bit macabre. See, if you look there to the right, there is the picture of all these people standing round, and the guillotine is in the middle of the square. Next to it is the box that you're going to be popped in after they have separated you from your head. And apparently it was a bit short. It's the weight of the box. It's the weight of the blade coming down that means that it's a clean cut. It goes straight into a basket. That's when they used to do the plastic Concorde. They used to sit there, all these women knitting, and wait. The heads would roll, and the crowd would cheer every time another head hit the basket. And then they just sort of threw them all in a mass grave. It was. I mean, they get through loads during the day, loads of them, and there you go. I mean, it's amazing how people just stood there watching, as if it was some sort of day out. But there is definitely this guillotine in this place where did it say just discovered? Sorry, just go slowly. There was something that says something discovered, and I don't know whether or not it was the guillotine. There was a picture of a cafe. There you go, that thing there. French Revolution discovered. Is that it? Might be. Whatever it was, they have a genuine guillotine inside. I mean, I wouldn't fancy it at all. Sounds dreadful. But that was the way that they sort of did it. Steve, they do Space Dust in Ye Olde Sweet Shop, Kingston. And do you have a date for when you interview Ian Dale in Richmond? It's in Twickenham. And it's the... Now you've asked. It's October the... Here we go. They're going to find it for me and tell me any second. 18th of October. Details on Ian Dale's website. I think it's sold out. In fact, I'm pretty certain it's sold out because I think we are socially distancing, so it's sold out. Steve says, Sal, Andy Peters has been brilliant the last couple of weeks. Hope Lorraine doesn't come back. Oh, no, she's good, Lorraine. I mean, she does. Oh, you're gorgeous. You're marvellous. You're beautiful. What are we talking about? Oh, that's great. I love that. Oh, we're cooking things. Oh, I think I'll go to sleep. That's the trouble on television. It's very unforgiving, isn't it? Very unforgiving. And somebody says... Ali says some caller lied to Nick Abbott about using his stuff. Oh, really? Yeah, but luckily I've known Nick for donkey's years, so we never worry about things like that. We know what the truth is. He knows what the truth is. Steve, window just slammed shut by the wind here in West Sussex. Well, it's going to be very windy. It's a storm. It's got the name Ellen, and you know how rough that can be. That's very unforgiving. There'll be a lot behind the scenes going on that one, let me tell you. The brother of the Manchester Arena suicide bomb was yesterday handed a record 55-year minimum jail term. Good. You rot in hell. You rot in hell. We don't care about you. I couldn't care less what happens to you now. This is Hashem Abidi. Jail for life on each of the 22 counts of murder. How do you put a price on something like that? How do you put a price on it? The answer is you don't. Paul McKenna says, I can make you happy. I bet he can. I bet he can. He's one of those people who probably can, actually. And he's got lots of blues-beating tips. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You can actually find your happiness key, give yourself happy vision, and keep a gratitude diary. A gratitude diary? What does that mean, I wonder? And, somebody says, somebody else liking Andy Peters. Everybody likes Andy Peters, don't they? Doesn't he look good for his age? Doesn't he look good for his age? Amazing. A gratitude diary is writing down something that you're grateful for each day. Oh, right, so each day you've got something that you're grateful for. God, blimey, I bet Luke's still waiting to open the pages. Luckily he can't hear us, so we're all right. So I wonder what I can put in today, goes Luke. Oh, nothing. Nothing to be grateful for today. Nothing. Completely switched off. It's amazing, isn't it, really? He's so absorbed. He's so absorbed in putting my podcast together. Aren't you? I was just saying, it's so good you're helping out and putting the podcast together. You're in a different zone, I know. You always were. Even when you didn't have the headphones on, you were in a different zone. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I've never had any girlfriend or any friends of any type in all my life, and everybody hates me. Oh dear, you're not particularly grateful for anything today, are you? Of course you've had friends. Everybody's had friends. You never go through life without having friends. You know, he says, all those people in my life can never stop talking about me. Well, that's what they're called, friends. Friends talk about you. I've got friends. Not here at the moment, but I mean, I've got friends, you know, people you sort of phone up and go, hello, Steve, Alan, and we met at the Christmas party. I've got so many numbers in my phone book. I don't know who half of them are. I think I must have at one time started taking people's phone numbers, because I used to remember thinking, if you've got a load of phone numbers in your book, that means you're very popular. And it doesn't mean anything like that at all, does it? It just means you've got a lot of phone numbers in your book. But it's still fun. I don't think I've got your I have got your number, haven't I, Luke? I know there was something that was going to ruin my weekend. What's it saved under? Luke. As in Luke. just Luke. What else did you want it to go under? Anything, you know, producer number 2 or something, or top producer in the world's never going to be saying that. It's never going to be saying. In fact, I don't think we're going to mention the word producer at all. Steve, Dale was the DJ for my cousin's wedding. He was so nice. Radio Trent days. I must have cost them a little bit. I can honestly say, Steve, Andy Peters looks no different from when he presented Live and Kicking on Saturday morning. I know. I mean, it is almost uncanny. Andy Peters, I don't know, how old is he? 40-something? He's 50. Look, seriously, he looks the same. But I tell you what it is. It's the fact that, A, he doesn't smoke. And I think if you don't smoke, you don't age. Smoking is very... I can look at somebody and know if they're a smoker. So I would know if there were people around me who smoked. Because it does age you. It does age you. And then, yeah, you're only 18, really, just look so much older. But no, I mean, he does look, for 50, he looks the same. And also, it's because he dresses in a way that doesn't sort of admit to his years. Which, I mean, I don't dress for my age. I don't know what you're supposed to be dressed like at a certain age, you know. I mean, nobody's ever said to me, oh, excuse me, mutton dressed as mutton. You know, which they say to Anthea Turner all the time. And, yeah. But it's just, you know, Roger's worried about... He wonders what the GC might be grateful for. Well, believe you me, if you've seen the picture of Arge, which you can find online, oh boy, has he pumped up. Oh, my goodness me. He looks like 3 Gemma Collinses. He's absolutely huge. And he's on holiday somewhere all by himself, as per usual. And Gary says, I listen to you almost every morning. What do you mean almost every morning? You either listen every morning or you don't. We don't want anybody who's half-hearted with it, you know. Sometimes I listen to a bit of the show, sometimes I don't listen to a bit of the show, I don't listen every day, sometimes I listen 2 days, then maybe I listen 5 days. You know, but I don't listen to the show every single day. Well, you should do. You should do. It's worth listening to, I mean, at least 6 days a week. I mean, I'm on 7, But it's actually good to sort of be there, because otherwise you can't keep up with it, can you? You have to know what's going on. Have you ever heard of Sally Ann Matthews? Oh, is it ring? Oh, right, rings a bell. Doesn't ring a bell with me. And she's in Corrie. But she was in the papers the other day complaining about people who work for Coronation Street charging for video messages. And it's obviously because nobody's ever asked her for a video message. Sally plays apparently Jenny Bradley, told a viewer to write in if she wanted an autograph and added we'd do them for free. But this isn't an autograph, dear. You're missing the point. They have to go and record this specifically. It's a cameo, you know. I mean, an autograph is just you write something on a piece of paper and then send it off. It's not complicated. But if you're doing a video message and she says you should never pay for an autograph or a video message, why not? Why not? You must be jealous that nobody's asked you for a video message. I think that's perfectly acceptable to charge. You know, if you like a particular... Imagine if thousands and thousands of people wrote in going, oh, well, I'm going to get it free. You know, then I'm not going to bother paying for it. Well, it's ridiculous. She says charities benefit from the videos that Simon appears in. It doesn't matter whether charities appear or they don't appear. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the fact that if Simon Gregson is your favourite person in Corrie, and for £35 or whatever it happens to be, you can actually get a little personal... I think it's 30 quid. 30 quid. Nothing in this day and age. All right, an autograph for free. But if you want a little video, it's 30 quid, and then you've got it. And you go, look, this is Simon Gregson saying, you know, hi, cheers, Dawn. Looking forward to sort of seeing you again. Other Weatherfield stars flogging videos include Ken Barlow, William Roach, and Chris Gascoigne, who plays Peter Barlow. Loads of people do it. It's big business. Yes, well, she would... Listen, there is an agency, isn't there, who sort of take all these people on, called Cameo's website. And you'll find loads of... They're all different prices. But somebody actually wrote to her and said, wow, nothing like sticking together with your work colleagues. Exactly. If that's how they choose to make... That's why they're well known and you're not. You know, I think it's a brilliant idea. 30 quid. Have we got Cameo's website? Can we get it up and just see what prices are going for now? Because there's loads of people. I mean, I do it for free. You know, I've done loads of things like that. But you can get... So it comes as everything, OK? You've got actors, nearly 8,000 of them. Reality TV. Let's try reality TV, shall we? Let's see who we've actually got on reality TV. What sort of people have we got up here? OK. You won't have heard of any of these people, OK? Yeah, we're going to find some good ones. I mean, some of them are a bit sort of trash, but, you know. Is that an American agency or is it British? Ah, right. Both. But, no, loads of people have been doing these video messages, and it's a nice thing to have. You know, if you knew, for example, that sort of, you know, a friend of yours was a big fan of, say, Barbara Windsor, you know, and for 30 quid, Barbara would go, get out my pub, Dave, or whatever it happens to be. Celeb VM, OK? And what they do is, they say here, it's great as a gift for birthdays, Christmas, weddings, personal connections and much more. You can watch, download. You can get a customised, personalised, unique video message from Simon Gregson for 30 quid. So I could say to Simon Gregson, listen, can you say, hi, this is Simon Gregson. Steve Allen's show is the best. For 35 quid, I can get William Roach. For 30 quid, Nigel Havers. Because they might do, at the end of the day, 10 of these things. So that gives them £300. But they have to... Everybody's on it. Faye Brooks, Adam Rickett, John Thompson. Adam Rickett's only 25 quid. Sherry Hewson is 30 quid. But if they do 10, maybe 10 a day, I don't know how many of these things are sort of sold. I've got no idea. But I think it's brilliant. You know, if I was a huge fan of, you know, Sean Williamson, which I am, and I can get him to say, hi, this is Sean Williamson. I love Steve Allen's show on LBC. That would cost me 30 quid. It's an oh my good Lord above. Here we go. We've got Dominic Byrne from Moyles' show. He's £25. Peter Dixon, voice of the X Factor. Wow. God, there's all sorts of people, aren't there? Danny John Jules. I don't know why I know him, actually, but I'm sure I do. Sean Lloyd's 25 quid. Paul Chuckles, 30 quid. John Thompson, 30 quid. Some of them say to Robert Fripp. 80 quid. So we've moved up a bit. Dominic Monaghan, how much do you think he is? Go on, guess. Dominic Monaghan. Now, Dominic Monaghan, you know where you know Dominic Monaghan from? And I've just remembered. He was in that, what was the programme called? The Hyacinth book, Patricia Routledge. Which she plays a detective. Hetty Wainthropp investigates. Dominic is the young man from that. That's what he looks like now. He's 133 quid. Wow. Toya Wilcox, 30 quid. Mike Bushell. Unfortunately, you can get him for only 20 quid, so that's not very good. Martin Roberts, 30 quid. Paul Chowdhury, stand-up comedian, 50 quid. Chris Gascoigne. It's interesting to find out how much all these people charge, isn't it? Simon Day, Fast Show, 30 quid. Fergus, some of them I've never heard of. They are Grange Hill Zammo, 15 quid. Up his price. What an insult. He's from Grange Hill, that's Zammo. Linda Lusardi's 30. Paul Catamole. He was in Reach for the Stars, Climb Every... Reach for the Stars. Charlie Lawson, Charlotte Dawson. How much is she? 30 quid. Too much. Nikki Graham's 40. Big Brother 7. I always remember that. She used to have these amazing tantrums on Big Brother. And she'd stand there and go, it doesn't work, Oh, it's working. She was very good. Fraser Hines, very good. Ex of Emmerdale, he's 33 quid. Christopher Maloney, 50. Oh dear, you need to get your money up, Christopher. This is not good. You have to. But so it's big business. Big business, and I think it's quite nice. I think it's good if that brings pleasure to somebody. Why not? Sally Ann Matthews, Steve, is a curtain twitcher. Ooh, you know me and curtain twitchers. Jimmy in Fulham is the one who paid 30 quid to hear Barbara shouting, "Jimmy, get out of my pub." You see, that would take her a couple of minutes to do. You probably do a couple of takes, and then you end up with that, and it's a brilliant idea. Whoever came up with that, it's a wheeze. Whoever came up with this poem gets my undivided attention. The poem, we don't know who actually wrote it today. We don't know. It doesn't say who wrote the poem. But I can tell you, it's called The Sugar Plum Tree. It's anonymous, okay? Have you ever heard of the sugar plum tree? 'Tis a marvel of great renown. It blooms on the shore of the Lollipop Sea in the garden of Shut-Eye Town. The fruit that it bears is so wondrously sweet, as those who have tasted it say, that good little children have only to eat of that fruit to be happy next day. When you've got to the tree, you'd have a hard time to capture the fruit which I sing. The tree is so tall that no person could climb to the boughs where the sugar plums swing. But up in that tree sits a chocolate cat, and a gingerbread dog prowls below. And this is the way you contrive to get at those sugar plums tempting you so. You say but the word to that gingerbread dog, and he barks with such terrible zest that the chocolate cat is at once all agog, as her swelling proportions attest. And the chocolate cat goes cavorting around from this leafy limb unto that, and the sugar plums tumble, of course, to the ground. Hurrah for that chocolate cat! There are marshmallows, gumdrops, and peppermint canes, with stripings of scarlet or gold, and you carry away the treasure that rains as much as your apron can hold. So come, little child, cuddle closer to me in your dainty white nightcap and gown, and I'll rock you away to that sugar plum tree in the garden of Shut-Eye Town. It's nice, isn't it? It's called the Sugar Plum Tree. Lou, your mum used to call you Sugar Plum. Yeah, there was a reason for that. Sugar Plum. Yeah, looked like Sugar Plum. Joe is the one, when they used to have the running at school, he'd be the last one going round the field. They'd all be... Everybody would have changed. They'd have been in the showers, and still we're waiting for Joe to come in from the field. Mainly because he'd be sitting behind a hedge, you know, with a fag in one hand, going, I'll catch up in a minute. Who cares? There's no rush. What can they do? Although we didn't know about bullying in those days, did we? How sad people are to pay for this celebrity rubbish. I think it's brilliant. Put it this way, beats the normal presents, doesn't it? You know, somebody gets you a box of chocolates or, you know, a nice candle, which can cost you the best part of 50, 60 quid if you want to buy a nice candle from Joe Malone or from any one of the big companies. So I think it's good. You get something personal. But I've done them before. I've had friends of mine say, "Oh, so and so's a big fan of yours. Can you do something for them?" So I'll do a couple of minutes or something. I did one the other week actually for a birthday. Steve, or you can get James Buckley to insult you and swear like a trooper at you for a couple of £100. You see, I think it's good, actually. Mike says, presumably the agency get a cut, so if Zamo only gets one booking in a week, it's not that lucrative. Nobody has a job, doesn't he? It's a little bit extra. It's a little bit, that's all it is. It's a little bit, he works in doesn't he have a heel bar or something like that out in Sutton Way or something, I'm pretty certain. Lock bar or something. But, so it's just a little thing. Little thing. And of course, you bet your bottom dollar, because I've mentioned it and I've told you who it is, people will go to that site later and they'll think, for £30, goodness sake, honestly. That's 2 Steve Allen tote bags, I ask you. But no, I think that's quite a nice thing. I think it's unusual. I'm always looking for unusual presents, and that's an unusual one. If you want Dick Van Dyke to do it, it's apparently the best part of about $900. It's quite expensive. I'm sure we did it in the papers ages ago. Here you go. We got Linus Roach, £39. Dean Cain was Superman. He's a bit cheaper. Can we put it... Oh, Dick Van Dyke's on a different one. Oh, right. But I'm sure he's about $800 odd. But there again, he's 90-something. You're never going to get the opportunity for Dick Van Dyke to go, "This is Dick Van Dyke. I listen to Steve Allen Show on LBC every day." That's worth $800-900. That's an endorsement. That's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I quite like the idea of being insulted by James Buckley. I quite like the in-betweeners. I do cringe, though, sometimes. I have to be honest. I sit there listening to the language and the things that they say, and I think, can't believe my mother could never have watched anything like that. Joe's mother certainly wouldn't be watching anything like that. I mean, it's sort of beyond rude, isn't it? It's a little bit rude. Right. Oh, so we've got another picture of Katie Price with her hair in rollers, sort of, her fake hair, and her little child with full makeup on. But nobody's thought about asking the father how he feels about, having his daughter dressed up like this. Because Katie Price, basically, she needs to go to an agency and find a job. She doesn't have any work at the moment. She just sort of faffs around and doesn't actually do anything. So perhaps a job would be a good idea. I don't, because all these people, this is it now. She's heading towards, 50 or something like that? 30, 42. And so, she needs to find something because she moves into the next decade of her life and all of a sudden there'll be nothing for her. She's done everything. We've heard all the stories. Just really, really boring. Dick Van Dyke charged $500 for messages, but they've had to stop them. There was so much demand, he had to stop doing it. That's how much love there is for Dick Van Dyke. Seriously, that's, I think that's amazing. So, he doesn't need the money because he's done loads of TV programmes and stuff like that. And I think he's lovely. Although the funny thing is, he was never a song and dance man. And that's why Mary Poppins was such an adventure, really, for him, because he wasn't really a dancer at all. But he managed to get through it. So £500 for a message, which is about £340 or something like that. But he had to stop doing it because thousands of people wanted it done. They were willing to pay Dick Van Dyke because he's not going to... It's like, if you could get Her Majesty the Queen to sit there and go, "This is the Queen." Yeah. "I listen to Steve Allen on LBC every morning." £25. We think that's worth every penny of it. Prince Andrew, free. But you wouldn't really want to tell people that you'd actually even ask for that one. Eugenie and the other one, no interest at all. And somebody says, "I wouldn't pay 30p for any of them." But that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If you don't want to pay for them because you're mean and tight and miserable and you've got no friends, well, then fair enough. But for the rest of us happy little bunnies, we want it. Apparently, Danny John Jules is the cat in Red Dwarf. I knew I'd seen him on the road. Sorry, on the road, reading another email. Somebody saying, "When are you going to go back on the road again?" I wasn't sure if they meant standing on the M4 or if I'm taking the show out there. I don't really know. I'm not sure whether we've got a show at the Magic Circle at Christmas yet. We're still waiting to see. And Becky says, "My friend Steve just got Jay from the In-Betweeners to do one for her husband's birthday. It's actually hilarious. Simple fun, really. Why not?" Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, there's so much misery doing the rounds in the world today. So many naff reality shows, so many dreary, boring people. I've got a story which is going to be going on my Little Bit Extra that break. And somebody wants to get Amy Hart a date with Alex Beresford. And my advice is, Alex, stay well away from Amy Hart, OK? Well away. If you remember, she couldn't even find a boyfriend on Love Island. Stay well away from her, OK? Bad news. Don't take my word for it. She'll exploit you. How much for a Joanne Webb voice message, says Dale in Birmingham. £1. Pound. Mind you, I should charge Dave O'Brien because I sorted out Ray Liotta for him. Do you remember that one? That was my doing, to twist Ray Liotta's arm, but it was well worth it, actually. Well worth it, Josh. Steve, if you were to take the show on the road, which places would you visit and which places would you avoid like the plague? Well, we wouldn't be going to Blackpool, put it that way. And Alex says, how do you feel about artificial grass? We've just had it laid in our garden. I love it. If you get a good one, a really good one, it looks sensational. No, AstroTurf's a bit dated now. No, they do some really good imitation grasses. You know, I mean, AstroTurf they use on basically football pitches and stuff like that. But as none of us play football, it's a bit pointless there. So we just have pretty artificial grass. They do all sorts of... I mean, some of it looks really, really good. My godchildren had it at their last house. I mean, it looks fantastic. Now they've got 6 acres. They don't really need artificial grass. They've got loads of their own real stuff. But no, I thought it looked lovely. We went out and looked at it in this showroom, and what? They don't play footy on the side. No, of course they don't. Do I play footy? Well, I would if I could be bothered to do it, but I don't really do things like that. I'm more sort of a quiet, sitting in the corner with a cup of tea sort of person. I don't. If somebody says, "Oh, should you fancy a kickabout, Steve?" I go, no, not really, thank you. It's very nice of you to offer, but I can't really be bothered. Do the boys have an update on the Loch Ness shirt, says Ian the Skip? Don't even ask. Don't even ask. It's ridiculous. No, they haven't got them yet. I think they will, because somebody said they were going out. I didn't order one, Thomas ordered. I gave him the idea, and then he ordered it straight away online. And somebody says, I find it amazing that LBC and yourself managed to get the papers so early. The earliest I get mine is 6 a.m. We get ours at 2 a.m. But they're printed at 9. They're printed at about 9, 10 p.m. That's when they start printing. And so, I mean, the latest I've ever had them is about 3 o'clock. Mainly they're in by 2:15, isn't it? Something like that. But then sometimes, if there's a story might change, and there might be a bigger story that comes in which case I might have one version of the front page of a paper, and then by the time I see it maybe in Waitrose a little bit later on this morning, it'll be a different front page, because they've sort of updated it, which is good. Jan Leeming, who read the BBC News in the 80s, is saying that she's not going to renew her TV licence. She's 78 now. She said she just forked out £157.50 for the licence. She also presented Pebble Mill. She said it was once value for money, now it's not so. You see, the trouble is, I might have to disagree that it's not value for money. If you look at how many channels, admittedly most of them are rubbish, but if you look at how many channels they've got and how many radio stations, and you itemise out how much it costs, it really comes down to something very cheap. But then, if they just went commercial, you know, they could raise their own money, in which case they probably wouldn't do very well at all. You have to sort of, you know, commercial radio is completely different. I've told you before that if you go and see a BBC, you know, national stations programme team, there'd be 4 times the amount that we have in commercial radio. 4 times the amount. What they do, God alone knows. Because it's supposed to be based on the talent of the presenter. The presenter is supposed to be able to do things. I mean, I went to one show once, there were about 12 people working on it. 12 people on a show, and I remember thinking, what in God's name do they all do? We wouldn't know what to do with 12 people here, would we? I mean, it's crowded enough with 2. But that's the fun of it. I think it stretches you as a presenter. I like to tell people that, because I don't quite understand what being a presenter is. In fact, I was thinking about it coming in the car this morning. I was sort of thinking, so when people say, what do you do for a living? You go, I'm a radio presenter. And you think, what a silly job. What a silly... I just go, I'm in the media. Unless they go, I recognise your voice. In which case, then you would go, yeah. But yeah, I hold my hands up. I am Nick Ferrari, and that's it. It's a very odd job to do. You sit here in a studio with a microphone, and there's some cameras and bits and pieces, and you just talk. And it's supposed to make, sort of intelligent listening. Well, it must do. I've seen the size of the audience, so it's obviously working. But that's what you're supposed to do. But you can't think about it. You can't work it out. As people have written in before, loads of you have written in before and said, so do you sort of rehearse the programme? You can't rehearse spontaneity, can you? You just sort of come in, the red light goes on, and you just talk. And sometimes it's funny, and sometimes it's sad, and sometimes it's neither funny nor sad, in which case that's called having a bad day. But I never have bad days. I never have a day where I can't think of anything to talk about. I've always got something to talk. It doesn't matter what it is, because while you're talking about one thing, I'm thinking of something else. I'm very good at separating my mind into... I don't know how you do that. It's like reading, isn't it? I can read the news, and I can scan it as I go through. So I basically memorised a line, not physically memorised, but I can see it, and it stays there. And then I drop down on the news, and I can see if there's a word coming up that I might have to skip round. And so you just learn to do things. I think the longer you do it, to be honest with you, the easier it becomes. I don't think it ever gets... Yeah, I don't think it ever gets... and people have said to me, do you never sort of run out of things to talk about? So never run out. There's always something to talk about. If it's the weather or the colour of the walls in the studio or the lighting or the cameras or everything, you never think about stuff like that. And that's what you're paid for. That's what people are paid for, especially on speech radio. Music radio, I think, is completely different. Completely different. I don't know. I mean, I have done music radio, but to be honest with you, because I'm a speech presenter, I found music radio a bit of a hindrance. Because I remember when I was out in Vienna and I was playing music out there on their... Yeah. Well, Vienna? Yeah, I worked there for 9 years. Yeah. I was working at LBC and I took my holidays in Vienna. And I would go and work on the radio out there. Just in my holidays. They used to do 21-day contracts. So it was 3 weeks holiday. So I used to... can't believe it now when I think about it. It seems horrendous. I would take 3 weeks holiday. 3 weeks holiday! And go and work somewhere else to do this. But it was music. With interviews and stuff like that. Because I found that easy. But I found the music a hindrance. You get halfway through the Bee Gees, You Win Again, and I want to fade it out and start talking. The producer used to say, "Oh, no, Steve, we can play a little bit more?" And I go, yeah, and also the thing for me, because I don't do what they call self-op. A lot of presenters do self-op. I was working with a technician over there. They're all called doctors. They're doctors of music. All the people who were the technicians, all in white coats, and they would come in. Some of them were really old and very dreary. And they go, "Oh, good morning, Steve." And you go, "Morning, Helmut." And I know. All Helmut. And then they do the thing. But actually, it was all based on starting up. So if I wanted to talk over a record intro, my little playlist, it was easy peasy radio. It had down, So You Win Again, Bee Gees, intro, 14 seconds. So I would put 14 seconds into my big clock on the desk, and you'd push start, and it would count backwards. So there was no way that you were ever going to crash the vocals. And people used to go, "How do you do that?" And you go, "It's easy." It was so easy. And you do that, and I would sort of wind my finger up, and the technician would play the record. When I wanted the mic, I'd, "Give me the mic, Helmut." Click your fingers at him. And then you could do that for cutting the mic, the thing across the fingers across the throat. But I always used to think that was actually quite interesting. There's so many people who know more about it than I do. Matthew says, "You're talking of Amy Hart. I'd jump at the chance to take her out." Yes, a much preferred option to Amy Childs. Oh, you couldn't go out with either of them. Amy Hart's too needy. She couldn't even find a boyfriend on the television, and then went into meltdown because he dumped her. Mainly because she was too boring for words. Shane says, "I was hopeless at sport. Join Joe." Join Joe. He wasn't... sport for him was a nightmare. If you were the kid who didn't really enjoy sport or something like that, you used to dread the sporting days. It was not the best thing ever. I was athletically minded. So, of course, it didn't bother me. The only thing I didn't like was doing the football and stuff like that. When I was at little prep school... Yeah, cross country was another one. You think, oh my God, you used to plan your sickie in advance. We used to have a thing on the cross country. They go, okay, you come out the school gates, you turn right, you go along for about half a mile, then you go down the hill. We would learn to nip into a side road. And then when everybody had gone past us, we'd cross over the road and wait there and then pick it up. We used to cheat left, right and centre. We were terrible. It was one of those things. You see, people say, what do you talk about on the programme? Everything. Absolutely everything. We can go from here to ice creams, to your favourite smell, your favourite sweet, your favourite planet, your favourite pop star. There's no end of stuff that you can do. Daniel says, how much, Steve, for a video message from Steve Allen? Nothing. Absolutely free. Yeah, grand. The producer got a grand. He sees pound signs here on this one. It seems quite good. Steve, if BBC Radio went commercial, it would be a competitor to LBC for advertising revenue. Well, there wouldn't be any competition at all. There's no competition from LBC at the moment. How many other people are doing what LBC do? Nobody. The BBC, listen to any speech-based programmes, and the one thing you'll notice is nobody's got an opinion. They're not allowed to have an opinion. It is verboten. So when LBC have taken presenters who've worked at the BBC, it takes them a little while to actually get into the fact that you can have an opinion on something. God in heaven, an opinion. Can't do that, can you? You cannot do that on the BBC. You'll hear all sorts of people. All they'll go is so-and-so, here's Mary in, Buckhurst Hill or whatever. Mary will say so-and-so. Yeah, Sheila, if you listen to the early Sheila compared to now, when she argues the toss left, right and centre, quite frightening at sometimes. And you get them on there, and you'll get Jeremy Vine going, thank you very much indeed. Now we'll go to... They don't have an opinion. They don't have an opinion, which of course is weedy radio. Weedy radio, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody's got to have an opinion, doesn't matter. And Shane says, I was hopeless. When we had sport at school, there'd be two teams. The teacher would say, who's going to take Shane? He said, no, nobody would pick me. I know nothing worse is than standing there. You sort of stand there and you go, well, who's going to pick me? And people would go, pick me, I'm going to be on your team. Yeah, and you dread it from the start. You think, nobody's going to pick me. No, and you're the only one standing there in your pants and vest because you've forgotten your kit. That was a way of trying to get out of it. And then the school went, well, you'll do it in your vest and pants, won't you? Oh, those were the happy days. And no, because my school now, the one I went to, well, one of them is it co-ed or whatever they call it? It's boys and girls, but it was all co-ed. It was all boys. Now it's a sport college. Huh? Not in my day. If you could get out of it and do pottery, it was far better. LBC News Time, 5:30. The headlines with Simon Conway.
It's understood an extension to the ban on court eviction proceedings could be announced later. Renters have been protected during the COVID-19 crisis, but the measure's currently due to expire on Sunday. It's prompted concerns thousands of households could face eviction in the coming weeks. Joe Biden has promised to end what he calls the season of darkness in America. He's addressed Democrats as he accepted the party's presidential nomination to challenge Donald Trump in November's election. The tour-operator Jet2 plans to resume flights and holidays to Portugal's Algarve next week. The country's been added to the UK's travel corridor list, but those arriving in Britain from Croatia, Austria and Trinidad and Tobago will have to quarantine for 2 weeks from tomorrow. And the weather very windy for England and Wales with blustery showers for many, rain or showers across Scotland and Northern Ireland, and a high of 24 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up with Nick at 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC, he'll examine the sentence meted out to the brother of the Manchester Arena bomber and get an explanation of how this ruling departs from typical sentencing guidelines. He'll also bring you the latest on the arrest of Steve Bannon, who's facing fraud charges for allegedly using funds from his group We Built the Wall on personal expenses. Plus, he'll bring you the latest on the evictions ban after LBC Tonight broke the news that an extension to the policy could be implemented. That is all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here. We're just sort of reminiscing about things. Steve, Amy Hart was the one who was dating Curtis on Love Island, and then she went mad when he dumped her. Yeah, she had a complete breakdown. And you think to yourself, no, stay well clear, I'm afraid. She's still having therapy now because she went out with somebody on a TV reality show. The clue is TV reality show. And then he went out with somebody who was obviously better conversation. And she immediately sort of withdrew into herself. And you think, I don't think you should have been put on the programme in the first place. Really embarrassing. But Alex Beresford, who I think is on the Good Morning Britain programme, I mean, really, Alex, you should seriously, if I ever offered anybody any advice, steer well clear of reality people, well clear of them. Seriously, don't be fooled by the looks. They're all harbouring problems. Okay. Oscar says, "You planning to do another virtual show?" I don't know actually. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to. I mean, yes, probably. I don't know how it works. Well, I mean, I don't understand how it worked for us. There's a camera, and then I don't know how the picture gets to your whatever it is. But I then discovered around the corner from where we were, there was a little studio where they were all, colour mixing and doing whatever they were doing. But I don't know how it works. Quite like to do it in the bigger studio, but it would have to be a bit like because the only thing that's different is when you're doing a virtual show, there's no audience. The only audience were Thomas and Corey and the lovely lady doing cameras, camera, because it was a single shot camera, and that was it. So of course, if they don't laugh, at one point they went so quiet, I began to wonder if they'd left the studio, and I was sitting there all by myself. Which actually is no bad thing at all. The charity's anger at the flogging of a British ex-public schoolboy as a row with Singapore deepens. This is Yiming Yuan, who was stripped naked. He's 31, tied to a wooden frame and caned 24 times. And, that's what they do. That's their sort of punishment, I'm afraid. They've been doing it for some time. The Foreign Office condemned the flogging. Well, of course they had, but so far, it's a shame they didn't tell us before the thing happened. But you get the feeling that they're too busy sort of doing lunches or something like that. But it was something to do with... And they're hoping that he can be transferred to a British prison to serve the rest of his sentence. Well, we've heard about these things before. Didn't we get those 2 drug smugglers from Peru, the Peru 2... Ghastly, they were caught smuggling £1 million worth of cocaine, and they ended up coming back to this country. Now they're out of prison. Disgusting. Really is awful. Terrible. But they've been doing this for ages. This boy went to a Westminster school. He's serving 20 years for drug offences. Now, I couldn't possibly comment on people, but, the law. If you fall foul of the law, you go to prison. And if you're caught in Singapore, and there's a number of other places, Thailand as well, very hot, surprisingly, on things like that. But in Singapore, you go to prison and they flog you. We used to do it here. Surely you've all heard of the cat o' nine tails, which was rope that was knotted so it would cause maximum harm. And they used to tie people to the masts of ships and flog them. You've seen it being done. He was flogged 27, and everybody goes, "Oh, it's awful." Well, I'm sorry. He was doing drugs. That's why. Flogging is caning, yes. We used to get caned at school. At my school, they had the cane. If you misbehaved, you'd be sent to the headmaster's office. Yeah. And that's when they get out the flexible cane. You could see them all sitting in like a sort of a thing by the door, and you just think, oh. And boys used to cheat and put a book down the back of their trousers so it didn't hurt so much. Never worked. They always found it. Terrible, really. When you look back on it, it does seem particularly barbaric. But if you deal in drugs, more fool you. More fool you. So there you go. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, that's what he was caught, and that's what he was sentenced for. And as I say, it's they say many people are scarred for life. I should think so. But he's serving 20 years. This wasn't just a spliff. He was serving 20 years for drug offences. Steve, is the Ian Dale going to happen in Twickenham? I think, was it something? Yes, it's happening. Well, it's happening as far as we know at the moment, unless things change dramatically. But the show is sold out, as indeed. We're both high risk. We're both diabetics. And we might have to socially distance on the stage, but that's okay. I could do things like that. I'm very good at doing those sort of things. Because when we did the visual show the other week, they all had masks on, but I didn't, because otherwise I'd have been sounding a little bit muffled. But no, it worked really well, actually. How much would you pay for a tiny bag to hold your mobile phone? John Lewis. Wait a minute, is that John Lewis who's been closing down stores all over the place? They've obviously lost touch with who their audience are. They have got a huge demand for the Mulberry Grain leather medium phone pouch. And so it's a pouch you put your... hello? I'm surely most people wear jackets. You put your phone in your pocket. Just the phone. Oh, I've got a case. Where? Oh, I see what you... this is a tiny bag that holds your mobile phone. It's... How much do you think it is? Tenner. That would be good price. £300. £300. Only proving to me that John Lewis customers are obviously even more easily parted from their money than anybody else. Apparently, it's sold out. Amazing. It's only 7 inches tall and 6 inches wide, so it holds a telephone. Whilst Mulberry is best known for its timeless handbags, the pouch is marketed as a hands-free solution to carrying your phone anywhere. I'm sorry, have Mulberry heard of pockets? Here we go. There we go. There it is. I mean, to be honest with you, we've all agreed there's a more stupid thing you'd be hard pushed to find. I mean, it's a thing for holding your mobile. So when it rings, which you won't hear anyway, you know, I mean, why don't you just put it in your pocket and put it on vibrate? $295, a medium phone pouch. I mean, also, somebody's going to know what it is. They've got a phone. All you've got to do is grab it, and that's it. I mean, it's like we were telling you earlier on about the Christian Dior satchel for kids going to school for £1,250. People are going to see it and nick it. Of course they are. Very worrying. But, I mean, a tiny bag to hold your mobile phone. I mean, seriously. Pretentious, moi. Good Lord. Also, apparently... Oh, here we go. Oh, this is great. More guff from the impending doom of Brooklyn Beckham and Nicola Peltz, daughter of a billionaire. I mean, the poor old Beckham family are poor as church mice compared to this family. But anyway, they've decided to club together to buy them a lovely gift. What do you think the wedding gift is going to be? The gilded couple and spectacular honeymoon gift. What do you think it is? Not a magazine deal. No, well, we'll be suffering with that anyway. They'll have to cake old Brooklyn with all this makeup and everything else. And then there's going to be 2 weddings, we think. There's going to be the one in St Paul's Cathedral, which you're all welcome to. I promise you can all just go in there and pay and just go into the wedding. Go on, start disrupting it at the back. If any of you have any cause or... Me! But anyway, what have they bought them? Football boots. Good night. You've never seen Brooklyn doing anything athletic, have you? Do tell us. No. They bought £500,000 flights on the inaugural flight of Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic. Apparently, Nicola's dad has easy access to Richard, and between his family and Dave and Vic, the cost of getting them on is a drop in the ocean. Victoria will be weeping into her furloughed staff's books, I should imagine. So... Will they actually achieve liftoff, or will the marriage have gone west by that time? Hilarious. That's what they're going to spend. You can imagine Victoria going, how much? 200? I don't know how long the flight is, but the question is over next year's launch. I mean, this was originally scheduled for 2014. Nothing's taken off at all since then. And so will Brooklyn and Nicola be celebrating their aluminium wedding anniversary by the time Beardy achieves liftoff? That's 10th, by the way, in case you're wondering about wedding anniversaries. But I mean, honestly, how pretentious, isn't it? Poor old Brooklyn, up until now, he's happy with a milkshake and a tattoo. It's going to be very exciting, isn't it? I love it. I love it. I mean, it's just, we're getting all this guff yet. Let's see how many deals they actually do. Let's see how many deals they do. Oh, by the way, next year, just when you thought it was all finishing, Prince Andrew is welcomed back into the royal family. For what reason, we can't quite fathom out. But next February the 19th is Andrew's birthday, and the bells will ring out, apparently. They've decided to reinstate the bells ringing out. Boo! We don't want that. Don't want that. Come on, Andrew. Go and tell the FBI what you know. You must know something, mate. You were really chummy with him. Ian keeps saying he doesn't drink. If you drink, does that mean you're at a slightly higher risk? No, we're both diabetics. That's what it comes down to. Roger says, do you build up a sort of profile of your regular contributors to the show, like Monica or Kevin the Milkman? No. When you say profile, I mean, I know what people do because they tell me what they do. We know, of course, that Kevin is the milkman. We have quite a lot of milkmen, so I don't need to build up a profile. It's not like stalking or the FBI or MI6. So here we go. So a hefty price tag. It's a 90-minute flight, 175,000, aimed at wealthy celebrities and thrill seekers as well as researchers. Fantastic. Apparently there's a deluge of 700 celebrities and scientists desperate to get a chance to board the aircraft, including, I mean, this could be a load of old guff, Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt, Lady Gaga and Leonardo DiCaprio. Not the size he is at the moment. You never get him in the cabin. Branson has said that ultimately he'd like to see the price fall as low as £30,000 over the next decade. Yeah, bargain, isn't it, for that? Oh, yeah. I'll have a word with Dave O'Brien. Perhaps we can get a joint ticket. Something like that. Isn't that ridiculous? £175,000 a ticket. And it's 90 minutes, aimed at wealthy celebrities. Boo again. Boo again. I can imagine, actually, Brooke... I don't think it'll ever happen. I'd be really, really surprised if that happens. Really surprised. But I'm sure that Brooklyn is very entertaining with his little girlfriend, and it's going to be absolutely marvellous, I'm quite sure. There's also a vertigo vicar. Now, I couldn't do it, I'm frightened to life. This is a vicar who climbs his church spire to raise repair cash and beats his fear of heights. He climbs, and it's one of those conical ones that goes up really high. So it's a spire, yes, and it's 165 feet tall, and all they did was strap a ladder. Well, I think there is a ladder built onto the outside, and he climbed. Well, I feel ill looking at the picture. So I couldn't do anything like this. It's 165 feet, and it's like, do you remember seeing John Noakes climbing up Nelson's Column? The ladders on the outside were strapped with a piece of rope. No safety harness, no nothing. Well, I mean, my hands went sopping wet. Absolutely terrible. You know, just to make myself feel really ill, we put up the thing of sort of John Noakes climbing up Nelson's Column onto ladders, which are strapped to, I mean, even looking at, I mean, he had no harness. Nowadays, you would never in a million years get any presenter to do that. Because, I mean, at one point, he's leaning back, and I'm thinking, no! And it's a wooden ladder. And then he has to climb. I've got tingly all over. And I don't get tingly all over very often at my age. But he then gets up, and then he has to climb over the ridge of Nelson's Column. I mean, say the cement breaks or something. I mean, you wouldn't have very long. Look, he's just clinging on with his hand. He's only holding on with one hand. I'm liable to have an accident in the studio by watching. This is look how far up it is. It's horrible. And yet there were no safety harnesses. There was nothing that you clipped him on. At least the vicar is sort of clipped on to something, just in case. Well, even that makes me feel ill. But the John Noakes thing is just terrible. I hate it. I've seen people who've climbed the hotels in Dubai just with their bare hands, clinging onto bits of window frame, and you think, say you fall. And they think, well, you die, I suppose. Yes, I've seen the photo of all the people sitting on a beam when they're building. I know, but again, I couldn't do anything like that. Seriously, I feel ill looking at it. I think they were building might have been the Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, and they're literally sitting on these, and you think, oh my God, fathers. How did people ever survive on that? And they look down, they go, oh yeah, have you had your lunch up there? You go, yeah. I mean, I'm feeling ill. Seriously, I only have to stand on a stool and I get worried. Right, Greenland lost a lot of ice last year. There's a picture of huskies pulling a sledge through water because it's all melting. The annual ice mass loss broke the previous record melt in 2012 by 15%. The Greenland ice sheet is one of the largest contributors to sea level rise, and it's melting left, right and centre. So, and there's me thinking that this year we were going to be having a really sort of bad winter. I don't know why I thought we were going to be having a bad winter. I've just got a feeling. If you have a very hot summer, does it follow that we have a bad winter? We didn't get snow last year, I don't remember. Well, certainly not down in London. No, we've not had snow for ages in London. Some parts of the country get snow, and then it looks very pretty. Country Life always have a picture of a little village in the Cotswolds with a dusting of snow, and that's fairly sort of pretty, isn't it? And Steve, it wouldn't surprise me if the Beckham's gift was a huge self-family portrait. Yes. That would be it. The family that sort of is so obsessed with themselves. It's so embarrassing. Maybe when Branson gets his $500,000 for the Galactic fight off the Beckhams, and gives 600 to me for my cancelled flights. Waiting 5 months now, says Lee. Yeah. Well, I thought they were going under, Virgin, because the government... Didn't the government say they weren't going to give him money? What was he after? Wasn't he after 500 million or something like that? It seemed an awful lot of money. It's not even registered here, I don't think. I couldn't quite work out. Loads of people are still waiting for money to come back. And it's not happening. Johnny in Watford says 45 mile an hour winds today. Not looking forward to driving because Johnny's got to go all the way up to Mansfield. Ooh, see, I tend to find if it's very windy, the motorways get even worse. So I try and steer well clear of motorway, and especially with these high-sided vehicles that go down the motorway. I've seen, things... We see it on the television programmes, don't you? With things being blown over. So on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, somebody wins $1 million. The 6th millionaire since 1998. No studio audience, so they had to do it without that. And Clarkson says the contestant whizzed through the 15 questions, said all of a sudden confetti was falling from the ceiling, and I was saying, you've just won $1 million. He obviously isn't aware. Perhaps he was at a sherbet or something. I was aware of myself saying, you won $1 million. You know, the confetti from the ceiling was a bit of the giveaway. But there you go. The Women's Institute is part of the fabric of society. But now, apparently, members are celebrating a record for crafting the world's biggest button. I thought they just made cakes and jam, but apparently 6 members of the branch in the aptly named village of Wool spent 8 weeks creating the Dorset button, 7 feet 2 inches. The fastener, dating to the 17th century, involves binding yarn over a disc. And looks lovely. We had to climb a ladder to get to the top edge. We hardly had any cost, as one of the ladies supplied the wool from her stash in the attic. I quite like the Women's Institute. Do you like that? Yeah. There's no equivalent for the men, though, is there? Is there a male version of the women of the WI? There's not, is there? The MI. Yeah, the show's the nearest thing to it, and none of us want to make buttons, thank you very much indeed. We've got far better things to do with our time. Yeah, press buttons, that's what we do. Jan Moyer's talking about the dress of the summer. It's a strawberry print confection by Kosovo designer Liraka Matoshi, which is very nice. It's pink tulle, a knickerbocker glory of a gown that screams out to be accessorised, and the model wearing it is enormous. But she says, Jan Moyer, ladies, wear the dress if you must, but only if you want to look like a summer pudding. Nobody wants to look like a summer pudding, do they? Happy birthday to Usain Bolt. Is that the one who does that funny thing in the air, Usain Bolt? Doesn't he do that? Oh, he does that thing. So naff, isn't it, really? Dead ringer. Yeah. He's 34. Do you know how tall do you think he is? Sorry? 6'4", yeah, he's absolutely 6'4". Luke's 5'8". And you're not 6', honestly, stop it. Stop it with this fantasy. It's annoying. I don't want you to show me, thank you very much indeed. Don't start that. HR, hello. Get them on the telephone. Yes, he's the fastest man in history, once reached 27.8 miles per hour. Even in the year after retirement, he earned more than 20 million quid. You can live on that, can't you, really? That's just for running fast. I used to do that at school, but I never got anything. Would have been the birthday today of Princess Margaret. The Queen's younger sister was a rebel from the start. Well, she died in 2002, so you could work it out for yourself. 90. Yeah, she was in a wheelchair at the end, wasn't she? And her sight was going and things like that. But she was a good time girl in the family. I mean, when they say she was sort of the rebel from the start, that's what they call it, the rebel. No, she was a pain in the rear end. She was Princess Margaret. Oh dear me. Air and a spare, yes, and she was definitely spare. Do you know, on this day in 1959, what became the 50th US state? Hawaii. Hawaii became the 50th state. There we are, Princess Margaret. I quite liked her, actually. I thought she knew she was never going to be queen. And, yeah, she was very pretty, actually. Very, very pretty. In fact, she was so bored towards the end of her life, she got her hair done 3 times a day. I tried the same thing. It never works, does it, really? You don't get your hair done. But, yeah, she had 3 times a day. She was so bored. Because if you're in the royal... there's nothing you can do. You can't do anything or go anywhere. I've noticed that one of the Prince Andrew's sprogs is going to be moving into Kensington Palace. Pokey little place, apparently. 2 bedrooms, very small kitchen. But they obviously think they've got something to offer us. And with John Noakes, just to impress you more, he filmed that twice. First time, the sound didn't work. God, I feel even more ill. I can't bear things like that, actually. Steve, the Rockefeller Centre is the famous picture of the guys eating lunch. And Barney in Wolverhampton, somebody's got to be, says, I'm also scared of heights. 2 pairs of socks and I just go quite giddy. 2 pairs of socks. I stood on a chair once and I get really dizzy on chairs, especially if it moves. I can't do anything like that. I used to be sort of quite good at hanging up my Christmas cards in the office and stuff like that. And then somebody said, "You're going to stand up on the desk again?" I went, "No, I'm not. No, I decided it was a lot safer not to do." The English Society are going to drop the royal name, the Queen's English Society. They're going to sort of drop it because apparently nobody speaks the Queen's English anymore. No, nobody's sort of, well, they're just dropping the royal bit to it. So, yeah, it's just called the Queen's Society, which means, of course, it's something completely different. I didn't realise until a short while ago that there is a society dedicated to men who like wearing corduroy. I mean, isn't that somewhat peculiar? Do you not think? I think it's called the Corduroy Society. You like wearing corduroy, yes. You'd like some of the men who wear corduroy because they're all members of the Corduroy Society. It's people who sort of have it in different styles, I suppose. The Corduroy Club. There's a club, Luke. You can go to a club. There you go. Do not be alone anymore in your life. You can mix with other people and if you're lucky, you might find somebody who's vegan who wears corduroy. Can you imagine? Perish the thought. So where do we get Italian food all wrong? I'm going to tell you in the next part of the programme. Also, angry Obama wrapping the reality show antics of work-shy Trump. It's just, does anybody believe that Trump's going to get in again? Anybody think? You think he's going to get in again? Maybe is useless, isn't it? That's like, does anybody think, yeah, maybe? Well, that's undecided. That's sitting on the fence. We shouldn't write him off. What do you think, Luke? Oh, here we go. Could be here for days. Shouldn't write him off as well. You're just copying what he said. Think for yourself. Yeah, you're a maybe. I thought you might be. Steve, I believe Princess Margaret liked a drink or two. A drink or 10. She loved drinks. Of course she did. Queen Mother liked to drink. Gin and Dubonnet. You know, which seems a bit odd. But, I mean, people like things like that, don't they? Princess Margaret liked the entertaining bit. I think it was the only time she actually sort of came into her own. You know, she would sort of invite people round and they would then sort of, you know, have a bit... But you couldn't leave until she left. You know, so the longer she stayed up, the more I'd have been falling asleep in the corner. I'd have given up. So, angry Obama wrapping reality show antics of work-shy Trump and how we get Italian food all wrong. Oh, you won't believe. I mean, we've really screwed this one big time. And more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. If you just company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7 this morning, then Nick will be here. I think he's secretly rehearsing, for Strictly. We're determined to get him on there. And somebody says RuPaul's drag star, Chi Chi DeVayne, known for appearing, I think, on 2 seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race, has died, aged 34. Interestingly, called Chi Chi DeVayne, but real name was Zavion Davenport, which I think sounds even more exotic, doesn't it? She was in hospital for a chronic condition, second time this year, and then passed away at the age of 34. Do you know, I've never seen RuPaul's Drag Race. I've never seen any of it. I know that Joanne Webb is an addicted person to it. She loves it, absolutely loves it to pieces. And Steve says, Sue, do you think Vic Beckham will design the bridal dress for Brooklyn's wife-to-be? Will she sulk if she isn't asked and spoil the photos? How lovely. I don't know, actually. To be honest with you, I mean, if she can't keep the shop afloat, what's the point? You know, I mean, you would want somebody who... I mean, in theory, I suppose it has to be, but the Peltz family might go, we have the Versace collection they're doing. You know, what would you rather have, Versace, Christian Dior, or Victoria Beckham? Doesn't quite work, does it? Doesn't work. Steve, check out the videos of Fred Dibner on YouTube. Yeah, we've seen those as well. He also was one of those people who climbed up these chimneys. I can't bear any of it. But watching John Noakes, frightening beyond belief. Steve, do you think the Christmas light turn-on will happen this year, says Simon? Yes, I do. You can socially distance Christmas lights. I don't think it makes any difference. You're only walking underneath the things. So, yes, I think so. Yeah, Fred Dibner, he would put ladders up against the outside and he would just climb up there. And it's this... I mean, what happens if it just detaches itself and this thing starts moving? I mean, I can't think of anything worse. You said there was a bloke he was on the news yesterday. And it's only because I remembered. I cannot remember which airline it is, but he sits on. It's a Canadian airline, and he looks out the window. He has a little sleep, and he wakes up. He looks out the window, and there's a crack in his window, and he looks at this sort of crack, and he gets a little bit panic-stricken. He's having a little bit of an anxiety attack, and he pushes it, and it moves. It moves. So he calls so the pilot comes over, and they have to explain to him that the windows in aeroplanes, there's an outside window, then there's the proper window, and then there's the fake window, which is the one that looks into the cabin. So the one that's near him, you could pull it out. It wouldn't make any difference because the other ones are the 2 proper windows. This is just sort of a fake window. But here he said, my Godfather, I thought we were going to be sucked out of a window. So there you go. I'd be very, very careful. But no, it's perfectly safe. Panic. Although if I was the person at the time, I might not be thinking of the same thing. So Christmas lights definitely on this year. Why would they not put Christmas lights up? Tree in Trafalgar Square, quite definitely. You know. Well, yeah, maybe not the switch-ons because people wouldn't be socially distancing. But they could just turn them on. We don't need people turning on lights. You just go click. You know, switch them on. Penny Dreadful. Penny Dreadful. Garlic bread with pasta, smothering food with cheese, and adding cream to carbonara are among the culinary crimes we commit with Italian cuisine. Apparently, more than 6 in 10 are unaware of the authentic way to prepare and eat the most popular dishes. More than a quarter of people polled said they add cream to their carbonara, and 2/3 had no idea the dish is traditionally made by cracking a raw egg into the hot pasta at the end. As many as 2/5 overcook pasta, rather than enjoying it al dente, as the Italians do. Meanwhile, 40% cut up spaghetti before eating it. I do that. I had that the other day. A spaghetti with whatever, it might have been spaghetti carbonara, and I cut it up because otherwise it drips and so I cut it up with a pair of scissors in the saucepan. I said, like giving it a quick haircut, so it comes down to sort of little pieces of spaghetti as opposed to long. I don't want to do that sort of. You just get hoops, I know, but they don't do spaghetti hoops. Oh, they do spaghetti, yeah, but they're not Italian, are they? Really? The study commissioned by a company discovered the average Brit will enjoy an Italian-inspired dish at least twice a week because it's cheap. It's cheap. You can have a pizza or something like that. So these are the top 10 blunders. Mamma mia. At number 10, putting oil in pasta water. It's a no-no. Number 9, adding cream to carbonara. No-no. Number 8, there we go, this is me, I'm afraid, cutting up spaghetti. 7, not using passata to make pasta sauce. Never eating pasta al dente. Making pizzas with more than 3 toppings. That's a no-no. Supposed to have 3 toppings. You know, so, and you don't certainly have pineapple on any of them. That's not Italian at all. That's sort of British. Can we have a Hawaiian? You know, because it's got pasta on it. You know, mighty meaty. Also, covering a dish with cheese. That's a no-no as well. Eating stuffed, yes, well, you can have a little bit of Parmesan, but not sort of, you know, people go, oh, cheese on that. Eating stuffed pizza crusts. That's a big no-no as well. Who does that? Isn't it one of the pizza places does it here? Stuffed crust. Do they all do it? Well, it's a no-no. It's not Italian at all. It's just rubbish. Eating bread before a meal. Because if ever you go out for a meal, don't you? They always go, shall we bring you some bread? And you can see them cutting it. They've got sort of like a French loaf kind of thing. Do we have two baskets? Okay. You want some olives? No, thank you. No, we'll just have the bread, yeah. Just have some olive oil. And can we have some butter as well? We're British. And we don't just sort of dip the bread in that stuff that's got the brown stuff that sort of curdles round it. And so we'll have some butter. Do you have butter? Thank you. And I think we'll have... Sorry? Mayonnaise, yeah. We'll have some more bread as well, I think. Actually, we've eaten that already. It's like going to the Indian restaurants, isn't it? Poppadoms? Oh, I think so. How many? Well, there's 6 of us, so 20. And then somebody always puts their hand in the middle of it. Eating bread before a meal is bad. And what is the worst thing? Your top 10 blunder? Eating garlic bread alongside pasta. Apparently, it's a no-no. Why? I have got no idea. Well, says them. Apparently, 44% people add cheese to a meal after it's been served. An insult to the chef in Italy. So it found 35% enjoy pineapple on pizza, with 43% indulging in multiple toppings. But traditionally, the dish is simple, often with only tomato sauce and fresh basil. The Americans call it basil. Are you having basil or oregano? It's oregano and basil, all right? Nothing worse than people who can't master the English language. And also a pizza is supposed to cook, I think, in something like a minute. You know, the ones that you order with the rubber cheese and all the other garbage that they throw on it. You know, they must be the only people who managed to shave down pineapple so that it wouldn't feed a mouse. But that's what they actually have. They have sort of pizzas. If ever you have a pizza oven that's brought round to your place for a party, cooks in like a minute and a half, so there's nothing else on it. It's supposed to be the thing and if you think about it, the simpler the better. So why not have, you know, tomato sauce and fresh basil? That's all you need. You don't need anything else. And that would be quite enough. We used to have garlic bread, actually, which was just looked like a pizza, but it had garlic on it. Joe went to a place the other day serving chicken and avocado pizza. How pretentious. I said, did you want the chicken and avocado pizza? Have you heard of anything like it? I was at a pub. Probably a lot. Well, there's a huge profit in pizzas. Huge profit. You can make a big, giant pizza for under £1. That's why they can afford to chuck in the bottle of fizzy drink and a Viennetta. But I'm not sure if I want to eat pizza in a pub, actually. You're eating to help out. Do you know, I dreamt about helping out the other day. I don't know why. Why was I dreaming? I don't know who I was helping out. I was just helping out. You just jogged my memory. I was helping somebody out, and I can't remember who it was. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking absolute rubbish. I don't know. Seriously, I've got no idea. I was going down a cul-de-sac there, and there was no way of turning off. I was helping somebody out. Steve, when he got to the top of Nelson's column, John Noakes should have put a traffic cone on his head. It makes me feel ill. It makes me feel quite ill to watch him doing it, especially when he leans back and you think, but just supposing that rope was frayed and then all of a sudden it started bending outwards and bending outwards. If you look at all the early Keystone Cops films and stuff like that, and the Buster What's-His-Face and the other people, they all did their own stunts. They all did their own stunts. And you think to yourself, it was blooming dangerous, but it was a lot cheaper at the time for them to do their own stunts. But, I was talking about the other thing at all, helping people. What are you talking about, Stephen? That's the trouble, isn't it? When you get to this time of the morning, you start thinking, oh, it's Friday. Because I'm thinking about what I'm doing for the weekend. I'm thinking about what I'm having for breakfast. And, you know, I've decided to break with tradition. Sausages. I've decided to, because I bought some sausages the other day and they vanished. They vanished. And I don't know where they've gone in the kitchen. I distinctly remember buying them and coming back. And then I can't find them now. And I bought some. I don't think I ate them. No, I'd have remembered. I bought some giant hot dogs from Costco the other day, but I mean, they're like a foot long, these things. You get a packet of about 12, which I quite like, actually. But then I quite like a roll to put them in, or a baguette, as we say round my way, because we're a little bit French. I make pizza with the cook-at-home buns with dolmeo and cheese. Oh. I'm sorry, you're obviously mistaking me for somebody who cares. I do beg your pardon. And Connie says, I'm glad you don't do a phone-in show. I want to listen to Steve Allen for 3 hours. A phone-in would only spoil a fantastic show. Thank you. Stay safe. Well, that's the way that we looked at it, actually, because we can have so much fun. Not this morning, but, I mean, generally speaking, we have a bit of fun, don't we? You know, Luke sort of drags us down. We sort of go, da-da-da-da-da, and then you see Luke's miserable face because he's still fasting. You know, and all of a sudden you go, oh, I'm down with Luke now. Which is a bit like being down with the kids on a Wednesday. The 3 toppings thing is a nonsense, Steve. Pizza quattro formaggi and quattro stagioni are traditional pizzas everywhere in Italy, and they have 4 toppings. I'm just telling you what they're saying, all right? They've said 3 toppings. Quite enough. And now we've got some argument going on how many pizzas you're supposed to have with more than 3 toppings. Because they say, the people, you know, who know these things, that it's supposed to be just the base, tomato ketchup, and then some, what do we say it was? Well, it's not ketchup, it's tomato puree or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. No, they don't put cheese on it. No, they sort of cut up oregano and stuff like that. And basil. They just cut it up and put it on the top, and that's what it's supposed to be. Because when we used to... No garlic. No. I'm telling you, no. Goodness sake, you can't have garlic as well. It's very antisocial. If you're the only person at the table eating garlic, you've got no friends by the end of the meal. You're sitting there by yourself. They've all gone home. You're left sitting there going, is there a lot of garlic on? I don't know. Can anybody know? I remember going, when I shared a flat in London with some girls some years ago, and one of them had been out, 2 of them had been out actually, and they'd had garlic. And we opened the bedroom door, and it was like being hit by a wall of garlic. It was like, whoa! It was terrible. And yet, I quite like garlic, but I never use it in cooking, because I don't cook. Steve, I have pizzas without cheese. As I've never liked cheese, it's yucky. Well, it is possible to have pizzas without cheese. That's what they say the best ones are. After having 4 weeks away from my truck, Steve, says Rick, whilst waiting for an MRI scan on a damaged knee, I've just realised I can listen to you on my TV at home. I guess such incompetence means I'm banned. No, we'll let you get away with it now, especially if you've got problems to worry about. Joseph in Bethlehem. Yes, there is a Joseph in Bethlehem, and yes, he listens. Now it's 125 days, 17 hours and 30-something minutes until Christmas. Woo! My friend Ian will be very excited about that. Talking of sausages, have you tried the ready-cooked ones from Walls? You eat them hot or cold and take a minute in the microwave. Yes, I used to have them some years ago. It's something that's instant is actually quite a good idea, isn't it? I have had those on a few occasions. They're quite nice. But I did try, because after the advert on the... I'm quite taken by adverts on the television. And there was one for Richmond sausages. And I remember thinking, I'll go and buy some Richmond sausages. Well, they look like they've been in a nuclear explosion. They're bright pink. Bright pink sausage. And I looked at it and I thought, I don't think I want to eat that. So I didn't. Yeah, but it's like a pink sausage because there are all these workmen. And then I thought, do you know what I really fancy today? And I've not had them for weeks and weeks. Chips. Chips. I really want some chips today. I might have to go a little bit berserk and actually fry some chips. But I know, I don't fry anything. I don't fry anything. Oven chips. Actually, I'm not sure if oven chips are actually as good as that, or microwavable chips. I think you've actually got to fry the blooming things. I think that's the way it works. I hope so, actually. Steve, Magic Show. I thought you went Magic Show. Just been through Elephant and Castle. It's the new Trafalgar Square for pigeons. Oh, dear. Well, as long as they move from here, we don't mind. Could Lynn have eaten your sausages? No. I saw her yesterday, actually. And very good she was too. When I was a child, I remember a friend's dad would always have a lukewarm pint of tap water plus a tower of buttered white bread with his evening meal. The Italian food police would have disliked him. The Italian food police. I quite like the idea of that. Steve, maybe Gemma Collins could switch on the Oxford street lights. That'll sort out the social distancing aspect. Very cruel. Very, very cruel. We don't know that kind of talk, do we? Somebody else saying, check out the videos of Fred Dibner. I've just had a look, actually, whilst we were chatting away. The producer put up some pictures of Fred Dibner. But it's that sort of... It's these people who can leave... I mean, I'm frightened even... I couldn't even go 10 feet off the ground. I really couldn't. It's just not me. Mark says, do you remember when we had 3 TV channels? Wouldn't life be so much simpler? 3 TV channels? 3? What 3 did you get? I mean, 2. BBC, ITV, that's it, you don't need any more. Why do you need more? Now you've got... I might remember that, I can't remember. I remember black and white television. I remember quite a lot of black and white television. You're now going to check out the date it was. You can see, bear in mind I was... Yeah, see, look. BBC 2 started in 1964. When was I born? 54. I know, it's depressing, isn't it? I'm sure my entire life was in black and white. What do you mean, a TV been invented? Cheeky so-and-so. Of course it had. Look at the Queen's coronation. When was that? That was in the 50s, wasn't it? And she was, yeah. I'm sure that was shown on the television. They used to have the outside broadcast. This is London calling. Steve, M&S does amazing chips. Oh. Steve is a man of magic. The term the oldest trick in the book. What is the oldest trick in the book? It would be the cups and balls. That would be the oldest trick in the book. Cups and balls. That's where the person performing the effect would have 3 cups. And on the top of each cup, he would put a little ball. He would take the ball, throw it underneath the cup, put the cup back down on the table. Then you have to guess where the balls had gone to. People never got it right. But cups and balls is I think that's about the oldest trick. That features in Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft. Aunt Bessie does thick-cut oven chips with your sausages. Does she really? Do you think she exists? Do you think Aunt Bessie ever exists? Or they just look for a kindly old woman who looked as though she spent all of her days in the kitchen? Because I quite like those sort of programmes. Steve, you need an air fryer, says Richard. Mine does chips beautifully and there's no need for oil. But are they crispy, though? There's no point in having non-crispy chips. Crispy chips are my favourite things. Also, Portugal, now safe. But the bad news is Croatia has joined the holiday hit list. You can't win, can you? Somebody asked me earlier on, actually. I can't remember if it was... it might have been Luke, actually, on what's Croatia like. I said it's said to be beautiful and not very expensive. But if it's joined the holiday hit list, forget that one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's lakes and things like that. Beaches as well. Good Lord, they've got a beach, ladies and gentlemen, in Croatia. Isn't that fantastic? What's the food like that? To be honest with you, I've never been to a Croatian restaurant, so I wouldn't know what their food is. You just had burgers and chips. How wise. See, I love the way that Luke raises his eyebrows, like, burgers and chips. That'd be the thing he'd be ordering if he wasn't vegan or fasting. Oh, yes, there's some nice little places, aren't there? Croatia's very pretty. I've never thought I'd go... Oh, look, there's people in the water. And that's quite... It looks very pretty. Look at these. Some best beaches with crystal clear waters. I'd love to live in sort of an island. I do live on an island. What are you talking about, Stephen? You live in England. We're an island. OK. So, blazing a trail. Here's a new one. You've never had this for ages. Firefighters posing for a picture of their first shift together. It's an all-women crew. Station officer Luisa De Silva's rescue team are a rarity despite the decade-long war against sex discrimination. Yeah, the men didn't want women in there because they said they couldn't swear or do things like that. I don't know why. I mean, I think women can swear just as well as men. But preparing for work for these people, London Fire Brigade chiefs posted the pictures on Facebook and says, we've come a long way since the first operational woman firefighter in London in 1982. They still don't accept it. You're very rare to see a woman as a firefighter. You just don't see it. But and these ones, not only are they all smiling, they're all very pretty as well. I'm not saying, you have to be unattractive to be a firefighter, but it's a fairly physical job, isn't it? But let's have more of them. The BBC TV bulletins may be axed. Good. What else could you say? I don't know. I'd love to... Yeah, just listen. They say... Fran Unsworth said that the news at 6 and news at 10 will be obsolete within a decade as viewers increasingly turn to the internet to keep up to date with world affairs. Yes, and also we don't like patronising people sitting there going, hello, this is the BBC News. Today, something happened in London. Here's our reporter out on the scene, Melody Leadbucket. Melody Leadbucket stands there, and you get this dreadful pregnant pause while they're waiting for the catch-up thing. So they go, and they always say, try and look a bit animated. Melody Leadbucket couldn't look animated if you stuck a rocket. Anyway, and so she sort of hoves into view, and they're generally standing on Parliament Green, which is always entertaining as people on buses shout things at them. It's always good, isn't it? I like it. Steve, do you know if a cameraman and sound recordist accompanied John Noakes up Nelson's column? Yes, I think they did. Yes, well, they must have done. How did they film it? I don't know how they did it either. But, Steve, I brought you away with me. This time, we're in a very windy caravan park in Dymchurch, says Lindsay, Spiker from Caterham. Not very exotic, I'm afraid, but love the programme. Thank you. I've never been in a caravan park in Dymchurch, but it sounds delightful. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody says, have you tried McCain's triple cook?
Oh, just about.
Oh, Lord. Well, I thought I was hearing voices all of a sudden. I thought, blimey. I thought I've got tinnitus, but it comes with voices. You can understand. It was John Noakes, incidentally. Steve, there are no sandy beaches in Croatia, though. Only stones. I thought we saw sand. We were looking at sand a minute ago. Yeah, there was definitely... What do you mean only stones? You must have gone to the cheap end. We're in the posh bit. And the sand. The people sitting on sand. Didn't look like stones at all, didn't it, really? Staycationers took the brunt of Storm Ellen yesterday. Winds up to 70 miles an hour. Battered the seaside resorts, hit by gusts and down. Is any water? Water and a bit of wind. My auntie... Oh, it doesn't matter. The West Coast was the worst hit. But then the storm cleared away and you got temperatures of 77 degrees, leaving glorious sunshine. That's what I had. But we didn't have the rain and the storms before it. We had just glorious sunshine. I remember, this is quite nice. But today's even better because I can go home and have sausages and then put my feet up for a little bit. I might get some I love crusty bread rolls. As I'm at crusty bread rolls in the morning, they're really messy because you sort of take a bite into it and the bread goes everywhere. So you basically have to sit there with your face in a trough, trying to sort of work out how you can do it. Because otherwise, every time you have a crusty roll, you've got to go and get the vacuum cleaner out. So I've got a small one. And that's another programme that we'll talk about later. And it's a little cube, and it's got a little sort of hose that goes there. It's literally small. You can fit it on one hand. And I use that for picking up little crumbs and everything else. Plus I've got a Vax, plus I've got a Henry, plus I've got a Dyson, plus I've got quite a few other vacuum cleaners. I'm a little bit of an obsessive with vacuum cleaners. I don't know why. I keep seeing them, I've got a vacuum cleaner that's very quiet. In fact, you wouldn't even know it was sucking. Not a Dyson, no. It's, I forget which one it is, but you wouldn't even know it was sucking. Seriously, you would not know. One of those... Oh, look, the news. We have to take a short break. 6:30, the news time. So here he is, Putin's fiercest critic in a coma after drinking poison tea. They have so many problems with this poison tea in Russia, don't they? And this is the Russian opposition leader. He's a fierce critic of President Vladimir Putin, collapsed in agony during a flight to Moscow. And he was stretchered off, placed in the back of an ambulance, waiting on the tarmac. The anti-corruption campaigner thought to have drunk the tea in a cafe at Tomsk airport. I mean, how do they... I mean, if this is true... And we've had the poisoned umbrellas, we've had all the things that have taken place in London, we had the Salisbury stuff. And then you get a guy who's over there, so he goes to a cafe at Tomsk airport, and somebody manages to put something in his tea which poisons it. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? It is unbelievable, really. They say there is no doubt, this is a lawyer over there, he said there's no doubt he was poisoned because of his political stance and activity. Last night, the Kremlin said doctors were doing all they could to help Mr. Navalny and wish him a speedy recovery. President Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said any poisoning would need to be confirmed by laboratory tests. He said if poisoning took place, there'll be an investigation. Love a good investigation in Moscow, don't you? Do you remember they don't have good relations with gay people apparently in Moscow? They have all sorts of problems over there. They just have problems. They just have problems, which is a great shame. But you know, if you're a critic of the government and you're openly a critic, it's not a good time. They've had all sorts of people who've sort of died. Sir David Attenborough has described the early days of his career as the best time of his life. They've got clips on a new forthcoming Netflix film. He's 94 now. He's 94, and it's a documentary called A Life on Our Planet, released alongside a book detailing Sir David's career and the decline of the environment and biodiversity. I always remember the Gorillaz used to talk like that. The Gorillaz used to think, why don't you just talk normally? They're used to seeing film crews, and because Diana Fossey sort of made it possible. And the main gorilla is looking at me now. And you think, about 6 or 7 people standing around, and these gorillas are sitting there going, what the heck now? What is it? Oh, it's that David bloke. Right, Dave, hello. I have to be honest, nobody. I remember asking him, I felt such a fool, actually. I said, who do you think could ever replace you? And he looked at me in the eye and he went, nobody. And I thought, he's quite right. They did have a girl that the BBC tried to sort of foist on us. And Frank, I'm sorry. It can only be David Attenborough. You can't beat him. He's just brilliant. He's just brilliant. And they had a thing once. I think it was some awards that they had for the children's television side, and he got the biggest cheers. Obviously, all the kids absolutely loved it because what he's doing with his fantastic team, and you have to say it's not just David. It's the team of the people, because now they show you the film of what they've done, and then they shows them making it. And, you know, and they go into some extreme situations. Some of it has been done in film studios. They've had to do it. And then people say, oh, very critical of that. I think, didn't they do a polar bear or something? And they had a camera inside the den for when it was being born. And that was a set-up situation. And they got into trouble for it. And I thought, but how else? You're not going to risk your life. Polar bears can kill you. Terrible. And another one, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I found Sandwich Deli. I'd love to give you a roll that takes all the skin off the top of the mouth, but you can't beat. I tend to get, because we used to have a bakery in Twickenham which did crusty bread rolls. In fact, Greggs, the bakers, used to do bread roll. Now they don't. They just do their hot food, bacon, sausages, bacon, egg, sausage, egg, bacon. They don't do normal bread. And they used to do a bag of crusty rolls, 8 crusty rolls or 6 for £1. And you could just eat them on the way home. You know, it's like, when you buy a baguette, and on the way home on the bus, you know, I'll just break a little bit off. And then, because you have to pull the mask down at the front. It's hilarious. And then you look across, and there's somebody looking at you like, what's he doing? And you go, and you feel like saying, I can't resist the bread. But you don't say anything at all, do you? But I like things like that. So well done, David. Also, the cast in stone. It's a 15-foot sea monster, and it's eaten a lizard. It's in its stomach. I can't even describe how you pronounce this thing here. I think it's Thalatosaur. Goes up to 4 metres, and you can see that it's eaten something because its stomach is distended. I mean, it's amazing what they find. Of course, a lot of people don't believe in this kind of stuff. University of California said that we've never found articulated remains of a large reptile in the stomach of gigantic predators from the age of dinosaurs, such as marine reptiles and dinosaurs. You imagine what it must have looked like years ago as you wandered through, You know, and all these, you know, I don't exactly know where dinosaurs were, but they must have wandered somewhere. China seems to be fairly popular, doesn't it? They find lots of bones of dinosaurs in China. I used to quite like going to the Natural History Museum. It was always very, very popular because they had lots of... If you go upstairs, they've got some really old exhibits, like model trucks and things like that, which must date from the 1950s. But you should go to the museum. They're far better than they ever used to be. They used to be boring, dusty places full of dusty people. Now they're vibrant and full of life, and I think you can go into them. And I think we're sort of practically opening up. Also, they've opened up the Harry Potter world again. That's opened up. Phew, God for that. I had nothing to do tomorrow, and I should be doing my Gryffindor stuff and perhaps playing a couple of rounds of Quidditch. I haven't quite decided how this is going to work out, actually. That'll be after the sausages again. I like sausages in the morning. I might have to go and get lots more sausages, actually. I don't want to run out again. I don't know where they go. Do you know what I think I've done? I think I've thrown them away. I have a horrible feeling. I had a bag, and there were a couple of things in it. I thought, I'll throw those away, and I think I've thrown away the sausages. Somewhere, there's some bin men who are enjoying my sausages. Because I'm sure they always go through things, don't they? That's what I like to think. I wonder which car we've actually got going home today. I always like it when I get the car home, because then I could sort of kind of work out whether or not I'm leading... Oxygen again. Yes, it's Speedy Gonzales this morning. This is where we get home in about 10 minutes. Seriously, it's quite an experience. My hands go quite damp, even thinking about the journey home, because I like it. But he's always listening to another radio station. And I don't like to say, can we listen to mine? So I get in one the other morning, and luckily they're listening to Nick Ferrari, which is great, actually, because I can listen, because I think, I know him, because he's going to be on Strictly. And it do I ever listen to other stations? Do they? Who? Well, the taxi drivers. Most of them seem to be LBC. It has to be said that I get more feedback from people who've said, "Oh, my driver this morning, big fan of, where do you work? LBC. Do you know Steve Allen?" And of course they lie. And they say, "Yeah, I know Steve Allen." They don't know me at all. They just want to be my friend because I'm in show business. You say it all the time to people, don't you? People say, "Oh, because it's your sort of inroad, isn't it?" And all of a sudden you get elevated. Now we've got Malcolm in the Highways Agency in Richmond, who's a big fan of the programme. You get sent to Merck. Actually, did you get sent to Merck the other day? No, somebody got sent to Merck, and I'm sitting there in my Charan, and I looked at this person. I forget who it was, actually. I remember thinking, why are they in that car? Actually, down by St Martin in the Fields, there was like a Range Rover in white, which was left parked there for about 2 weeks. It had a smashed window in the side. No police had moved it. Nobody had stuck a sticker on it or anything. It just sat there. And then yesterday, I was going to take a picture of it and go, why is this thing still sitting here? And it had gone. Typical, isn't it? Typical. It wasn't I don't think it was a police car. I thought maybe they'd sort of drag somebody out of it, like, the Interceptors, and then they just left the vehicle there. But no, people were walking past it and taking pictures of it. I nearly took a picture, but then I decided not to. So they've got a jackpot winner on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Good time. It's only taken them 14 years. BA staff in a strike ballot. Workers yesterday vowed to strike because they face school half-term. We're not on half-term. Where are we up to with the school holidays? Are we summer holidays still? And they're going back. The other day there was a queue. We've got a shop called Stevenson's in Twickenham, and there was a queue round the block for parents obviously getting the kids' school uniforms ready, because whether they like it or not, the little darlings are going back in September, which will be a great relief to everybody. It means that the buses are going to be really, really busy, but it doesn't bother me. I don't care about things like that. Also, somebody talking about the British media. And all listen, you get stories that run and stories that don't run. That's the problem. 9 out of 10 drivers are on the road again, but office workers are staying at home. So when I get my driver in the morning, if it's sort of chatty driver as opposed to, G-force, as we sort of head back with the window, my hair's ruined by the time I get home. But it doesn't matter. He's listening to sort of semi-music talk. You see, I think people who drive for a living want to listen to speech. I don't know why I've said that, but every time I get in a car or a taxi, they're listening to speech, which is LBC. So I always keep my mouth shut, just in case somebody... But we've had it, because you asked my friend Ian, we always go for a drink at Christmas, then we go and watch a pantomime or something like that at a well-known theatre. and for 2 years running, and Ian said, I can't believe it. We sort of three of us get in this car, we're chatting away, me, Rich and Ian, and then we get out and the driver will go, "You're Steve Allen." And Ian said the first time round, he said, "Do you get that a lot?" I said, "Not really, no. Blow me down the next year. We got exactly the same thing." The bloke gets out, he says, "Steve Allen, my wife loves you." They always say that to pass it off. Said, "Couldn't possibly admit I like you as well, Steve, but the wife loves you," which is good. I think I'm in more relationships than I've ever been in my entire life, which is 7 is the time. It's nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Front pages of the papers. A free wall chart, because you've got the Premier fixtures, he says, with as much knowledge as he can summon. I've got no idea what I'm talking about. Absolutely nothing at all. I know nothing. I mean, it's up the Aston, obviously, because we're big fans of the Villa Aston. And also Boeing, Britain's bouncing back on the high street. Really? I'm going to come round our way. Certainly he's not bouncing back round our way at all. The first official statistics have detailed the return from lockdown, and they said shopping centre activity is picking up. Hello? Where are they looking? Not round our way. Boris Johnson said it's hugely encouraging. You need to take yourself to Kingston, where you'll see lots of empty shops, boarded up shops. They say traffic is almost back to normal levels, with 100% of white van men back on the road. But they never sort of came off the road, did they? Although I remember driving back when we've gone back at this time of the morning, and the roads have been deserted. Not now. Coming in, it's fairly busy. But I mean, I defy, the high street is bouncing back, because it's certainly not round our way. You socially distance in the shops, and in John Lewis, I've never seen it busy in there at all. It just doesn't get busy. Daily Express. Record highs, top grades in GCSEs, and the Manchester bomb attack plotter Hashem Abidi likely to die behind bars. Can't see anybody shedding a tear on that one, I'm afraid. The Daily Mail, exams fiasco, pupils let down, not a word of sympathy for the Prime Minister. But don't worry, the high street's doing fine. We're all OK. Boris carries on camping. He's in a tent. They've got a picture of a tent. Now, to be honest with you, I quite like camping. Served me well over the years, thank you very much indeed. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it now, because now there's creepy crawlies, and, you get a bit older, you don't want to start sort of lying on uneven ground. But if Boris likes it. The BBC's evening TV news bulletins could be out. Bear in mind, this is a story for 10 years in the future. The Daily Mirror obviously got a bit desperate about trying to find something. Angela Rippon said dropping them would cause information anarchy. But the trouble is, you don't need that now. If you want to know the news, I don't need to turn on the television. I can either turn on the radio, in which case I know that every 15 minutes I'm going to be getting the news headlines. I know exactly where it is. If I want further details, I can go onto the LBC website, where you will find all the news stories there in detail and with all the updated videos. Or I can go on to teletext or whatever else they call it now, and I can get all the news stories up. So you basically, all this sort of, viewing figures have soared during the pandemic. But, soon it'll go back to what it was before. I mean, how many people, does it really make any difference? The BBC don't worry about audience figures. Why would they worry about audience figures? They get your money anyway. They don't have to sort of work up to it. Guardian this morning, I've got a picture of the refugee trying to reach the UK. They've identified him. He wasn't 16 at all. He was 28. And we don't know, I can't remember where the 16 came from, whether or not somebody said, oh, he was 16 and he was because apparently one of his friends who was with him was 18. But then they found all his details. It's on his driving licence, and it turned out that he was 28. Also, the former Trump campaign manager Steve Bannon arrested, front page of The Guardian. The Times, late joy for holidaymakers. Do you know, it doesn't interest me going on holiday at all. Mind you, it never interested. What? Yeah. See, never interested me going on. I just don't know what to do on holidays. I get a bit bored. Unless, I'm not into reading books or anything like that. I could take the phone, I suppose. Middle-class children, according to The Times, may be forced to take a gap year. Poorer pupils take priority on places, says the minister. Steve Bannon, do you know what? He looks a bit... Have you seen pictures of Steve Bannon? He looks really peculiar. He looks like the life and times of Grizzly Adams, but without the bear. So he's charged over the Mexico wall fiasco. The late joy for holidaymakers because Portugal's finally been ruled safe for travel by the government. But it's okay getting you out there. Can they get you back again? Because EasyJet, now they've cancelled lots of things. There's people who've gone on holiday who've said, so wait a minute, so we're out here. Don't you have a care of duty to get us back again? And they go, oh, sorry about that. We had to sort of move fairly quickly. And they go, okay. So how do we get back? And they go, well, it's basically your problem. It does seem that people pass the buck all the time, doesn't it? People sort of going on holidays and then the hotel. A friend of mine was going to go to Spain and she phoned them up, the hotel, because she booked it separately. She did the hotel, she booked herself, and she booked her flights, but she hadn't booked the flights. And the hotel have said, yeah, because she's booked before, she always has a junior suite, about 250 quid a night for this hotel in Spain, which she goes to. And she said, I'm really sorry. She said, but I would like to come back, but once we can do it. And they've said, that's fine, we'll refund your credit card, which is, some people have waited months to get the refund. I mean, how long does it take? More than happy to take the money in. Paying it back again is the big problem. But I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen horrible films on YouTube with people arguing the airline. One of them, classic example, the airline in America. And the poor woman behind the counter is trying to explain to them that the plane is not taking off because of the bad weather. The idiots who are flying with this airline are standing there arguing, going, so are you going to be putting us up in a hotel? And she went, no, why would we be doing that? Because you've cancelled the flight. They said, no, the flight's not taking off, it's bad weather. Well, it's not bad weather in New York. No, but the flight's taking off from here. And then these people start shouting at this poor woman. And she's saying, one man said, I want to see your aircraft policy of providing hotels. And she went, there is no policy of providing hotels. If it's due to an act of God, which is the weather, they don't pay for hotel rooms. And so he said, what are we supposed to do now? And she basically, I wanted to be her and go away. Go away now. Which is good. So the Telegraph. What have we got here? Up for grabs. Samantha Cameron's election dress. Alexa Chung and Twiggy outfits up for grabs. There you go, Luke. You could start a museum, couldn't you, of things? Would you? No? Oh, well, okay. Just trying to be helpful, honestly. You do your best, don't you? Throws it back in your face. So the highest GCSEs on record after algorithm is given the elbow. Nice to see all these pupils wearing their masks and everything else. Portugal out of quarantine, which is front story Telegraph, but too late for summer. Do you know, I wonder how many hotels have gone under abroad when they all of a sudden we saw all these different places and these are big hotels with 500-600 rooms and nobody's flying over there. And you think, well, wait a minute, we know what the situation is like in this country. And I wonder how it is for them over there where they literally are relying very much on the tourists. They can't wait to see us. So you're all right, Portugal, but it might be a bit too late to save summer because we're in August already. I mean, we're very nearly. What's the date today? I don't even know what the date is, actually. 21st. So we've only got a few more 31 days in this month. And then we go into September. And after September, Christmas. In between Halloween and Bonfire Night. Joy at record GCSE results as ministers say sorry. A little bit late to be saying sorry now. Sniffing out the virus. Dogs could beat the second wave. I'll tell you what I'm in envy of. I was watching an Interceptor programme the other day and it was dogs who sniff out cigarettes. And they went round trading standards to this shopkeeper who's selling cigarettes. And he and all he got at the end, they found, I forget how many million cigarettes. He was obviously a bit crooked, to say the least. He'd hidden them in an oven and everything. The dog found them, which was great. And what did he get? He got a 7-week suspended jail sentence. Pathetic, isn't it? Pathetic. Daily Star this morning. They're talking about, not very much apart from the exams. Oh, and free inside your Premier League fixtures. Premier League fixtures. Whoopee-doo. As I say, that would tempt me to buy a newspaper. Not. This is, it's it for the... I just realised I've got to go, actually. Today on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Jacqueline Joss's on holiday again. Perhaps she's chasing the errant husband, Dan. Alan Carr has shown his lockdown weight loss. Maybe he can help my producer. I mean that in a caring way. And congratulations to Sunny J.